That's definitely FNaF 1 Chica and FNaF 1 Bonnie. It's showing the journey of getting murdered, shoved into the pre-withered Freddy suit, then being at the FNaF 2 location, and then coming back to the FNaF 1 location, where the withered animatronics parts were converted with the FNaF 1 animatronics. Yeah, guys, how am I going to beat Night 5? How am I going to beat this? Oh, man. Give gifts. So we're going to drop the gifts, dodge the balloons, I'm guessing. There we go. Care for anything glitchy. Like a purple balloon or something. I see one. I see you there. Give you a gift. There we go. There we go. Give life! Bonnie. That's the puppet, guys. Look. It's a puppet mask. I did that so you can see it. Chica. Foxy. Freddy. Why are you here? You keep playing these games. Despite me trying to stop you. I do not know why they tell the stories of our past. But now I cannot let you live. Now that someone knows what happened, there is only one thing left to do. And when that happens, they will be free. Free from the new life I gifted them. They will truly die. Do you want that to happen? Yes? Do you want this second chance I've given them to be ripped away? Do you want to continue what he started? I have to kill you. I just want to protect them. You are too big of a risk. You have been doing a good job at keeping me away. But tonight will be different. Boss fight? Oh, I think we've got a puppet boss fight, guys. Uh-oh. I'm scared now. I'm scared. Oh, no. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Hello?
Hello.
I'll make this quick. I'm sure you're busy right now.
Oh, look.
We still have a private party scheduled.
Shadow
for
paper
tomorrow.
plate.
The police said it would be fine. We just need to have security watch over the party. They aren't coming in until Sunday anyway.
The heck?
Are our only guard right now.
What the heck is this?
We need you to work the day shift tomorrow. So, good luck tonight. I'll see you Saturday.
What is going on?
Don't forget Saturday. You want to more?
Oh my god. It's like little shadow Bonnies glitching the monitors. I don't know.
Yes. Let's go. Oh, that's the best feeling ever. After grinding, oh, so long. Getting a spring bonnie, that's literally all I can ask for. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's buy everything then. Oh, this feels nice. Now we can do something else for the next hour or so. What? Nice. Okay, let's do this 4 more times. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be sleepy, man. But I'm not taking a break. Even if I have to be awake for... I don't even want to say it. 28 hours. Well, I mean, right now we're 58 minutes ahead. So if we keep this pace, it maybe, just maybe, will only be 24 hours, which I can deal with. I've been awake for 24 hours a couple times. That's a lie, like twice or something. But that's manageable. If I just... I have plenty YouTube videos to watch. I still have Interstellar. If I run out of shit to watch. And this video won't be monetized anyway. So... yeah. Well, this video won't be. My full video, yeah, that will be monetized. But this one, nah. Keyboard, no. Well, the full video is gonna be monetized when I'm back on monetization. If you're somehow watching this, then as a little treat, I'll actually tell you what the next video is. It's actually a... do I actually tell you? Do you really want to know? Do you want to get spoiled? Spoilered. Whatever. I'll tell you after I've got all my shit. So that is party. Here you go. See every character. Done. Every chip. Done. And every byte. Done. Let's... oh. Can I please start splitting that correctly? Jeez. I'm always gonna forget, aren't I? Let me just put up the music again. Hey, the fan, hello. Okay. Okay, the next video is how fast can you get jump scared in every FNaF game? It has been done before, but it left out a lot of games, especially VR. All the VR games. And I really want to do that because it seems really fun. And needs an updated version. So that's why I'm doing that next. Hope you're excited. But right now it's still far away from that. At least when I'm recording this, it's the 9th of April and this video is gonna go out on like the 21st. And the video after on the 5th of March. May. Okay, let's get down to the deepest, deep down. Shall we? Wait, What did I miss? Did I go the wrong way? I'm such an idiot. Yeah, I think I did. Oh, are you No. This is not the right way. Wait, this is where I started. Ah. Stupid idiot. What the fuck is this way? What the fuck am I... What the heck is this? Okay, that was clearly the wrong way. Was it on the left here? Is there a glitch? There's a glitch. Yes, this is right. There we go. Let's go down here. Oh, and get the third ending. Hey. So that's almost halfway. Hello, OMC. Sorry that you have gone too deep into the code. There's no way back. My name is Open Consequences. Come here, have a seat, and let's finish for a while. Fish for a while. But nowhere else to go. The end. But it isn't the end because I need to play this game 4 more times. Yay! But I'm actually going to take a quick pee break, so yeah. Here we are, back at it again. So this was our fastest time yet. By 10 minutes. Pretty good, pretty nice. Alrighty. So this is... Oh, hold on. This is Security Owl. Yeah. So we can do normal mode. Okay, let's play Foxy.exe for a 4th time. So this is where commentary starts again, so be excited for that if you're skipping ahead to this part.
Listen to my voice.
As always, we need to stand still every 30 seconds on the second one, and only hide from the first two cats on the third one.
Listen to my voice.
And this one is just walking.
And you will find the key.
Yep. That's it.
Listen to my voice. And you will find the key.
I've also taught myself, as you can hear, a little snacky.
And you will find the key.
Mixed,
Listen to my voice.
pack of mixed
And you will find
nuts.
the key.
These nuts.
Listen
Ha!
to my voice.
Got him. No,
And you will find
I do have a bag of mixed nuts.
when you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step
Is that gonna jump
through
scare
the
me?
heart of madness.
No.
Be sure your
Just
step
barely.
through the heart
And now
of
just
madness.
walk.
Be sure your step through the
And that's the mini game.
Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step
I wonder whose cat
through the
that
heart
cat
of
actually is.
madness.
Probably just some random ass picture.
Be sure
Nice. Got my little makeshift Freddy in space set up ready. And let's do this. No upgrades. Oh, don't go up there. Oh, I hate that. Give me some hearts, give me some hearts. Nice. Oh my goodness. Could have been worse. No way, I avoided both of them. That was awfully close. We got one hit. That's fine. Perfect movement. Fantastic movement. Are we gonna get hit here? Yeah. Ah, he's chasing me! Alright. 80 HP is fine. aka 50 HP in the boss section. It's pretty good. Okay. Hardest one done of Freddy in space. I still think Foxy Fighters is the worst. Fuck off. That is such a good shot. Excuse me? Nice. And 100%. Commentaries kind of stopped because that just happened. I'm not gonna force myself to do commentary because I probably won't need it in the video. And if you're watching this for some weird reason, then well, I'm sorry. There's enough content in the original video, and I'm not streaming it. Not here to entertain anybody, just do the run, and well, that's about it. Sounds a bit harsh, but you get what I mean. Commentary will probably completely stop in the last couple months, which is natural. It just happens when you're I wish I'd be streaming this right now, so I had some entertainment, because my only entertainment is YouTube videos, really. Which, well, I'd rather have YouTube videos to watch than nothing, so I'm not gonna do that. Hold on a second. Did I miss a cupcake? This doesn't feel right. Ah, yeah, I did. Shit. I remember which two. Bit of a time waste. In this big of a run, doesn't really matter. Reset. No, fuck off. Yeah, there we go. We always need the triple shots for the second, for the cupcake at the very start of the game. 'Cause I knew it fell off. Motherfucker. He still hit me, even in death. Easiest one done. Nice. It's the Foxy Fighters now. Yay, I really love Foxy Fighters.
What's this, a space shooter? Holy crap, is that my voice? Voice acting? No! He's gone too far this time!
Sure has.
You need to shut this game down!
Alright, I'm ready for action!
Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear!
Let's go.
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
But we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Do a barrel roll.
Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Turn back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
At least I went down in a blaze
Fuck
of
off, I didn't
glory.
see it because of the big ass text box. Well, good luck me. Luck to you.
You haven't seen the last of me. Oh, actually, yes. This is the last you'll see of me.
Nice, okay. Most
Great
stressful
job,
part of the
guys.
run. I can't
Gals.
even lie.
I see the processing core.
Can't wait to do this
Let's
in the
blow it up
7th.
and get out of here.
In 7%. I'm kind of scared, I'm gonna be honest. Nice, it's good. A rank done. How'd you like that? Switch up.
What's this, a space shooter?
Voice acting.
Holy
No!
crap, is that my voice? Voice acting? No! He's gone too far this time. You need to shut this game down.
All right, I'm ready for action.
Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear.
Fools! How dare you challenge me?
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
Well, we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Do a barrel roll.
Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Bingo! Got him! Bingo! Got him!
You won't get
won't
tired of my voice,
will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will
Right.
you? You won't,
Thingamabob off, yeah.
you won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
you around to kill you anyway.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
Always leave the item when Chica dies because I can never see shit. Because of that fucking stupid tag spot.
Impossible! You haven't seen the last of me!
Impossible. It's not. I have to see you.
Great job, guys.
6 more times.
Gals, I see the processing core. Let's blow it up and
Yay.
get out of here.
Should be a rubber C rank. B actually. Nice, that's a Chica's magic rainbow. Low key, I don't know why, but I'm always looking forward to this one.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple. Oops. Simple for most people, I guess.
Sometimes I forget that you need to hold down Z. That's the most satisfying part in that one jump.
You can do it!
It's not bad.
Come on, you can do it!
One of my favorite jumps.
Aw, don't give up!
Can never do that first try, sadly.
You'll get it
That is a
eventually.
very early jump. Certified throwing. Oh,
Is this your first time to play a video game?
apparently.
Excuse me, is this your first time playing a video game? But really, they don't pay me by the
What the
hour,
fuck?
so,
Gigantic generational fumble. There we go.
I'm gonna kill you!
You still suck.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start simple for most people.
Probably the hardest and
I have faith in you!
least reliable, repeatable jump for me.
You can do it!
It's just such a tiny, minuscule jump. That's such precise movement.
Come on, you can do it! Aw, don't give up!
Yeah,
You'll get it
actually sad.
eventually.
Risky. Come on, hurry your ass up. We all got places to be. Okay. Time to wait a bit.
Five Nights at
Is this your first time to play a video
Bit
game?
early.
Excuse me, is this your first time playing a video game?
Oh,
Really,
fuck
they
it!
don't pay me by the hour, so, damn it.
And that's the fun part done. Well, I mean, the next part is still quite fun. Except the grinding. That shit sucks. Let's get the pearl first time, please. Oh! Generational throw. I could have just waited. But no. My impatient ass didn't want to wait. It shucks. The reason why I'm not watching YouTube videos now is because I need to actually kind of concentrate so I don't forget shit. Yep. That's all I wanted to say. Remember the clock ending? Oh, how time flies. We almost had half a day of playing FNaF World. Can you believe it? I've been awake for 13.5-ish hours. A bit less than that. I woke up at 8 AM and then made food, shit like that, and began recording at about 9 AM. I think a bit past that. Pretty quiet now. No. Fuck off. I just noticed the game capture isn't even capturing the right game anymore. Because I'm running it on Steam. So the entire thing you've been watching is just my desktop capture. Which I changed now, but it really doesn't change anything for you as a viewer. God, I hope no one's watching this. If you are somehow, for some weird reason, maybe you just popped in to see the, oh, he's about to 12 hours. What's he gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say? Skibidi Riz. Skibidi Riz, Ohio Riz. Yeah, fan attacks. Okay, enough of that. What did I just... what was that? Let's get that pearl. Don't be greedy here. Okay, fuck. The fuck am I doing? Generational throw. Time waste, restart the run. Haha, you're so funny. Oh my goodness, man. I'm tempted to just eat my... Oh, we had 12 hours! Yay! Half a day of playing FNaF World. I've already played this game more than I've played all of the previous games. All of the main 4 games. And that's just a fun little... whatever thing to note. It's god-awful spawn. Nah, I could have done it there. These purple ones need to feck off. Oh, this pink one, fuck off. Could have done it there. Yes! Let's go! Swish! Boom, bam, 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 pow, pow, bada boom, pow, pam, poo, pam, push, pull, boom. Yeah, it's really fun. It's 10:27 p.m. I'd usually go to bed in like an hour or so. Well, it's not happening today, I don't think. I will not, under any circumstance, redo this run or ever do this shit again. The next big run is probably gonna be the FNaF marathon. But I don't think I'm gonna do it the traditional way. I'm just spoiling my next 2 videos now. Well, I'm gonna do it the theoretical fastest way. So I'm still gonna play them all back to back to back to back, you know, like a traditional marathon. But I'm gonna use all the cheat strats. Like, give me all the FNaF World characters instantly. All that kind of jazz. But this is like it's not my next video. Well, what did I say was my next video? Ah yeah, all jump scares. Not all jump scares, what am I talking about? Quickest way to get jump scared. If any of you nab those ideas, fuck you. Now the fastest jump scares has been done before. By some rather small channel. I mean, I'm not the big channel myself. Hey, Challenger! But like, they posted that video and didn't really continue posting too much stuff, I don't think. Maybe they are, I don't know. But that always seemed like a fun idea to do. And at the end of the day, if it has been done before, it has been done before. I still want to do it myself. It's also a good way to promote my other video. How hard is traveling? Okay, nice. Just ignore my problem. Okay, you didn't. Really wanna eat some nuts. Balls. Also, if you can't tell, those splits are obviously inspired by Spiff's 600% video. Doing like the same splits over and over, but putting a letter next to it. Letter? A number like next to it. I always thought that was kind of fun. So I did that. That's all of them. Let's quickly teleport down there. Was this the first 3-layer one? I do not know. Oh yeah, I'm getting kind of tired. This is like, as soon as we reach the farming part of this run, we've reached about halfway. Which is kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, I've done all of this, and it's not even halfway? Damn. Oh, don't think I like that, please. Oh, I'm gonna be awake for so long. Yeah. Well, it's a good idea. I'm sure it'll do well. I mean, if you heard of FNaF runs or FNaF World, and 100% or 157%, you're like, okay, I know those ones. Not gonna watch that. But then you see, what the fuck is 700%? What is bro doing? And then you click on the video and realize, what the fuck, that guy must hate his life. And well, no comment. This is the brightest idea from a personal perspective, but from a YouTube standpoint perspective, pretty fucking good video, I think. I don't want to toot my own horn too much. If this doesn't do well, I'm gonna be a bit disappointed, I'm gonna be honest, but if it doesn't do well, it doesn't do well. I'll still keep throwing shit at the wall, see what happens. I also have another video. I've like the next video coming up, the old jump scares one. Not sure about that one. I mean, I still like the idea, but it has been done before, so that kind of fucks it up a bit, doesn't it? But the one after that, which I just told you, I think that's a banger. I think that's a certified banger. Like the theoretical FNaF marathon. All cheese strats. Like that's fun. Like the any percent marathon. I'ma probably call it. And also I have another video before that, which is also pretty cool. But I'm not just gonna drop all my shit now. You've heard enough. Excuse me. You're gonna get the gift box. Oh, yeah, I totally forgot you. Nice slasher. Love that attack. Nice. Been there, did that. You want to equip that probably as fast as possible because we also got every chip we need. Hey! Hello with the cheat code. You always yearn for the mines, don't you? Stop going up here. You always do this. Like from an like the oh my god, my English is getting worse and worse. I'm deeply sorry for that, but it's because I've been awake for too long. What I wanted to say is that from an I don't know how to actually say that, to be completely honest. Like I'm not I can feel myself getting a bit tired-ish, but I don't. My eyes aren't feeling tired. If you know what I mean. Hey, who's it? Get over here. It's gonna be a very relaxing snooze if I fall asleep. Which won't be for another 12 hours. Hey! Hello, and goodbye. Join the team, why don't you? Speech 3 chips. Oh. I didn't go in the chipper cave. Oopsie. That's my bad. Need to go there anyway. I mean, we do need to finally kill these side bosses with these witches, which I've always skipped until now. is quite interesting. I can just skip everything again. But no, there's no boss in here. Which way am I going, you fucking idiot? I'm also not feeling fatigued yet, which is good. It's like the worst feeling when you're staying up for a long time. Easy. Penny chicken. See, like, I have plenty false memories of what I did. I remember getting those chests, but apparently I didn't. Oh, hello. With the Bonnie. With their gone knee. Ah, fuck off. Stupid little fools. There we go. I think I'm like really gonna start getting tired at like 3, 4 a.m. Those times. I just could. It's usually the way it goes when I'm staying up long. If this somehow, which I'm praying that it doesn't, gets to where's the auto region? Hold on. Auto region's up there, okay, with that. Which box did I get? Hold on a sec. Did we get the... I'm very sure we got the glitch. Oh, we didn't? Am I fucking tweaking? Didn't I go up the... You see, I'm remembering the wrong things. I did that 4 times already. 3 times already. Right? Yeah, this is 400%, okay. I did that 3 times already, so I totally forgot. I can't remember instantly going into the mine, but apparently I did. Oh my god, you... Hello? I think... Oh shit. Wrong glitch rock. Bro is actually starting to tweak. Here we go, block and screw. Oh, pitch appearance. Hello, Bloom Freddy. There we go, and now there's only 3 left. Don't need to check, I'm very confident. Oh, Nightmare Chica. Oh, never mind. Sorry. A lot more HP than I expected. Gotta say, I'm kind of scared of Foxy Fighters in like 600-700%. The Chica's Magic Rainbow, I think I'll do just fine. Same with Freddy in Space, Foxy EXE is pretty chill. But I don't want to be stuck at Foxy Fighters, please. That would be a nightmare. Just doesn't, that minigame is annoying. Underrated opinion? Or whatever. What do you say to that? But Foxy Fighters, kinda ass. I kinda like Foxy XC more. But that's just my opinion. What's Raw Boy? Right, Raw Boy. 1/4 world cubes. Ah, yeah, we're in normal mode. I for gore. Okay. Boom. That's one more chip, right? Nice. That's the music we're gonna hear for the next 2 hours again. Yay. We're on very good pace though, to make the run not take 28 hours. Like I'm fine, quote unquote, with 24, but 28 is gonna... No. That would actually destroy me. Nice, that's all chips. And you know what's time for now? The one thing we've been doing this entire time again. Watching YouTube.
Is everybody active tonight still? Yeah, okay. So it's just like the Shadow Bonnie mechanic. Alright.
Hippopouts.
So yeah, Toy Freddy is a pain, guys. I thought like he has to break all 4 breakers, but no, he can just break one and it ruins it. So we're gonna look out.
I'm gonna move my house.
There's some points where I couldn't do anything because all the animatronics were in the office, and I literally couldn't do anything.
Hold on a sec. Bro has so little HP in normal mode. Oh shit. Well, we're fine.
Oh, new notes.
We need to grind anyway.
I'll check those. It take a while, man. Maybe I'm doing the mask wrong. Check real quick. There's one last party. They need me to come in because they're short of security staff. I'm rid of this, guys. The puppet spoke to me again. I think I'm setting the ghosts free by discovering the mysteries behind their death. But the puppet thing doesn't seem to want me to do that. It's gonna try and kill me tonight. Okay, come on, guys. We got this. They do take a while to leave, though. I can't lie. So maybe I'm putting on the mask too early. I don't know, though. I just heard Freddy laugh. Hello, balloon boy. Alright, guys. There's a lot going on right now. Just worried about Mangle, to be honest. There's got to be a way to get rid of her. Nope. There's not. And here we go. What do you do at this point, guys? Seriously. Oh no. There you go, guys. It's over. I heard you then, buddy. Oh, freaking hell. You take so long. So long, buddy. What the heck was that about, bro? Fox has been a pain in the butt. Okay. Hello!
You know what it's time for? RWQ, FS, FS. Oh, shit. RWQ, FS, FA, SXC. Still got it. Hold on. I'm kind of worried about one thing. That is, I don't know if every character can spawn in normal. I don't know why they shouldn't. We can unlock everyone in normal mode and still get the fan. Okay, that's... Whew. That made me feel better. Oh my god, so many characters to unlock. Well, I'm gonna go mute again.
Alright, come on, guys. Please leave. You take so long. It's insane. It's actually insane. Oh, man. We did it, guys. We did it. Good job. No deaths. No deaths. So I'm very happy. I thought we were going to get a puppet boss fight, I can't lie. That might be night 6 that he hasn't finished yet. It might be the puppet boss fight. And now, hello. Back at the FNaF 1 location with the puppet. Hello.
And put you back together again. I cannot stay here and protect you anymore. Listen to the Black Bunny.
No! Why would we listen to Shadow Body for? Huh. Oh, and there we go, guys. We did it for now. I do think night 6 is going to be a boss fight against Shadow Bonnie or the Yellow Rabbit or the Puppet, something like that. Got an extra. We unlock extras. Oh, we haven't unlocked extras.
That's fucking fun.
Huh? Oh, maybe extras is not unlockable yet. Yeah,
Thank
so
God I
night
save
6
every
finale,
time.
It's going to be a boss fight. So
That
I
would
don't
stink.
think we've got extras yet or anything.
Very disgusting, stinky.
So I do want to have a look at the jump scares and stuff. Okay, the puppet's out, guys.
Freddy's Max modes are considered to be really difficult challenges that require a whole lot of skill and time, except FNaF 3 because that's a piece of garbage game and I hate it.
Oh, I wonder. Wait, I know if it.
Oh my. Oh.
Imagine yourself grinding out FNaF 2's max mode, getting ready to beat it, and you just die before that sweet 6 AM. It sounds like that sucks, right? Now imagine lining up all 6 FNaF max modes in a row with the only challenge being not dying a single time. Well, that is what we'll be doing in today's video. I present to you all the If you guys don't understand what the FNaF lock is,
Wow, okay.
If you guys don't understand what the FNaF lock is, a very good friend, the first victor of the FNaF lock, will be explaining the rules and everything about it.
As the creator and first victor of the FNaF lock challenge, I'll be here to explain the rules. Essentially, you have to complete the max modes of the first 6 original FNaF games in a row without dying. You can pick and choose to do these games in whichever order you'd like, as finding the optimal route allows for more creativity and strategies. Timer strategies and interval abuse are allowed, but explicit glitches like the FGP strategy in FNaF 3 or the -3 strategy in FNaF 2 are banned. There are some games with multiple max modes, but here are the ones that were featured in the first FNaF lock video. We have 420 mode in FNaF 1, 1020 mode in FNaF 2, Nightmare with only the aggressive cheat on in FNaF 3, 420 mode in FNaF 4, 1020 mode in Sister Location, and Saturday in FNaF 6. With the rules out of the way, let's get into the FNaF lock challenge.
The order of the games will be like this: FNaF 3, FNaF 4, FNaF 2, Sister Location, Pizza Sim, and FNaF 1. This will better optimize my run and make sure that I have no errors going forward. With all of that out of the way, let us get into the first game of the FNaF lock. Our first game for the run is FNaF 3 Aggressive Nightmare, considered the RNG hell of FNaF lock. The reason for this is because Springtrap doesn't have any intervals, no actual real fairness to his AI. He's just a fat, green sack of AIDS. In the beginning of the video, you guys saw me resetting cams. During this, I made sure that Springtrap was stuck in a vent and wasn't able to rush me. But Springtrap has the jets of a Bugatti and decided, nah, I'm good fam, and killed me anyways. Things like that is what makes FNaF 3 extremely stressful. That is why I put FNaF 3 first in the FNaF lock. With that being said, we first have to construct a strategy which will give us the upper hand to fend off the RNG. FNaF 3 realistically only has 5 minutes of playtime. In the first minute, Springtrap can't enter any of the vents, but if he does manage to, just Team Umizumi his way, rush into your office, and he's at the window by like 40 seconds, congrats, you just got the bonus 5 type of level of RNG, and that just sucks balls.
No! Yo! No.
When you start the night out, it's important to close this vent to get a head start of the strategy. After the first minute, the strategy will begin. What you want to do is track his movements and see where Springtrap is. Depending on where he is on the map, you want to block the adjacent vent to him. The only reason why Nightmare Aggressive is so hard is because Springtrap will just rush his way to some other camera while you're doing something else and go through the vents. The top part of the map and its vents are the most deadliest in my opinion, whilst the Cam 5 vent is something you can tame, but whatever. We'll get into that later. If you're trying to track him on the cameras and your cameras go down, there's one thing you can do to kind of keep tracking his movements. The static that produces when Springtrap moves from camera to camera is something that you can take note of when you're trying to track him. One thing I will say is that it's super hard to keep track of him, and you can even lose track of him. That would actually happen to me when I was trying to track him. I would lose track of him, and he would go in a vent that I thought he was at, but he really wasn't at. Now, one thing I want to get into that you'll see a lot throughout Nightmare Aggressive is the scare sounds. When Springtrap gets into camera 5, he'll produce a scare sound that sounds like this. When he advances to camera 2, he'll make the same scare noise, but it'll be louder. It's good to take note of these scare noises because this is where the strategy will come into play. My strategy was when he would come into camera 5, I would close the cam 2 vent. I would do a toggle cancel on cam 5 vent just in case he would go into cam 5 vent. 95% of the time when he would hit camera 5 is he would go down to camera 2 and then jump back to camera 5. So that's why you're doing a toggle cancel on camera 5. Just saying. Now, sometimes the scare noise will play even if he's not around, but that's Phantom Freddy. The best thing to do with this is to just toggle between the upper cameras, mainly camera like...
You
would check that one camera, and then you would go down to camera 5 and toggle between the two, so it's like You're checking to see if he's really at camera 5, but yeah. If Springtrap advances to your window, this is where you're gonna use your audio lure. Notice that I haven't talked about the audio lures a single time because we're actually saving it for this moment. When Springtrap gets to your window, what you're gonna do is open the cameras and lure him back to camera 2. When he gets lured back, he'll go back to camera 5, and that's when, you know, you repeat the strategy. Also, one thing I wanna know about when Springtrap comes to your window is if you try luring him away, you know, he doesn't go, it's like a 1 out of 7 chance of that happening. You know, it's pretty common, I'm not gonna lie. It seems a little, you know. But yeah, it's just one of the many things that can happen with FNAF 3 Nightmare Regressive. It's just something that happens, right? Any confusion or any comments about the strategy, let me know down in the comments. It's gonna be my best interest to help you guys about this. Now, this strategy is to best combat, you know, Springtrap's RNG to the best of its ability, and this is the no FGB strategy, so it's not 100% consistent. This is why we put FNAF 3 first in the FNAF lock. There would be times in the FNAF lock where I would literally have straight recordings of FNAF 3. 85% of the FNAF lock is FNAF 3, I promise you. It's incredible, like,
literally just FNAF 3 Fest, bro. It's freaking crazy.
honestly, with FNAF Lock, I would say that the only hard part about this challenge is FNAF 3. I've had so many rage moments just from Springtrap acting like an idiot. That's why I hate this challenge. As explained in the strat section, this dude would just blitz past my window and not give a fuck about my lures. That's crazy to me. I also got this super really cool Easter egg that's like 1 in 10,000 chance of like spawning, so that's really dope. Wait, no, I'm actually confused. What is that? And when everything goes to plan, we finally get our win in Nightmare Aggressive for FNAF 3. Hey, what is going on, everybody? I noticed that a large chunk of you that aren't subscribed watch my vid. Nah, I'm just kidding. What's up, y'all? If you made it this far into the video, our second game in the FNAF lock is FNAF 4's 420 mode. Typically during my runs, I would place FNAF 4 in the dead middle of the FNAF lock after sister location. But I kept having problems with Nightmare, so I slammed FNAF 4 in second place. It's so funny because when I was first starting out the FNAF lock, I was actually doing blind mode, Mad Freddy, and Insta Foxy. Then I found out that that was for Spring Lock, not FNAF lock. Yeah, I was low-key kind of stupid, and I also had this really funny encounter with Bones. Hello? Where's the door? Where's the door? Am I tripping?
Oh no. Oh
no. Then I found out that that was for Spring Lock, not FNAF lock. Yeah, I was low-key kind of stupid, and I also had this really funny encounter with Bones. Hello? Where's the door? Where's the door? Am I tripping?
Oh no. Oh
Bro, where was the door? Where was the door? Where was the door? I shifted to the left.
I'm so sorry.
Dude, that was actually so dumb, dude. The door would not
It wasn't even like a nervous death. It was just like, wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Bro, that would have been the run if I didn't goof up there. This game is relatively easy as the whole entire night is scripted. The strategy I used was constructed by the GOAT himself, 8Braden8.
Hi, I'm Braden, the guy who made the strat. Unfortunately, both Bonnie and Chica cannot fail when we run opportunities. FNAF 4's map is set up like a checkerboard. These two things mean that at certain times of the night, it is completely impossible for Bonnie or Chica to be at your doors. So at these times, we can run straight up to a door and immediately flash with 0 risk. This strategy works whenever your timer says 0 through 4 in the single seconds digit. We also need to deal with Freddy and Foxy. Freddy is super easy. Simply flash the bed until your timer is at 8 seconds. Then turn and run to a door. Flash the hall, run back, and repeat while alternating doors. Doing this puts you at the doors just as your timer enters that golden range of 0 to 4 seconds, meaning you will always be safe to flash. It also gives you plenty of time to flash the Freddles on the bed. Finally, there's Foxy. If he ever runs to one of your doors, just go to that door at the normal time of 8 seconds, even if that means doubling back to a door that you just went to. Very rarely, Foxy will go to the same door back to back. If this ever happens, you can go to the same door 3 times in a row. However, do not turn to the bed after the second and third door check. Simply wait in the room until 8 on your timer. Once you've dealt with the opposite door character like normal, you can go back to Flashing Freddy. Foxy can go to the same door 3 times in a row. If this happens, there isn't really much you can do about it. However, this is a 1 in 4,000 chance of happening, so it's very unlikely that you'd ever run into it.
Hack 2! Hack 2! Hack 2! So, I'm gonna come in just for this last bit. For the last 2 minutes of the night after you're done with the scripted night part, with the 4 minutes, you know, all that bullcrap, Nightmare's part will finally begin. Now, typically, people don't go over this, but I would like to just go over a few things with Nightmare that I didn't know that a lot of you would want to know. Nightmare can go from left door to right door to the bed to the closet, but we'll get into all that later. Now, one thing people really mess up on is when Nightmare goes to one side and he stops for like half a second, they instantly go, and then he moves to another side and then you die by him. I mean, that's a skill issue. But basically what you want to do is you want to wait for Nightmare to stop for at least a second, then go and then instantly close the door. You're gonna do that for both sides, but here's where the real kicker of the night begins, right? Now, Nightmare has something called real laughs and fake laughs. His real laughs is when he laughs and then he appears on the bed or in the closet. He can only have 2 of those real laughs, but then he has fake laughs where when he's running around, he'll laugh and then he'll still be at the door rather than being on the bed or the closet. Now, this isn't really an issue, but this isn't really an issue, but when you're doing the FNAF lock, you don't want to die, right? The easiest way to counter these is like this. Nightmare's fake laugh has intervals. If he laughs on a 0-second interval, then his laugh is fake. But if Nightmare lasts anywhere between 1 and 9 seconds, the laugh is real and you will have to check the bed and the closet. If he real laughs, right, 1 through 9 seconds, and he's on the bed, the fake laugh interval will change. But if he goes to the closet, the fake laugh interval won't change. It's a lot of things to get down, but I promise it's gonna make sense. Now, you're probably asking me,
Josiah, you stupid Mexican, what do you mean his fake laugh interval changes on the bed?
for some reason, his fake laugh interval changes. It like pauses and changes when you deal with him on the bed. There's an equation that you can use to, you know, figure out his new fake laugh interval. From the time that you clear him, subtracted by the time that he laughs at. Say like you cleared the bed at like maybe 4 minutes and 57 seconds, but he laughs at 4 minutes and 54 seconds. That means your new interval will be...
That was so freaking tough. The way I did that's so freaking tough.
But there's also like this one really silly thing where you can do is you can actually re-laugh on a fake laugh interval, but that's like a 1 out of 10 chance, super rare. Remember, 2 real laughs, fake laughs, infinite. Just track them on both sides of the doors. Without that being said, let's get into my personal experiences with this night.
Honestly, every time I'd have a really good run, I would end up dying at FNAF 4. And it's so interesting to me because FNAF 4 is quite literally the easiest max mode next to FNAF 1 420. I guess the nerfs made me play like an actual scared sissy who was about to get their lunch money taken at school. With FNAF 4's 420 down in the lock, it's now time to turn our attention to FNAF 2's 1020.
I'm back. Ate all my nuts. How about that? Shout out SSJ Josiah. W content. Also, got a quick Jesus. I know I said it's okay with the tokens only being 500. Well, I mean, we have 5 characters left. I highly doubt that we'll get them before all golden endos, but 500 is, we need to collect, instead of 32k, fucking, that's my bad, 32k fast coins in 32 gold endos. We need to kill 64 gold endos, and that is very fun. That is not fun. I lied. That fucking sucks. Anyway,
The third game in the FNaF block is FNaF 2's 1020. FNaF 2 was the game that gave me the most nerves due to how strict the strategy may seem. With the use of Brayden's auto timer, FNaF 2 becomes a painful joke of a max mode. Pair this up with the strategy, you will win 99% of the time. I've explained this strategy a lot on this channel, but for the sake of this video, I'll go in depth once more.
Hey, 1020. My freaking favorite one to do.
I've gone over the strategy a lot on this channel, but you know, for the sake of the FNaF vlog, I'm just gonna go through it once again. For 1020, I will be using Brayden's strategy, but I will briefly explain how this works. Now, what you want to do is you want to start the night out and you want to open the cameras and whine for the first 20 seconds of the night. One thing you want to take into account is that Golden Freddy will spawn on 5-second intervals. So say like you start the night out, you open the cameras, you're whining, you know, you're freaking whining and you close the cameras at 7 seconds, right? You have the chance of Golden Freddy being right there, so don't flash as soon as you come off cameras for the first 20 seconds if you plan on winding over 20 seconds, okay? Keep that Golden Freddy thing in mind. And then once you get to 20 seconds, you will begin the stalling portion of the night. This is where you stall Toy Bonnie from getting into your office and just ruining your whole entire day. After 20 seconds, you look at the right, hold the right vent light on, and then in between, you're gonna flash the hallway.
Yes, you can do those things at the same time. You don't need to let go of the vent light.
Flash the hallway in between that little 5-second segment. You're stalling Toy Bonnie for 5 seconds. Then you're gonna let the cameras up, wind for 4.5 seconds, remember, because that Golden Freddy interval, and then you're gonna hold flash, put the cameras down, and put your mask on for the blackout. As soon as your clock hits the 5-second or 0-second interval, instantly take off your mask and repeat the stalling process. But there's some things that could pop up, like Toy Bonnie actually appearing at your vent. Now, what you're gonna do for this is you're gonna
wow, holy crap, I just yo, what just happened there?
Yeah, if he's in your vent after you take off the mask, if you're going towards a O flip interval, you're gonna put the mask on at 8 seconds. If you're going towards a 5 interval flip, you're gonna put your mask on at 4. I hope I said all that right. What this will do is it'll pull Toy Bonnie out on his interval, and as soon as his blackout is done, you can lift your mask off and go straight into winding. What's cool about this is that you could do another wind after that blackout.
I really hope this is all making sense. I'm so blessed we have visual representations.
Now, another thing that can happen is that after you're done winding and you flip the monitor down for a blackout and there is no blackout, what you need to do is check both right and left vents and make sure that there's no vent animatronic. If there's no vent animatronic, you can go wind until the next blackout interval. But if there is animatronics, put your mask on and wait 5 seconds for the vents to clear. I play too much Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm just now realizing that. Yo, I play so much Five Nights at Freddy's. This is so sad. My life is actually so sad, bro. Okay, yeah, wait, hold on. That was like the entire strategy. I just knocked that out in like 5 minutes max. There is some times where Toy Bonnie won't come out on his supposed interval, which would be like O's and 5s. That's, you know, while you're masking before that. He'll come out at like 2 seconds and end his blackout at 7 seconds, you know? That is where you're low-key cooked and your music box might be fried.
That's where the RNG is of the night. Everything else is not RNG. I think it's very skill dependent. No! No!
Now that we're done explaining FNaF 2, let's get into my personal experiences and if I had any bullcrap.
To be honest, even with a strategy that makes 1020 seemingly impossible max mode easy, the nerves and overthinking of I don't know if I can do this for 7 more minutes kept crossing into my mind. That is one of the many mental blocks this challenge has produced. If you guys remember, FNaF 2 was second to last in my FNaF vlog, my OG FNaF vlog run. Now, the clips I'm about to show you guys is my genuine reaction to having the sensation of almost beating the FNaF vlog but falling short every time. And this is exactly what killed me.
Oh, Dark Souls!
No! Oh, no! 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 No!
No!
No! No!
No!
I hate this FNaF vlog with a passion, bro. I can't do it, bro.
So peak. I love Dark Souls.
Oh my gosh, bro. Oh man.
Gosh, man.
I need to play Dark Souls 1 again. Instead of fucking this bullshit.
But even through trials and tribulations, Alzabar, we have this run and we advance forward in the FNaF lock.
Hey, who's it? Well, I won't be ungrateful.
With FNaF 2 out of the way, let's get into FNaF sister locations 1020.
It's time to take your final bow.
We need you so that we can leave.
The fourth game of the FNaF lock
More
is
characters
FNaF
and
Sister
3 of them
Locations
are
1020 Sister Location. My beloved. To better prepare for FNaF lock, I actually went ahead and beat 1020 pre-patch. If you guys don't know what pre-patch is, it's basically a way harder version of Sister Locations 1020. You literally just like have less power and it's like really hard to win. I was warned by the Bones 5 that nerves will be a big thing for Sister Location, but honestly, I never really had any bad nerves. Okay, maybe I'm lying just a little bit.
Oh, no, 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 bro. You gotta be kidding me, no.
Oh my gosh. Yo, okay, I kid you not. I don't ever have like a problem with like reading scripts and all that, but this is my sister location 1020 script.
This isn't a mic. This is actually for this moment right here. When I have to read words, I'm gonna bash this against my head.
So, Sister Location 1020 is completely skill-based and absolutely no RNG included. We're gonna set it up like this before we get to actual strategy. We're
Get that
gonna
out
explain
of the way so I can actually be happy when I get
and how to deal with them. First, we have Funtime Freddy. Funtime Freddy will run across each side of the office. Now,
bro, 1.38, 1 point something something and 0.38. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna sit here for I don't know how long. I don't want to know.
it is important to track where he is going by looking in the direction that he last ran at. Over time, Freddy will send Bon Bon to your door by saying,
Ready for a surprise! Bon Bon, go get him!
when he says Bon Bon, go get him, whatever direction you're looking at that he was last in, he'll send in that direction at that door, so close it. If he says surprise, he'll send Bon Bon to the opposite door. So once we have that out of the way, we are gonna go on to Ballora. Ballora is really easy. Ballora will come to either side of the door. Now, her music will start playing quietly, but then get gradually really loud to the point where it's just unbearable in your ear. That's when you're gonna close the door and wait for her to leave. We have a better effective strategy to fend off against her that makes everything easier to track with her, but we're gonna get into the strategy section. Then we have Biddy Bab. Biddy Bab will appear in the front vent and make a thud noise when she's about to attack. That's when you close the front vent and wait for that doing,
doing, doing. Oh. Anyways.
And then we have Lolbit. All you have to do with Lolbit, LOL. As soon as you see that animatronic on the screen, just LOL. Really hard. And then we have the two types of Minarias.
Wow, holy freaking gosh, I can't speak.
Then we have to do
generational fucking script writing.
I said doo-doo. Oh my soul, I said doo-doo. Oh my soul, I said doo-doo. There's the two different types of Minarinas. The first one, every time you flip the monitor up and down, the Minarinas will start to clog your headspace. Then you have the second type, the ones that suck up your oxygen. You know, you just gotta be fast with clicking that camera and pressing E. And then you have the Electrobabs. It's the same thing as the second type of Minarinas, but they just take away your electricity. Just press E on the camera. Okay, and then you have Funtime Foxy. Funtime Foxy works the same way like FNaF 1 Foxy. You just watch his camera, and then you're not actually watching his camera, but you know, it's just open the camera, and then it stalls him from progressing. So yeah. I believe he has 4 or 3 stages before he actually attacks you. Then we have Bonnet. People argue that this is the worst animatronic to deal with, just because you can't really see anything on top of the...
Honestly, I couldn't be mad if it was any of the 3 because they all are very, very
click your nose to go away.
Yeah, and we also need to collect. Oh my god, 26. What is that? 42 more gold endos? Fuck me.
That's really hard, but I personally don't. Then you have Yendo, the final animatronic. All you gotta do is just, every time he pops up, just open and close the monitor really fast for him to go away. Let's get into the main strategy of the night. 1020 has 3 different types of phases that repeat. You have pre-cam phase, cam phase, and then you have post-cam phase.
Upon opening the night, you will want to open the cams and switch to
Sir 55?
This stalls them while you're on the cameras. Every time you close the cams down, there is a chance that you
random ass Sir
also
55
open and close the cams to remove it. Bonnet can also appear if you close the cams. You're supposed to just click her nose. Everyone seems to have an issue with Bonnet, besides me. Or besides Josiah, I don't know how he wants this.
Whoops, I forgot to edit the document when he was recording this. My apologies, Sir 50 Poop.
Sir 50 Poop is crazy, bro. Hey. Random ass Sir 55
the cam phase. The cam phase is where you start having the type of min arenas, and the electrobabs attack your tanks and everything.
During this phase, you will have to shock
What is
the oxygen and power rooms. That is the purpose of the electrobabs and mini arenas. Not too hard to deal with. After doing the shocking, you will put the cams down and watch out for Yendo as normal.
Now, there's a lot of people say that they don't know where Yendo is when doing 1020. But when you're flipping the cameras, you can actually look on the right side or upper part of the camera, depending where you're looking. So if you're looking left,
look at how fast I move those
clicks. You'll actually see Yendo's body, will crack through the cameras.
This
and
is what zero motion
looks like. He'll appear on the top of the camera.
I also forgot if I reset after the last gold
you can instantly flip them up and get rid of them.
Post-cam phase is essentially the same as the pre-cam phase, but you have a chance of dealing with Ballora or Bidybab more often after cams phase or even during. Ballora will gradually play her music. The louder it gets, the closer she is getting ready to kill. When her music is extremely loud, close the door. The way to tell she has gone away is when her music depletes, but there is an easier way to track this. If you have a timer on, Ballora works on 5-second intervals, or rather, her normal movement intervals change throughout the night. 6 seconds at 12 to 3 a.m., 5 seconds at 4 a.m., and 4 seconds at 5 a.m. Say you close the door at 3:47, she will leave at 3:50. Or if you close the door at 3:22, she will leave at 3:25. You see the pattern? Bidybab is much easier to take care of. If you hear a... then close the front vent until you hear a bonk.
Did we just go into a fight, or did I...
We really don't have to use it for a current patch sister location.
To be honest with you all, the nerves I would get on this max mode was intense. Starting out the lock, I would absolutely shrivel in fear because of how much there was with this max mode. I would always mess up with Bonbon or stumble and not see Yendo, and that was because I was always overthinking it. But as time progressed, so did my nerves and my sharp playstyle. With sister location out of the way, let's get into FNaF 6.
A party pooper. Okay, gonna do.
The darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole.
FNAF 6 is typically the second game in the FNAF lock, but I decided to switch it all up because I was feeling silly, I guess. Some people say FNAF 6 is extremely hard in that I just don't really understand that.
Right now, I'm like way too focused to try to. Yeah, I'm ending stream. I don't care.
Now everyone welcome my very good friend 3FS to explain the strategy for FNAF 6.
Sup fellas, now it's time we commence the 3FS cameo. So let me explain how the sucker works. So start.
Bro, it's all the cameos in one video.
See where everybody is, and then you're gonna turn on Silent Vent. Silent Vent is the most clutch thing of all time on this night because you can stall out for longer without making as much noise. And another plus is that you can frickin' you make less noise, which means animatronics do not have the chance to get.
Hold on a sec. Isn't this FNAF lock? Aren't you supposed to do hardest Saturday? Last time I checked, Silent Vent is not you're not supposed to use silent ventilation. Maybe he'll mention that. Whatever.
Gang up on you, or they still have a chance to gang up on you. It's just a lot less of a chance. But you're gonna do the tasks in these orders: advertisements, supplies, then maintenance. Advertisements take by far the longest at a collective 50 seconds, and they're also the noisiest, so you better get those suckers knocked out first. Now, if you're doing a task, any task, and you hear an animatronic, drop everything immediately. Turn both the fan and the terminal off, and face the direction of the animatronic. Wait there, Fess. How long should I do this for? 4 seconds. 4 seconds is the magical number, fellas. As soon as those animatronics count to 4, they frick off. They frick off immediately. It's the magic number. Now I'm gonna let you guys in on a little funny secret. SSJ Pupasaya wasn't using any tools or any better equipment at the start of his run, so he was basically playing this night on borderline the hardest difficulty, which would be no equipment, no tools, and all ads.
Check.
Now when you have this loadout, it's a lot easier to die to stupid things like heat.
Buddy, you might want to check that.
No, I'm an idiot. Oh, why did I not commit to a bunch of tasks?
Typical.
Now after you're done with the advertisements, you move over to doing the supplies, which takes a collective 41 seconds. Then after you finish with that bad boy, you move over to maintenance, which takes a collective 37 seconds.
I'm gonna go mental, bro. I'm gonna go fucking mental.
A very, very important step to all this. After you finish one task, it is crucial that you turn off the terminal and the fan. And after you do those things, you wait for any potential animatronics. If you hear them, remember, 4-second rule. Stare at them suckers, 1, 2, 3, 4, bang.
Except count an actual 4 seconds.
Now the strategy I just described is legit the same all game around. It does not change at all. Now one last thing to list before the 3FS cameo ends. Let's say you're watching your right vent, right? Well, it's left for you guys. Let's say you're watching your right vent.
Let's say you're locked in. Maybe 1, 2, bang. I hear a guy behind me. Shoot, what do I do, 3FS? What do I do?
You immediately turn to this vent and focus on this guy. I mean...
SSJ doesn't have a list on my little script on what happens to this guy, but I'm assuming he fricks off.
He does frick off.
But you immediately focus on this lad, and then bang, that's
Not
it.
even
Alrighty,
true.
fellas, well, I hope you enjoyed, or wait, alrighty, fellas, that will conclude the 3FS cameo. I'm gonna let Swag Asaya take it from here. Au revoir, my friends. Peace.
Now, I don't think FNAF 6 is hard at all. I just really don't. I never really had much of a bad RNG experience with it either, and I think the only thing that really had me dripping sweat was hearing multiple animatronics all around me getting ready to surplus me. But I always knew what to do, so my nerves weren't really killing me. And with FNAF 6 out of the way, let us get into the final game of the FNAF lock. Here we are. We finally made it to the end of the FNAF lock. Now with FNAF 1 420, it's probably the easiest max mode anybody would ever touch on this earth. But since we are doing the FNAF lock and have ripped through the other games, the nerves start to really kick in. Now everyone give a warm welcome to my boy Astral Spiff, and he's gonna explain how
what the
strat for FNAF 1 420 is pretty simple. More akin to Rhythm Heaven than a horror.
Motherfuckers,
When you start the night out,
everybody.
open cams on
It's a Smash
4
Ultimate.
and flippa until 97% power. This just stalls Foxy and we keep him that way the whole night. At 97% power, you gotta start thinking about door gang, so your flippa becomes flippa door. The only break in the rhythm is if someone pulls up to the door and it
That
needs
is so
closing,
cool.
but they leave after around 4 seconds when
fucking
set
video.
to 20.
Silly fun fact, I actually almost nearly died at the end because I opened the camera after seeing Chica at my door. Oh, gulp.
FNaF 1 is very forgiving.
Now that all the games have been cracked down for optimization and the strats have been explained, we are now ready for the completed FNaF lock runs. Now, even though we have made super optimized strats for these games to crack them down, trying to beat them in a row, I mean, that it wasn't really going as planned.
It's not copyright my ass.
Bro, you gotta be kidding me.
No! No! No!
How fucking rare is Gold Endo in normal mode?
No! 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 No!
We have to take a risk.
No!
I hate this FNaF lock with a passion,
No, immediately reset, no fucking staying around because my ADHD forgets that shit immediately.
By the way, this should just not have happened. Look at this, bro. The triangle thing was still up by the time I hit the box. How? I had 2 ticks.
Put this thing in the box.
And this thing just...
No, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, after that attempt that you guys just saw, that really just hurt me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna drop the whole scripting, you know, professionalism acting. I'm gonna get real with you guys.
Yo,
I'm gonna get
Bones
probably a little
5
emotional.
type shit.
I've been doing FNaF Lock since January, and I was in California doing runs and practicing and doing everything I could to get ready for the challenge. I would always, you know, do runs and, you know, try to get far in the challenge, and I would just, it would be just FNaF 3 loop, and I'd get mad, like the RNG, just, I couldn't bear the RNG, like I just couldn't, you know what I mean? Like just the mental block, it was just bad, like really bad. Like I was growing to be scared of this challenge, you know what I mean? Like it was like every time I loaded up the recording software, I would, you know, load up FNaF 3, I was scared. Like just like another thing is that like this challenge really just tore my mental health apart, you know what I mean? I don't mean to get all sad and loopy, you know what I mean? But this is just very important to talk about because, you know,
it's happened to me with 50/20.
The 1 death 1 resets, I would always want to do the videos, but FNaF Vlog, it was just I just couldn't. And I just remember late nights I would run to my friends and I would be like, yo, I just can't do this. Like, I can't do it. I'm not worthy of it. Like, I suck. Like, I can't do it. It was just like a punch in the heart. You know what I mean? Like, I spent all this time, all these weeks, all these months, you know, preparing for the challenge, just to feel like I fell short every time, you know what I mean? I never let this stop me, you know? Even with all the crazy crash outs and like me getting mad, I never let this stop me, you know? And I just want to give like special shout outs to all my friends that helped me mentally with this during this challenge. These people, like, they really did, they saw a lot in me, you know, and like they knew I could do the challenge, and like no matter how I felt, they just wanted me pushed through, you know, the mental block, you know. And just want to give a big shout outs to my boy Vonnie, you know. He would always push me to be better, and I really couldn't have done it without him. You feel me? And then we have my boy Aiden, Snorts, another guy
Snorts,
who just
another
kept
legend.
believing in me. Very optimistic guy. He's amazing to be around. You know, these people are just amazing to be around. My boy Noah, my best friend, shout out to him. He also believed in me as well, no matter what. Shout out my boy Kizzy World Amir, believed in me too. Every time I would start doing runs, he would always be like, it's showtime, you're about to get that win. These are just really good friends to me, and like I really, you know, couldn't have done it mentally without them, you know. And last but not least, shout out to my girlfriend. I don't know if she's watching. I don't know, but shout out to my girlfriend. She wasn't around when I first started this challenge out, but during the last half of this challenge, you know, she came into my life and pushed me, you know. She believed in me as well. I think she is the reason why I beat this challenge. I told her I was gonna do the FNaF vlog, and she texted me. She's like, oh, you got this, you know, like just being very supportive and like telling me I got this, you know. And it just means a lot, you know. Like support is really everything, and I want y'all to know, like, no matter what challenges you face in life, you'll always pull through, no matter what. It just matters about your mentality. It matters about the people around you. If you believe in yourself, it all comes down to that, and I truly believe that.
I would also just like to give a massive shout out to the Bones 5, Ethan. To you personally, I really want to thank you for pushing me to be a better player overall, having a better mindset and everything, dude. Back when I first started this challenge back in January, I told him I wanted to beat it, and he told me everything that would come my way, preparing me, basically. He helped me become the player that I am now, helped me with 50-20, and I deeply am forever thankful to him. There's this conversation that me and him had where he said he was proud of me, and no glaze, this actually hits really hard. I feel like I have a lot to prove on this platform, but doing the FNaF vlog is such a big
Josiah
jump
has
in
the same
direction that I
jacket as
wanna
me.
go to.
What
So
a
I
legend.
thank you forever, Ethan. Thank you to the Bones 5 YouTube channel on YouTube.
It's literally hanging.
Was that hard? No? Okay.
Everything is
On my
out of
right.
the way. We got everything done in this video, and I appreciate you all for making it this far. So without being said, let's get into the final run of the FNaF lock, the winning run.
What did I just... Oh, my knee hurts. Fucking hell. My chest is hurting. Gable said it would fade, but again and again. I love. Okay. That's real nice. Thanks for doing that. I don't love that. I don't love.
What was that? I don't want to know what that was. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Look in, man.
Side, focus.
I love.
Don't mess this up.
I swear I just saw a challenger appearing. Maybe I was speaking. Let me get that. I love.
Josiah, come on. Don't mess this up, Josiah. Come on! No way. No way.
Why is bro? Okay, no.
No way. No way. No way. No way. Yes! 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 It's done! Oh my gosh! Yes! 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 Ouch, baby! Yes! 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 It's done! It's done! It's done! It's done! Oh my gosh! It's done! It's done! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Well, there we have it. I am now the second world victor of the FNaF Lock Challenge. This honor is absolutely amazing, and I'll be bragging about it for like the next 10 years.
As the first victor of the FNaF Lock Challenge, I would like to extend my congratulations to Josiah. It's been a blast helping through the learning and grinding process for all of these max modes, and you have earned my respect.
Don't know what to say other than this was an amazing
That was kinda
experience.
cheesy.
I feel like I'm better at these
I respect
games,
that.
and honestly,
I'ma shoot
overall, it was
Josiah
a really cool
DM.
challenge to do. One of the greatest
Congratulations.
videos I've ever made, and if anyone has made it this far in the video, I thank you so much, and
Actually,
I ask that you
pretty
please
entertaining
subscribe to see
video.
future
Can't even
videos
lie.
like this. If you also want to throw in a cool engagement comment, type "I am the FNaF Lock." That is the comment
Nah,
of
fuck
the
that.
day, and I appreciate you all for watching this. That was my entire FNaF Lock video. So much went into this video. You know, shout out to everybody I got on this project. Thank you everybody who sent me their parts and wanted to be on this project. I appreciate you all. To my supporters, to my Saiyan community, I really appreciate y'all for hyping this video up and believing in me. The hype behind this video is just insane. I really couldn't have done it without y'all. FNaF Lock, craziest time to be alive for my channel. That's it for me. I did everything I was supposed to. Been Super Saiyan Josiah. Gracias por viendo. I'll see you guys in the next one. Stay super.
Something like that. What's the game so fun? Oh yeah, I turned it down, man. Yo, what the fuck was that? Who was that? That was me. Was it you? Oh, please don't watch this back. Thought it was a silent one, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. We're just gonna brush past that. That never happened. Nah, fuck that, bro. Let me fart. It's been 13 hours. Oh my Jesus, 13 hours. Some things just need to come on. Okay, should probably DM. Congratulating him. Because that shit was actually a fun watch, I can't even lie. Bro has my respect. What does it matter? Fuck all. Whatever. Great. What am I watching now? Did I boot up the good old Netflix? Is it time for Interstellar? Now I'm not sure if this will crash my recording software because it... Yo, reply is actually pretty fast, holy shit. What a G. Bro, so... It's online pretty quick. Did I reset that? I think I did. I did it. Twin, thank you so much. Yeah, my guy. Give me a gold endo. One more fight, and then I might just restart. Alright. Hey, there we go. I knew it was glitched. I say glitched. I probably didn't reset my stupid ass. I think it's time to boot up the old Netflix after I just... 11K. God, this is slow. I can understand. I need to sneeze. Shit. Damn. What the fuck? And what do I actually comment though? I always think too much. I haven't been too lucky with encounters lately. Not even character spawn rates, just encounters in general. Come on.
Up everyone, DJ Sturf here, back in
Hello,
Five Nights
DJ
at
Sturf.
Freddy's World with another set of tests. This time I'm testing the Find Characters chip on versus off, and there's a very large difference between the two. The first thing that I want to check is with the Find Characters chip, whether or not you can roll a duplicate. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add 5 characters. Alright, party. Yes. Alright, I have the first 5 in this area, and I'm expecting that I'm going to get duplicates because Phantom Foxy's a 1 in 27. So the most rare character here. This is to show that there's not reroll logic going until you find a character that's actually a hit. Alright, And I'll double check that with the next set of tests as well. But let me walk around Fazbear Hills here. So I have one.
Oh, I think normal mode was a mistake. Whatever. Not even character-wise, it's just golden endo, bro. That's what happens if you do other stuff while playing this game, but what am I supposed to do? I'm just grinding for shit. Grinding. Turn to fucking Mr. Krabs for a sec.
One in 27 chance of actually show up. There we go. By 1184. 22.47%. 1184 is the N. 266 is. If you play the first hour of the game and Scott didn't want you to unlock a whole lot of characters up front, but you needed to unlock more later, maybe the odds would go up over time. I don't know. You know, I actually did a sample size of 61 and ended up with 15 being roles for characters, with the hour variable being 90. So I simulated it being 90 hours into the game.
Farming for gold
slightly under 25%. So I don't know if at the start of the game you have about a 20% chance, but then it slowly goes up to 25. I don't know. I would need infinity points to tell for certain.
Okay, thanks, DJ Sturf. Let's boot up Netflix and watch Interstellar. It's been a long time coming. Let's hope my OBS doesn't... Oh, what, your Netflix? I'm gonna crash. Okay, no, I can't do NVIDIA clips anymore, but I'll take that risk. Interstellar. 2 hours. Very old movie, but it's supposed to be one of the greatest. Pause. Don't play it instantly, please. We're gonna do a quick pee break though. I'll turn 12 a.m. Which is, well, something, for sure. Yeah, this movie's kind of sad, bro. Fuck. Okay, we're almost done with this, so let's start commentary again. Damn. I'm actually getting invested in this. Holy peak. And that is the last endo. Which is always nice. There we go. Okay. Call me stupid. That's it. I'm stupid. Certified stupid ass. Certified idiot. Time to activate all the switches for the security puppet. One security owl. Nope. We activated, you idiot. Really? God damn it. Collect the last couple bits, bytes. Oh, thank you. Not letting me sit through that bullshit. Oh, that's not all of them yet. I remember where the others are. Oh! Okay. The fan's too OP. Can't just fight the security owl just yet, because I need to get that one last themabob I'm missing. Mango Schlobit. Go. We did the pearl. That's good. This is it. And then there were 3. Give me a second though. Here are all the characters. Good. And all the bytes. Chips first. Actually reset those. Do this. Do this. Do this. And do this. Sure. And all the bytes. There we go. That's it. Oh. Do you have to cut out the audio? It's a cursed run, it really is. Or didn't even attack once. Oh, yeah. He did attack once. And congratulations. An imaginary monster in an imaginary game, any taking risk, no, nothing at all, on the easiest possible difficulty. Good job. In control of you, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Thanks for playing. Splits. And splits, because I keep forgetting. Nice. And then there were 3. Can you believe it? Only 300% left. We just did 400%. Crazy. And now it's Scott, right? Kill Scoot. Bad. I could tell the game was struggling. Yeah, I could tell. I think at this rate, it'll take like what? How long did it take me to get 300%? 11 hours. So, oh my goodness. If this goes bad, this run will take 26 hours. Let's hope for the best. Maybe unpause the run, you stupid idiot. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Problem with this run, it's a whole lot of nothing. Like the farming section is killer.
Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice.
We're already into deep, so there's no turning back now. I'm not stopping at like 600%.
You will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find.
Even if I have to stay awake for another 12 hours. Ah.
When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee?
See, this is why I stopped doing commentary.
How fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step.
I'm not gonna be stupid and just completely run through. But this is, I think the third one is one of the longest ones to read, so I'm gonna just
through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness.
This one is a trigger.
Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness.
There we go. Split. Splot. Splot. Let's play Free in Space for another 15 minutes. Why don't we? That is not great. We have to go with 35 HP for the boss. Okay, shit. Doable though. If I position myself right and spam just good. No need to reset anything. Oh, gotta be close. 30 HP, is that enough? I sure hope so. There's a possibility that we fail. I'll stay hopeful. Oh. How many times did I accidentally press my split button? It's just right next to my shoot button, so that's why I probably keep pressing it. Fuck off. Nice, got the double. Nice, one more. stop commentary, I'm gonna be honest. This is the dead zone of the run. I'm just kinda playing without thinking. Which is normal for staying up late. Right. Close that. Let's get the A rank. Hopefully extra.
What's this, a space shooter? Holy crap, is that my voice? Voice acting? No! He's gone too far this time. You need to shut this game down.
Alright, I'm ready for action! Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear!
Fools! How dare you challenge me?
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
We're here to
fully
take back
appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
Well, we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Do a barrel roll. Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Turn back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
Fuck off, text box.
Impossible! You haven't seen the last of me!
Well, it's not no hit, but it's still pain rank.
This is the last you'll see of me.
Great
The
job,
worst-
guys.
second worst thing in
gals.
this entire
I see
run.
the processing core. Let's blow it up and get out of here.
Where's this grind? Grind stinky winky real likey. Why am I talking like that? Okay, let's play another bit of Foxy Fighter Spot. Well,
What's
let's
this, a
say
space shooter? Holy crap, is that my
Foxy
voice?
is a bit
Voice acting?
stoopsy.
No!
Stupidsy.
He's gone too far this time. You need to shut
Whatever.
this game down.
He's giving me auto triggers.
Alright, I'm ready for action! Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear!
Fools! How dare you challenge me?
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
Well, we're
Can't
here to
wait to
take
watch
back what's ours. This will be your
Interstellar
last
again.
cameo.
Do a barrel roll. Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Bingo! Got him!
I get tired of my voice quality.
Bingo! Got him! You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
I won't get tired of my voice, will I? Stand back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
Shows that.
Impossible! You haven't seen the last of me! Oh, actually, yes. This is the last you'll see of me.
It's very noisy though.
Great job,
Those
guys.
designs are.
Gals. I see
There's
the
a lot
processing
going on.
core. Let's blow it up and get out of here.
Yay, Chica's Magic Rainbow. I actually like playing that. Like I mentioned almost every time I get to it.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple.
It's weird how every game has different controls too.
Oops. Simple for most. I have faith in you. You can do
My
it.
eyes itchy.
Come on, you can do it. Aw, don't give up. You'll get it eventually. Is this your first time to play a video game? Excuse me, is this your
Fuck
first
off,
time
you
playing a
stupid
video
eye.
game? I'm gonna kill you!
Scoot. Scoot.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple. Oops. Simple for me. I have faith in you. You can do it! Come on, you can do it!
Good with the
Aw, don't give up!
That's how Dark does it. I think they do it a bit faster than that, obviously. Remember when I mentioned that he's a god in this game? Well, that hasn't changed. I love how my second run of this is always better than the first. Which is good, because if I ever fail it, the sub 3, I always get it in the second attempt. I could always get it in the second attempt.
Eventually.
I was so close.
Is this your first time to play a video game? Damn it.
Let's go. You're a dumbass. That's update 2 done. We only need to play It's the Rainbow 4 more times. Oh my god, this is gonna... Like, I think after I'm done with this, I think this could be one of my greatest gaming achievements. As in, I don't know, effort kind of, I mean, not really, but like in a marathon style. Like, this is fucking insane. Nice. Don't need to get that later. It's good. Oh, life's so difficult without run luck. This game's pretty quiet. But this OST is too, so I think that is fine. And I'm getting quieter the longer this takes, so it works out fine. Oh my god, I need run log ASAP. Stop breathing in my ear. Weird ass soundtrack. I forget that this is hard mode again. There are no cheap boss fights anymore. Shad. I think it's just underneath one that is so quiet, the rest is pretty loud. Nice. I'm never gonna play this game again. Never in my life. Or at least 157% because that shit's fucking... And no matter what, I think I'll never... Like, I have to be given a huge amount of money to do another 700%. Because this shit sucks. Just wanna go to sleep. And I'm up for at least 8 more hours. If not even more. If my luck stinks. It's the way it goes, I guess. With those kinds of runs. I could technically do 600% security breach, but the only reason I'm probably not doing it is because I don't think it'll do well YouTube analytics wise. I mean, Spiff has done it. I'm sure other people have done it. Probably not. That shit is... I don't know, I don't think anyone cares for that. Which is why I came up with this challenge. Hey! Which in my opinion is, I think, even... It could be even harder than security breaches 600%. The problem is they're scaled differently. This is harder for different reasons. Like 600% security breach, you have to do a lot more, right? So that difficulty. But in here, you have to be so lucky. And like you saw, one of those runs took 2 hours, almost 3 hours to get 4 characters. Plus another hour of manual just. Which is not great. Let's get into fighting characters first before I do the cave. Springtrap. Damn. Didn't expect them to go so early. Remember checking this video. Oh, how easy it was back then. During the day. That was so chill. I really took that time for granted. I completed FNaF World's hardest, longest speedrun. The quest to complete FNaF World's longest speedrun. What sounds better? I was the first to complete FNaF World's hardest speed or longest. Yeah, I'm gonna go with longest. Because it's both, isn't it? I bet there's like a hardest speedrun, but longest fits the vibe this is going for a lot more. That's a lot of HP you got there. You've got your skibby on your right. Shit is so stupid, bro. Why is skibby even a word? You know? Who came up with that? Skibidi. Like, was it just a fuck boom? Putting some shit together and said, oh, you know, skibidi sounds kind of fun. I'm gonna put that inside a toilet. And that's how Skibidi Toilet was born, I think. Damn. We're getting good character RNG. Like after every fight. Which I find really nice. Not mega shit. Imagine only taking 15 minutes to get all characters. Oh my, that must be so nice. Instead of 3 hours and almost 2 hours for one character. Kirsch status. Yep, nice, we got every chip. Let's go, bro boy. For the 5th time. Bro's getting schlepped up. Holy shit! Like, what is that? Back to back to back to back times 5? Something like that. I love that. Thank you, game. And we're back here. Hello, Bubba. Back. And I'm going dark. Goodbye. Yo. No wonder this movie's so fucking hyped, bro. Wow. I don't know what to say. This may have been one of the best movies I've ever watched. Oh hey, new challenger. I knew something was up. Damn. I'm kinda speechless, I'm gonna be completely honest. And I'm getting very tired now. Which is not good, so I quickly need to find something else to watch. How to get characters fast, FNaF World. Oh boy. Been there, done that. I'd love to just go to sleep. And just ignore. Just fuck this whole run. But I've come so far. There's no going back now, so just need to stick through.
Bereit für Kinder.
Shut up. Stupid ass Ed. Oh boy.
That's my frights! I'm here! Yes, it's happening! It's finally time to read another Fazbear Frights book. It has been a few months. I was so unmotivated to get back into this, but we're back, okay? I managed to read the second story in Prankster, which is Kids at Play. So, Kids at Play, I thought it was alright. The ending is the best part about this. You know, proper goosebumps, horror vibes. There's a bit of filler in it. But yeah, most of it was pretty good. I liked it. I couldn't really find any cool lore or connections with this story with anything like we have in the past. It's pretty much basically a Goosebumps story. And I'll give you a summary now. If you guys have read the story, Kids at Play, let me know what you thought about it as well, please, in the comments. Because, you know, it was alright. It's one of them stories where you're just like, eh. And by the way, if my voice cracks, if I start dying, I've been sick for like 2 weeks now. But yeah, I wanted to get a video out. I did read it this week. So let's get straight into it. Okay, so in this story, Kids at Play, the protagonist is called Joel. Joel is about 18 years old and he works at his dad's business, which is a garden centre. And he's been working there for about 4 years and he absolutely hates it. He's getting to that stage where he wants to leave his city and he wants to go and do his own thing. He's got his own dreams and he feels like, you know, where he lives is holding him back. His parents are holding him back, you know, that kind of attitude. He wanted to go to LA to start a music career. So he wanted to go to Los Angeles to start a music career of his own. And obviously his parents are not happy about this. They don't trust him. They don't believe that he's going to make it, etc. Obviously that's going to affect Joel a lot of hate and resentment towards his parents and life in general. So he just has a really bad attitude with his parents, a bad attitude in general, really angry. He has a really bad attitude. Some of these did not have a full 1.399 million row count or record count. This one only had 1345, and then one more, Mysterious Mind, had 1257. So I don't know what happened there. I don't know if maybe those through, let's say, it's just not good odds. So if you do 1 divided by 6, 7, 8, and then all 9s. 9x, all the way down. Yeah. There weren't as many data points on that. What about Lily Gear Lake? Yeah, it's the same. I'm expecting about 1.4 million on YouTube. There weren't as many data points on that. What about Lily Gear Lake? Yeah, it's the same. I'm expecting about 1.4 million. There weren't as many data points on that. What about Lily Gear Lake? Yeah, it's the same.
Freddy has a high chance of spawning in dusting fields. Phantom Freddy does.
Attitude where for work,
Because I want to get him
late.
gone.
Every time he goes to work, he's always late, and his dad is sick of it, so he gets fired. Okay, and this is where the story begins. And Joel's biggest issue is that he gets angry a lot, and when he gets angry, he has a road rage. So he leaves work, gets in his truck, and drives 60 miles an hour in a 30 miles per hour zone. You know, this isn't a city road, this is a neighborhood with houses and kids outside playing. He's going 60 miles per hour, speeding down streets in his neighborhood, which is not good. Not good at all. Keeps thinking about things while he's driving, and he gets angrier and angrier, and he goes even faster. And while he's driving, he has to take a turn to get to his house. He goes way too fast because he's still speeding. Because he takes the turn too fast, he skids, and he thinks he's hit a mailbox. He doesn't hit a mailbox. He hits something completely different that is gonna completely change his life. So he gets out of the car and checks what he actually hit. Joel walked around his truck and looked down at the shoulder. He lifted his brows. He had not hit a mailbox. A 3-foot tall, neon yellow-green plastic figure,
There we go.
vaguely shaped like a kid, lay on its side in the dirt behind Joel's truck. The kid held a triangular orange flag that had the words "Kids at Play" printed in black. The colour of the sign matched the orange hat that was moulded across the top of the kid's plastic head, across what could have been called word slow shined under a red reflector. Joel laughed. Heck of a lot of good the little dude had done just now. Joel had not even seen it, much less felt compelled to heed its stupid warning. He noticed the plastic figure's legs were cracked, probably as a result of their impact with Joel's truck. No big deal, the figure would still work. Joel started to turn away from the figure, but some reason its large, round black eyes and gaping empty mouth caught his attention. He paused, goosebumps formed on his bare arms as he stared into the sightless, lifeless little face. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. Whatever, Joel said aloud. He looked around. He was alone, so he once again started to return to his truck. And again, he stopped. This time, his attention was caused by the disgusting sludge puddle by the plastic figure's feet. What was that? It wasn't mud. It wasn't dog poo. It was... Joel bent over to see the sludge more clearly, and he immediately recoiled. The brownish lumpy mass looked like a dog had melted into a semi-liquid ooze. Joel gets really creeped out by that. He gets in his truck and drives away. And with all the Fazbear Fright stories, it tickled the hairs at the back of his neck. So we've heard that a lot in the Fazbear Fright stories. When something bad happens, the hair raises at the back of their necks to indicate that something bad's going to happen. I don't think we really have them in the UK. They might be more popular in America, but they're basically these little plastic figures that are on, that are on streets to stop people from speeding because kids are at play. So it's in neighbourhoods where kids are often outside playing ball or playing with their friends. They put the signs out so drivers know that this is a busy road and not to speed, because if they do speed, they might cause an accident and hit one of the children who are playing outside. Now, Joel, luckily, didn't hit a kid, but he swerves, hits a mailbox, but he does hit one of the figurines, okay? And interestingly, this will be important later on. The figurine had this mushy mud underneath it, okay? Remember that, because that's something we're going to talk about later on. Joel got really bad grades at school. The reason the truck that Joel drives is pretty bad, but his dad got it in, and his dad said if he gets good grades, he gets a good truck. But he got bad grades, so he got a bad truck. He was supposed to go to college, but didn't go. Okay, he joined a band instead to pursue a music career, and his parents are obviously not happy about that. So Joel's got a really bad attitude now. He feels trapped with all of the rules that his parents give him, and that makes him angry. He's got a lot of anger inside of him, which in the Fazbear Fright stories is a big emotion. That Eleanor loves agony and anger. Joel needs to get his job back because he needs the money, because he wants to get away and get his own place and start his music career. But he still needs the money, so he tries to convince his dad that he was wrong. He'll stop being late for work, and his dad gets convinced to give his job back. In the morning, Joel is eating some Fazbear Faz Crunch cereal. And while he's eating the cereal, something comes out of it. He picked up the bright red box and put in his thumb over Freddy Fazbear's face, tried to shake a third bowl's worth from the near empty box. A couple more cereal bits fell out, along with something small and yellow, wrapped in cellophane. Right, the toy prize inside every box. Fishing the prize out of the milk with his spoon and spraying the counter with milk in the process, Joel looked at the toy. Was that? He wiped the cellophane on the napkin lying next to his cereal bowl and tore open the wrapping to see the toy more clearly. It couldn't be what he thought it was. The plastic toy clattered onto the counter, and Joel flinched. It was what he thought it was. The toy was a miniature version of the same freaky yellow plastic kid-shaped figure he had hit with his truck yesterday. Just like that figure, the toy held an orange triangular flag that read "Kids at Play." Just like that figure, the toy had "slow" printed across its hips under a red reflector. It had the same orange hat, the black eyes, the gaping mouth. The thing was identical in all respects except the size to the plastic figure Joel had hit. Identical, even to the way it made him feel when he looked at it. The thing seriously weirded him out. What were the odds? Why would anyone even make a toy that looked like that stupid kid figurine? Which is exactly true, guys. What a coincidence that is that, you know, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, you know, have a cereal, but they even made a little toy figurine of the kids at play. Little toy. You know, I feel like that can't be a coincidence. That's obviously somebody playing tricks with him, playing with his mind. You know, he hit the figurine yesterday going too fast, and now in his cereal, he's got a little version of that. You know, he flicks it off the table, it falls on the floor, tries to forget about it, and he goes to school. Moving on, nothing really happens or haunts him for the rest of the week, so we're all good. We get introduced to his best friend, Zach, and they go to Zach's old barn for music practice. So all of his friends, the band members, are all there practicing because they've got their own band. While they're there, Joel's complaining about his parents and his life. His friends decide to give him a bit of a reality check. His friends tell Joel that he's very lucky to be working with his dad. You know, he's got an easy job. He's working with his dad, he's working with family, he gets great pay. He gets paid a lot more than a normal job. He's got great parents, he's got a great life, his parents love him. Joel, you need to appreciate what you have. You know, your anger blinds you. You know, you're so angry all the time. You're not in the present, you know, you're not appreciating the present time. And how do you think angry Joel reacts to this reality check? He gets angry. So he storms out of the barn, gets in his truck, and what do you think he does when he's getting angry? He starts speeding for the second time now. After the first warning of hitting the kids at play figurine at first, you know, that should have been a reality check there. He skidded. He could have crashed.
Skidded.
And luckily he didn't. But, you know, that should have been a realization. You know, you need to calm down a little bit. But no, he speeds even faster. He goes over 80 miles per hour in a neighborhood, which is so bad. And this is at midnight, by the way. This is at the middle of the night as well. You know, it's not during daytime. It's not an excuse. But when it's dark as well, and you're going that fast in a neighborhood, that is so bad. It's, you know, he's going super fast. He's got his windows down. He's screaming out the window, going absolutely crazy, letting all of his anger out. His emotions are very messy. And again, when he's going home, he slides around a corner again. He slides around a corner out of control again. And even after that, he carries on speeding. And the Fazbear Fright universe has had enough of Joel, and I'm going to read to you what happens next. At one point, he felt the tyres come off the road, and for a split second, he thought the truck was going to flip. His heart stopped beating for an instant, but then the truck...
Which one was I playing at?
Even though it was still in a skid. Joel let the truck have its way, and he even began enjoying the adrenaline rush of the slide. He enjoyed it, that is, until he saw the child caught in his headlights. What in the hell was a kid doing out after midnight? As soon as he saw the kid, Joel jammed his foot on the brakes. He didn't even downshift, he just hit the brakes. The truck bucked, but it didn't slow fast enough. The front bumper slammed into the child with a thud that seemed to reverberate through the truck and right into Joel's body. As soon as he heard the impact, Joel wanted to squeeze his eyes shut and pretend he was someplace else, but he couldn't. It was like his gaze was tied by a string to the trajectory of the child's body as it flew up and out, away from the truck, and then disappeared off the road. He assumed he landed in the deep ditch.
And he fucked off.
Pavement.
The end.
So yeah, unfortunately, guys, Joel hits a kid in the middle of midnight, which is really weird. But it's explained later on. But yeah, he hits a kid. The kid gets hit by the truck and then falls into a ditch at the side of the road. What do you think?
I don't know. I can't think. The only thing I want now is for this run to be over. But we still have to grind a lot more and to
He should go
Couple
and
more
check
rounds.
if the
2.
kid's okay, and check if it was a kid. It could have been an animal or something. Even then, go and check and see what's happened, and you know if they're okay. He doesn't. He doesn't go and check if the child he hit is okay. He panics and he gets too scared and he's too guilty to go and look what he's done. And in the state of panic, there's some headlights behind him driving down the street. He starts to panic. He starts the truck and gets the hell out of there. And he leaves whatever he hit in the ditch. I wonder what's going to happen to Joel in this Fazbear Fright story. Even then, when he's hit the kid, he speeds all the way back home. He still speeds all the way back home straight after. Now, Joel does feel bad, okay? He's really stupid for doing something like this, but he does feel bad. He can't go to... When he gets home, he can't fall asleep. That's all he's thinking about. In his brain, he keeps thinking about him hitting the kid, and he, you know, he's panicking, and he doesn't know what to do.
I'm gonna dream of
his
FNaF
brain
World, I know.
is telling him to go back. You know, Joel, go back and check on the kid. You've still got time. You need to go and check. Joel says he couldn't because it would have got him into too much trouble. He'd go to jail. His music career would be over. You know, so he doesn't go. The next morning, he's still feeling guilty, obviously. He couldn't sleep. He didn't sleep a lot. Should he tell his dad? You know, should he tell somebody about what's happened? He still doesn't. And throughout the story, he doesn't, by the way. He just tries to go to work as normal, and tries to forget about what's happened. His dad decides to drive them to work today, and they stop off at a cafe to get some donuts. On the way to the cafe, they're stuck in traffic. Joel's looking out of the car, and he notices something looking at him at the side of the road. And of course, it's another Kids at Play figurine at the side of the road. And he's never seen that before, ever. You know, he's lived here for a long time, and he's only starting to realise how many of these plastic figurines are on the roads. Have they always been there? Is he only starting now to take notice of them ever since he hit one of them a few days ago? Later on again, when they're driving to the cafe, there is another one at the side of the road, but this one is staring directly at him, directly at Joel. Which is absolutely terrifying to think about. This Kids at Play figure, he knows where this location is, and he's never, ever, ever, ever seen one of those plastic figurines at that position on that road. But now there is one. These Kids at Play figurines around the neighbourhood do not like Joel at all for what he's done. They eventually get to the diner. It's called Sally's Diner, to get the donuts. And now this is where it starts to get much, much worse. So at the diner, Sally's there.
Oh, could we please
Sally
move on
seems
from
to be a
this?
little bit upset when Joel goes in to collect the donuts and asks what's wrong. Sally's grandson has gone missing. The last time Sally's grandson was seen was at midnight. And that was the time when Joel hit the kid. Joel starts to realise now it's looking really likely that he did hit a kid. And not just anybody's kid, it's Sally's grandson directly talking to her. He knows all about this. He probably knows where Sally's grandson is. Doesn't say anything. Does not say a thing to her. Joel's dad goes in and finds out about this, and the police are involved in everything now, and they are organising in the neighbourhood a police search to look for Caleb. Now, Caleb is the name of the kid, and Joel's dad has said that they're going to help with the search. This is pretty awkward at this point, because even Joel's dad is trying to help look for Caleb, and Joel knows where he's going to be, but he doesn't say anything. They actually go to a hardware store to gather some materials to help out for the search. What do you think is at the hardware store to haunt Joel? It's another Kids at Play figurine. Joel blinked and turned forward, a shelf full of packaged wooden stakes as his dad went around the end of an aisle. Joel lifted a bundle and started to follow his dad again. A clicking sound stopped him. It was soft ticking, like plastic tapping on wood, and it was coming from behind him. Joel whirled. Nothing was there. He looked left and right, and then down the aisle all the way to the picture window at the front of the store. Something small and yellow caught his eye through the window. He sucked in his breath. Was that a... He took a couple of steps towards the window, squinting. It was. A Kids at Play plastic figure was standing outside the hardware store, right by the window. It was positioned so it looked like one of its black eyes was looking through the window, watching Joel. You can see now that this is not a coincidence. It's like they're following him and haunting him for what he's done. Now, it's not just seeing them, it's hearing them as well. So Joel starts to hear plastic clicking when one of them are near, which is really creepy. You can imagine that. So yeah, the Kids at Play figurines are like the guilt that he's starting to get worse and worse. So every time he sees a Kids at Play figurine, he thinks about the accident of him hitting a kid. During the search, Caleb is still not found during the whole day of searching for him. And annoyingly, Joel, during the search, goes to a different area, completely the opposite side of the town, because he doesn't want to go near where he hit Caleb, because he can't risk finding him. And he explains why, because if Caleb's still alive, Caleb is going to know about Joel's truck and what hit him, and Joel's going to get in trouble. It's still really stupid. Joel, like at this point, you know, it's like, okay, maybe you deserve what's coming to you. This is probably that point, because he's had so many chances to go back and, you know, just own up to it, you know. It's a kid's life, you know. You could still save him, because if he's been hit by the truck and he's injured, he's broke a leg or something, and nobody's going to find him, he's just going to suffer there. But Joel knows where he is, and he's just letting him suffer there in the ditch. It's so bad.
Why must you make me
Joel
suffer?
goes back home and goes to bed, and at his bedside is the Kids at Play cereal figurine that he flicked off onto the floor in the kitchen, staring at him at his bedside. Now, he does say, like, oh, it could be my mom. My mom's probably just put it there. She saw it in the kitchen, and she's come upstairs and put it on the bedside. But his mom doesn't do stuff like that. Usually she puts Joel's stuff, like, it's somewhere else, not in his bedroom. So, again, it's pretty weird that this little figurine has managed to get its way up to Joel's bedroom when it shouldn't be there. And again, every time he sees one of these Kids at Play figurines, he thinks about the accident. So as soon as he sees it, he gets, like, you know, in the back of his mind, he sees the accident. He even says the figurine is haunting his mind, telling him to do the right thing. You know, it's like the figurines are warning him, like, do it, you know, own up to it, go. You know where the kid is, go and do it. And he still doesn't do it. He still doesn't do it, guys. This is bad. So Joel goes, I'm not sacrificing it. I'm not sacrificing my life for a stupid kid. And he's still not blaming himself for what's happened. He's blaming the kid. The kid shouldn't have been there at midnight. The kid shouldn't have been on the road. Joel, you shouldn't have been going 80 miles per hour in a freaking neighborhood, mate. He grabs the cereal prize, smashes it on the floor, and completely stomps on it, rips it apart, and breaks the toy. You had so many chances, and you blew it. Unfortunately, the time has come to get to the Fazbear Fright side of the story and the ending. What do you think happens to him? I'm curious. If you haven't read the story, think about it now. What do you think is going to happen to Joel? If it's a Fazbear
Explode.
Fright story, everything I've said. Joel's
Lobotomy.
eyes shut open. He blinked and looked around. He'd been dreaming about the stupid little toy from the Faz Crunch box. But why had he awakened? Joel rubbed his eyes and turned to check his bedside clock. It read 2 AM exactly. That was weird. He couldn't remember the last time he had woken up, and the clock was right on the hour. It was. Joel sat up. Okay, that was really weird. He hadn't planned on sitting up. He had planned on closing his eyes and going back to sleep. He didn't have to pee. He wasn't thirsty. He was still tired. Why would he sit up? Joel threw back the covers and stood up. What the hell? He didn't want to stand up. Why was he standing up? Joel stood, ramrod straight, and looked around the room as if his neck was on hydraulics. His head movement seemed stiff and jerky. What was wrong with him? His neck felt bizarre. Come to think of it, his whole body felt off. It felt locked up and unyielding. It wasn't just his skin. His joints didn't feel right either. They felt like they did when he worked out too hard without warming up. He felt like his body wasn't his anymore. He took another step, and another, and another. So he wakes up randomly, and he can't control his body. So he's moving without his own control. Something is controlling him.
Can we please get a character?
Makes him get dressed, makes him go outside, and starts walking down the street. While he's walking, he could feel he could feel and hear his joints cracking as he moved and walked. Like his body wasn't doing it itself. Something was making his body walk, and his joints and bones were cracking. Joel thought about calling out to his parents. Maybe they could snap him out of whatever was going on with him, but he couldn't make a sound. So he's lost all control of his whole body now. He can't talk, can't move himself. The only thing he can control is his senses. So he can hear still, he can feel, he can see. Whoever's controlling him, where are they taking Joel? He's got dressed, he's gone downstairs, and he's outside at this point. Where do you think he's gonna go? He starts to feel really weird at this point. And he starts to feel like his body is starting to turn hard, and he says it doesn't feel like it's turning into rock, it's turning into plastic. During whatever length of time he had been out here,
what could have happened?
He had noticed his body was starting to feel strained, as if it was reaching some sort of breaking point. He was starting to hear cracks with the creaks in his movement. Were his bones fracturing? He wasn't in horrible pain or anything. He just felt wrong. He no longer felt like him, like a human. He was feeling more and more like a thing. The panic rose as it became clear where his body was taking him. Joel was heading back to where Caleb's lifeless body lay in a ditch. So yeah, something's controlling him. He's starting to feel like plastic, and the whatever it is, it's taking him to where the accident was. Now he's starting to realise what's going on a little bit. So he's not sweating anymore. He's not sweating. He can't cry. He can't feel his pulse anymore. So his body is starting to shut down, but he's still wide awake going through all of this, which is really, really, really horrible. I did say earlier, I was like, oh, maybe Joel does deserve this. But this part of what happens to him, man, I would not wish that on Joel at all. It's really bad. And it goes into some pretty gruesome details about what happens. Joel eventually gets controlled, makes his way to where the accident is. Joel couldn't turn, and he couldn't go anywhere. He wasn't being compelled to go. He was not much different than the toy figurine at this point, subject to the whims of whoever or whatever wanted to position him. It was like this puppet is made him control the toy, Joel, to go to the accident, and like even positioning him. This was the spot. Joel stopped moving. For several long seconds, Joel was still. He could tell he was just off the pavement, right where he had hit Caleb. He could even see the black snake-like track of his skid marks on the grey street. Joel wondered if this was it. Would he be released now that he had been brought to this point? Had the whole purpose of this body snatching been to get where he had refused to go? Joel didn't get much of a chance to ponder this question before the answer revealed itself. No, this was not it. His ordeal was not over. In fact, it was about to get much, much worse. Joel felt an ache begin in his mouth, at the roots of his teeth. It was a dull pain, but it was noticeable. What did it mean? What was happening in his mouth? Joel was now so terrified that he felt a scream climb up his throat and into his mouth, but it didn't come out. It couldn't. Joel wasn't able to control his vocal cords. Joel did, however, open his mouth for the first time since he left his house. Apparently, it wasn't welded shut because he could sense his lips hinging apart. He even heard it opening. The sensation was barely noticeable because of how much the pain in his teeth commanded his attention, but he knew it meant his mouth was open. Suddenly, the pain in his teeth stopped, and he felt something different. He heard something different too. The sound he heard was a quiet clicking, a faint, intermittent tapping.
Hey!
Like the sound of
Hey!
pebbles to the ground. It felt like pebbles falling too in his mouth.
One
Small
more
droplets were
nightmare.
dropping onto his tongue and tumbling past his lips. His teeth. When he's in his position, he can't move or anything. His mouth feels weird. His mouth starts opening like that. Probably even bigger than that. His teeth start falling out. What do you think's happening? What do you...
I sure I have no idea. Dog blocks. I sure would like to know. It's totally not turning into a kids at play. That you thingy-majig? Or is he? No. No way.
think's happening? This was a nasty thing because he can't do anything. One of his teeth fell into his throat, and he could feel the tooth like stuck in there, and he can't do anything. He can't get it out. He can't cough or anything. It's just jammed in there. Oh, that is a horrible thought to think of. I would hate that. His sight, his hearing, and his ability to feel pain were the only things Joel had left. He was pathetically grateful for these small gifts, until his eyes showed him what was happening next. A tuft of black hair fluttered out in front of Joel's vision. It got caught on a current in the night's breeze and it wafted away. Another tuft followed the first, then the third, then the fourth. Then chunks of hair started dropping in front of his eyes. So now, his hair is starting to fall out as well. Joel didn't want to see anymore. He couldn't take watching another piece of who he thought he was falling away. Perhaps because he literally couldn't withstand the trauma of seeing anything else, his wish was granted. Joel's eyes dropped out of his head. He actually felt them disconnect and roll down his cheeks. As soon as his eyes left his body, he went blind. As horrifying as this was, at least Joel didn't have to watch his eyeballs drop to the gravel beneath his feet. He did hear it though. His ears ever so helpfully delivered to him the sickening splat of his eyes reaching the ground. So his teeth fell out like this. Teeth, hair, eyeballs popped onto the floor. Even before that, his joints felt like plastic. Guys, I think he's turning into a kids at play.
No.
His ears were also still doing their duty when Joel's fingers fell away from his hands. He heard his fingers clatter onto the ground like sticks hitting rocks. Before he could even begin to process this inconceivable mutilation, his hands disconnected from his arms. It felt like wires wrapped around the tendons and tore his hands from his wrists. He could feel something pushing its way out through his empty eye sockets. It felt like some pulsing form was being pumped through the openings. Something like a balloon or a ball being inflated. He could feel the pressure around the space where his eyes used to be. The pressure built and built until he could sense whatever had been inflated was protruding out over his cheekbones. So now something inside of his eyes are bulging out. Like maybe big black eyes? Like that? He felt his skin beginning to snap apart and slip from his body. The sensation was similar to what he had felt when sunburned skin started to peel, but it was much stronger than that, because it wasn't just the top layer of his skin that was unraveling from him. It was every layer. His skin was flying away from his muscles and his tendons. As his skin parted from what was beneath it, he felt the breeze sting his exposed tissues. It felt like some unseen hand was pulling his skin from his body, tearing wet sections from him as if he was a fish being filleted. He could hear the soggy strips slap the ground. He knew long ribbons of his skin were piling up beneath him because every sinew of his body felt exposed. Joel knew nothing. Finally, after being subjected to the most heinous misery that any human could have been expected to
145
survive,
feels
his
very
consciousness succumbed
like
to whatever
twice
force was orchestrating
as
his
long.
transformation.
Come on, Nightmare,
The person
please.
that was Joel ceased to exist. I've got to say, that is one of the most detailed, brutal endings to one of the characters in the Fazbear Fright stories. That was horrifying. You can imagine him just being stood there, not being able to move, and still having the sensations and feelings and vision, like seeing and hearing things of his body getting turned into a Kids at Play figurine. It's not over yet though, guys. It's not over yet. That isn't the ending. I mean, what's happened to Caleb? Do we know if he's missing? Did he actually die? A neighbor had seen a weird small man walking across the street. Okay? So we know that's Joel, but they don't know. But the neighbor saw Joel, you know, getting controlled, walking to the accident. And the neighbor calls the policeman. So he goes to have a look around and he finds something. The chief turned in a slow circle, scanning the areas illuminated by the glow of his flashlight. He didn't see anything at first, but then he did. He froze, concentrating on the strange shape hunched in the shadows just beyond the range of his flashlight. He stepped forward so his light would land directly on the form. Montgomery gulped and took a step back.
Montgomery.
He immediately felt silly. His response had been ridiculous. What he was looking at was nothing to be upset about. The chief's flashlight beam lit up at a large, misshapen plastic boy, positioned right at the edge of the road. The plastic figure had a mostly featureless face, no nose, no cheeks, no chin. All the face had was two bulging black eyes and an open, darkness-filled mouth. Montgomery had seen a few figures like this around town. It was part of some Freddy Fazbear public safety initiative to deter reckless drivers in areas where kids were running around. Most of the figures he had seen were much smaller than this one, and this one was oddly contorted, as if some of the plastic had been deformed in the moulding process. For some reason, the shape disturbed the chief. He was spooked, but he couldn't possibly have explained why if anybody had asked him. These Kids at Play figurines were made and designed by Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And like I said at the start of the video, they were designed to protect kids from getting run over and hit by cars. The chief says that this one's a little bit weird. This one doesn't look normal. It's a bit deformed and contorted. That's obviously because that's Joel. He's not going to know that. He's not going to know that, but yeah, that is Joel. And Joel has been turned into a Kids at Play figurine. He shook his head. He was just overtired. That was all. Too much stress. The chief started to move on and search beyond the bizarre figure. But then, his light landed on something piled up on the ground. He tilted his flashlight downward and frowned in confusion. What was that? Mulch? What was Mulch doing out on the road? Leaning closer, he shined his light over what looked like glistening, pinkish-brown ribbons tangled together. Not ribbon, obviously. The mass of material appeared to be something organic, and for some reason, it gave him the heebie-jeebies. Below the Kids at Play figurine, guys, was Joel's remains. Joel's remains were on the floor next to it, because as I've read earlier, Joel turned into the figurine and all of his body parts and his skin got turned into mulch at the base of the plastic figurine's legs and feet. At the start of the video I mentioned the one that Joel hit had the same mulch at his feet as well. This brown matter at the base of the Kids at Play figurine's feet when Joel hit it with the car. Okay, To me, if it's got the same mulch, I think the Kids That Play figurine that Joel hit at the start of the story was another victim, in my opinion. It's the same mulch at the base on the floor. So I thought like, oh my god, okay, I remember Joel hitting that one at the start of the story. So was that a different victim?
Was that?
And hit one of them. From the left of the trees he was focused on, Montgomery heard a whimper. He froze and listened. Was that really a whimper? Or the cries
That is not even nice.
tilted his head and concentrated.
Like I don't
and
do
there
the
it
same
was
thing.
again. That wasn't an animal. It sounded like a child. The chief immediately shifted his light towards the ditch at the side of the road. That was where the sound was coming from. He hurried over to the edge of the road and aimed his light into the ditch. He couldn't see anything. Hello? He called out. Caleb? The whimper turned into a cry. Montgomery turned and ran towards his SUV. Reaching for his mic, he keyed it on. Rankin, get the EMTs out here to Glenwood Fields entrance. I think I found the kid. He didn't wait for a response. He spun around and ran past the weird Kids That Play figure. When he got to the edge of the ditch, he slid down its side. I'm coming, Caleb. Hang on. The weak cry that answered made his heart leap with hope. He scrabbled towards the sound, and when he saw the small boy wedged behind a pile of rock, he dropped to his knees. I'm here, Caleb. It's okay. You're going to be okay. As Chief Montgomery took off his jacket and laid over the boy's narrow shoulders, he couldn't help but grin in triumph. He found the kid. Everything was gonna be alright. And that's the end of Kids That Play. So Caleb was found and he was alive. Caleb was alive all along, guys. And if Joel... Oh god, I spilt my tea. Sugar. If Joel just went back to the accident, Caleb would have been fine. Okay, Caleb did get hit by the car, but he didn't. What's
Okay.
going on, guys? Still go back again. Hope you're fantastic today. Welcome back to another book.
Why does he sound so much younger?
Nights at Freddy's, Fazbear Frights number 5, Bunny Call. And the next story in this book is In the Flesh, okay? So In the Flesh is the shortest story out of all of them. You can see, it's right in the middle there. See that? See the two black lines? So it's pretty short compared to the other two. And I enjoyed it, actually. I thought it was a pretty cool story.
Yes.
I know a few people...
Yes. Yes. I can move on. Yes. Okay. 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 Oh my goodness. 2 more runs. I mean, this one isn't finished yet. Just thought I'd mention it. 'Cause why not? Fuck off. is really run luck for sure. Yeah, nice. Good job. Oh, getting the last character is always so rewarding. Words cannot describe how good that feels. Damn. Forget I need to buy all of those again. Oh, damn, never mind. Feck off. Damn. That bomb is OP. Fuck it, I'm gonna use Reapers and Ball Spray. Fuck it. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. That all? Yeah. Okay, so here's every party. I'm gonna switch, I think, you and coffee. Just because of gift boxes. Yeah. And I guess the chip. I mean, curse status is always helpful, I guess. Is all of that shit done? Yeah, you just saw the bytes. Okay, let's get security all first. We want one slasher, please. No? Another ton of luck with slasher right now. Oh, Fan, you can shoot too, sure. You took your sweet ass time. Ah. Forget it does that. Well then, Scoot. Let's hopefully first try you. Please and thank you. It's your fault for my misery. Big scary Scott. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What a fitting end. The first slasher hit. Let's fucking go. Okay, alright, I get it. The ending you wanted. Yes, it is the hard mode ending after all. Congrats, thank you, thank you. Means a lot. Right as the music plays. Two more left. Two more left. Second fastest run. Just interesting. Now let's do auto chipper. That's gonna be interesting. go. Almost made it through without one character interaction. Hello, Frepper. The penultimate 100%. 600%. I'm so glad I'm not doing 800%. The idea was there, trust me.
Listen to my voice, and you will
But it's not really considered as an ending, so that's why I never went through with that.
Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see,
That was quite fast. Kind of woke me up, to be honest.
when you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness.
Alright.
Be sure your step through the heart of
And
madness.
another Freddy space.
Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure.
Let's see if I can do Freddy in space without splitting on accident. We'll see. You were going nowhere. Don't mind if I do. Oh, this game is so good. I really want 2 more or something. What the fuck am I doing? This is not 100% or any percent. Oh, I'm so done. HP, 30 HP, 25 HP, 20 HP. Oh, I'm scared. I don't know if we're gonna make it with 20 HP, I'm gonna be completely honest. It's gonna be a challenge for sure. And my spamming game is not getting better. Trust me. Interesting for sure. Damn. Need to position myself just right. God fucking damn it. Oh, all of it again. Okay. Okay, slide again. What the fuck am I doing? Shit ass game. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Why is it called anything? Didn't I call it any percent? Whatever. I don't care. finally get that jump after 70. I really hate going back to the start for this one. So time consuming. But you know what else is time consuming? Dying. If this was at the start, I would have laughed. But this is, it's fine. I really do not feel like laughing. Just want to get done with this as fast as possible. We have to play all of this one more time. so unbelievably fast.
What's this, a space shooter? Holy crap, is that my voice? Voice acting? No! He's gone too far this time! You need to shut this game down!
I'm ready for action!
Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear!
Fools! How dare you challenge me?
Souldozer! I should have known it was you! You're not even in the right game!
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power!
Well, we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Do a barrel roll! Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Bingo! Got him! Bingo! Got him! You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
I will get you out of my voice, will I? Turn back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
The fuck up! I can't.
Impossible! You haven't seen the last of me! Oh, actually, yes.
It's always going
This is
so
the last
good.
you'll see of me.
So fast on the scenes of this place. In 2 hits, we got enough enemies.
Great job, guys! Gals! I see the processing core!
I really don't
Let's
wanna
blow it up and
sweat
get
this.
out of here!
You know what I mean. We should put, yeah. Okay, let's do this again, yay.
What's this, a space shooter? Holy crap, is that my voice? Voice acting? No! He's gone too far this time! You need to shut this game down!
Alright, I'm ready for action!
Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear!
Fools! How dare you challenge me?
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
Well, we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
So nice having the auto.
Macy.
Bingo! Got him! Bingo! Got him! You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
I will get you out of my voice, will I? Fools! Turn back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
It's a major. It's you. It's you. No, no, no. No. Filthy. Don't be gone already. It's him. It's him. I'm getting to a point where you see like shit.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
Game really isn't good for my eyes. Carbon tall sea. The good thing is, even though I'm struggling right now, it'll be fun to look back on this.
Yes, this is the last
So
you'll
that's
see of me.
just my only motivator right now. Good
Great
job,
job,
guys.
guys.
Let's
Gals.
see the processing
I see the
core.
processing core. Let's blow it up and get out of here.
Shut up. Okay, let's play An actual good minigame.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple. Oops. Simple for most people, I guess. I have faith in you! You can do it! Come on, you can do it! Aw, don't give up! You'll get it eventually. I'm gonna kill you!
Nice. You still suck.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple. Oops. Simple for most people, I guess. I have faith in you! You can
Oh,
do
could you
it!
imagine?
Come on, you can do it! Aw, don't give up!
It's like that. Voice is off. You say.
You'll get it
Well,
eventually.
now you've really pissed me off.
Is this your first time to play a video game?
No, this is my 6th.
Excuse me, is this your first time playing a video game? But really, they don't pay by the hour, so,
Slightly getting pissed off.
keep up
What
the
is
good
with this
work,
fucking
Lord.
butterfly? There we go. Shit ass RNG, I suppose. Hurry your ass up. Welcome to my very happy fun rainbow land. Something simple. Oops, simple for most people, I guess.
it's so cute when kids try to play games. Whoopsie! Damn it.
There we go. Now we only need to play every minigame once more. See how quickly I can get through this. No box RNG, okay. No pearl for me then, I guess.
Was a bit weirded out by it with what happens in the story. I completely understand. But, you know, I've watched a lot of horror films. I'm a hardcore horror fan. Compared this story to like Saw and stuff, you know, I don't think it's that bad in my personal opinion. But I can understand why some people are weirded out by it. But you know, it is a horror franchise, guys. We're gonna get some weird ones. You know, like Ennard being in somebody's body and cutting his stomach open, or you know, a child murderer. Do you know what I mean? So I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it was that bad. Had some connections with like FNaF VR and Glitch Trap and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. It was nice and short. Didn't waffle on with random stuff, and it was good. So yeah, I'll probably give this about an 8 or a 9, honestly. By the way, guys, I'm in my pajamas again, because I'm not very well today. I'm forcing myself to make this video, because I don't like letting you guys down. But yeah, In the Flesh was pretty good. If you guys want a little bit of non-spoiler territory, about a man who makes a video game, a FNaF video game called Springtrap's Revenge. The game gets all crazy and, you know, there's a virus and stuff, and bad things happen to Matt, the main character, and the virus comes out of the game. Okay, that's all I'm going to say for non-spoiler territory. But you know, most people who watch these summaries don't care anyway. You know, they're not just going to watch the start, they usually want to see the full summary. Ooh. So yeah, let's get straight into it, guys. So like I said, Matt is the main character of today's story, In the Flesh, and he's a game developer. And throughout all of his life, he's made games, okay? Sort of got a connection with Scott there, because Scott has made games all of his life too. Before FNaF, he was making a bunch of games. So I had like a little connection with Scott there. And he's making a game called Springtrap's Revenge. Interestingly, it's a VR game, okay? It's a VR game. FNaF VR, Glitch Trap, got a connection with that.
and it's called Springtrap's Revenge, which is really interesting. So the book universe know about Springtrap. Little rumours and stuff, instead of being like, yeah, Springtrap is real. Then again, it's like a myth, right, with Springtrap. I can see that, actually. I can see it being like a spooky campfire story about Springtrap, right, and not something that was on the news or something like that. Yeah, I can see that, and that's why, you know, the company's like, oh, they're all just rumours, you know, child murders, all just rumours, and Springtrap's a rumour as well. So I can see that, actually. So yeah, the game's called Springtrap's Revenge, and it's the next instalment of the popular FNaF series. So there have already been FNaF games made in the book universe before Springtrap's Revenge, which I thought was really interesting. And again, it goes back to FNaF VR when I talk about a rogue indie developer making games and stuff. Yeah, I don't know my thoughts on that, actually, guys. Seriously, a game within a game within a game within a game, right? It's a bit confusing to me having like a bunch of FNaF games in the FNaF universe. I get it, I totally get it, but you know, I got a bit worried about, you know, FNaF 1, 2, 3, Sister Location, glitchy. And like I was getting a bit weirded out a little bit. That the fact that the games that we play are actually games in the FNaF universe, if that makes sense. So I hope not. I only hope FNaF VR is the actual game in the game universe, in the FNaF universe. In the book universe, apparently there's a bunch of games being made, but yeah. What I liked about this story as well, guys, is that you can see that Matt goes back into the game and we get his perspective of things, which is really nice. So he puts the headset on and we get his perspective of things, which was really nice to see. So yeah, it's a very small game, actually. It's just a maze game in VR. So basically there's a big dark hallway in the maze and you have to pick up doors to open, kind of like the Pizza Party minigame in FNaF VR, where you open doors and it takes you to other places, or you might get jump scared by a Springtrap. There was a wall on either side of him. These walls formed the dark hallway that was the entrance to the maze. At this point, Matt could only see down the hall straight ahead. No entrances to the left or right were visible yet. Just as he was about to move forward, he saw his creation and his adversary, a large green rabbit, appear at the end of the hall and then exit to the left. Just because it was a rabbit didn't mean it was cute. Matt had always found humans in rabbit costumes creepy, as was evidenced by an old picture his mum had taken of him when he was 3 years old, screaming bloody murder on the lap of a blankly grinning Easter bunny at the mall. So, not the spring bunny. Springtrap, the rabbit in the game, was even scarier than the uncanny valley-dwelling mall Easter bunny. Its costume was so tattered that some of its mechanical parts were visible beneath the fabric, and the better part of one ear was missing. Its eyes were evil orbs that glowed green when it spotted its prey, and its grin was wide and ghastly. It was definitely nightmare fuel, which was absolutely what Matt had intended for it to be. Matt was especially proud of his titular character. He wanted to make Springtrap the kind of horrifying character who would endure, who would visit people's nightmares for generations to come. From Dracula to Hannibal Lecter, there was a kind of immortality in a truly horrifying creation, and somehow a bit of this immortality touched the creator as well. Matt had done an exhaustive amount of research in developing the murderous rabbit. He had watched dozens of classic horror movies, studying the personalities of the cold-blooded killers. He read books and articles on serial killers about how their appetite for violence could only be stated for a little while, until they had to choose another victim. Basically, Matt created Springtrap. It doesn't look like he knows about Springtrap at all, which is really weird. yeah, throughout reading this book, guys, there's no talk about what Springtrap is. About Springtrap's past, if that makes sense. He just talks about how he made a killer bunny called Springtrap. It's very confusing. In my opinion, I think that's quite confusing. I wish it stated like, yeah, so I created Springtrap in the game because of the original murderer and, you know, how he got trapped in a suit. It doesn't talk about that at all, which is really weird. So it said a lot that Springtrap was the child of Matt's rage. Okay, so Matt in real life, very angry, his life's not going that well, you know, so he puts all of his emotions and rage into creating Springtrap. So you can see where this is going, right? You know, Springtrap's rage, so Matt's rage got put into the game and put into Springtrap, okay? When Matt's going through the maze and stuff, he keeps dying to Springtrap. Like, he keeps trying to, you know, play the game, and Springtrap keeps killing him. And you get like a third person's perspective of Matt's body on the floor, and you see Springtrap cut off his ear, like, you know, a serial killer trophy, right? Like, you know, Jason or stuff like that, killers, and they cut off an ear and stuff or something. Springtrap does that in the game, and yeah, it's really weird to see Springtrap do that, in my opinion. But again, it's just a game, obviously. But yeah, Springtrap cuts off Matt's ear in game with game over, and he like laughs at the camera and stuff, and it's very weird, to be honest. But again, guys, it's just a game, okay? Matt has some issues, man. When Matt lost to Springtrap, he gets really, really angry. You know, he's losing to his creation, right? So he throws stuff around the office and gets really angry. Matt is a bit of a nasty person in this story, throughout the story. Very shallow. So Matt was married to a girl. And they were having a good marriage, but it started to get boring and repetitive, according to Matt, and he didn't want kids, okay? So Matt didn't want kids, but his wife did, and Matt's excuse was pregnancy and motherhood would ruin his wife's figure. So very, very shallow, very selfish, you know, doesn't think about what he says, okay? And then he got divorced. So they both got divorced, and then he just had a string of relationships, apparently. And with all of that rage and stress from all of that, he put that rage into creating Springtrap. Okay? So he goes back into the VR game, guys. He sees Springtrap, gets jump scared again, and it cuts Matt's throat. But what's weird about it is that the VR game seems so real that Matt like feels it happen. Not the pain, but like it's like he can feel it, which is really weird. And Springtrap licks the blade, apparently. He licks the blade and starts laughing with his shoulders shaking with the game over screen. So yeah, and Matt thinks that that Springtrap is laughing at Matt and not in the game. Like, he thinks that Springtrap's actually laughing at Matt in real life. So yeah, it gets really angry again. Very, very angry. So Matt's like, I'm the ruler of this game. I made this game. I created you. And he likes having control, okay? And it's interesting, right? Because Matt can torture Springtrap in this game. You know, it's just a game, right? So Matt can program Springtrap to just wander around the maze for hours on end, just doing nothing and being lonely and being alone. Obviously, it's just a game, right? It's like if I made a game and, you know, I put one of the AIs to, you know, jump off a cliff. I don't know. It's just a game. They're not real, right? So I can, you know, I get why Matt's like, yeah, well, here you go, Springtrap. This is what you get for jump scaring me all the time. You know, it's just a game. So you know, I feel like that. It is a little bit weird, to be fair, but I kind of get it at the same time. So yeah, he programmed the game. such that Springtrap was doomed to wander the maze alone all night, with no victims to stalk and no way out. He also sped up the game's time frame by 1,000, so that for each minute that passed in real time, 1,000 minutes passed for Springtrap. And then Matt starts laughing like, haha, that's what you get, Springtrap. So yeah, you can kind of see where this is going, right? Just need to remind you guys again that the FNaF craze is very, very prominent throughout this story. So Matt's boss talks about how the game's going. He's working in a company, guys. I don't know whether they're all making FNaF games or they're all making separate games each, but Matt's just focusing on Springtrap's Revenge, and he's working in a team of people, but he's the only one working on it apparently. So I don't know whether this company is working on loads of different games. For example, maybe like Steelwool. Steelwool worked on FNaF VR, but they've also worked on other games before. But yeah, the FNaF craze is big in this universe, okay? Jason's, the kids are gonna love it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's weird to think, it's weird to talk about it like that, right? That the FNaF games are popular in the FNaF universe as well. Just some filler, guys. He has a roommate called Jason, and they both live with each other. And Jason's more of like a slob, where he just sits at home and eats junk food and plays games and stuff. And that's basically it. It's just filler. Just to give Matt some more character. You'll see later on why he's nasty. The next day he goes back to work and he puts on the VR headset. Remember the day before he tortured Springtrap, made him wander the maze for years, okay? And Springtrap's not there. So he puts the headset on and Springtrap's vanished. Matt walked down the maze for a long time, but there was no sign of Springtrap, no jump scares, no sneaking up behind him, no quick glimpses of the rabbit at the end of the hall. It was strange. The way the game was programmed, he should have seen Springtrap by now. Matt took off his headset and opened the game's data log. For several in-game days, Springtrap had wandered around the perimeters of the maze, looking for someone to kill. This is what Matt had expected, but he hadn't expected what he saw next. After all those days with no one to kill, when killing was his life's only purpose, Springtrap seemed to spawn a new version of himself. Immediately, the new version killed the old version, and then the current Springtrap would somehow produce a newer version, which would then kill it. The cycle went on and on and on. A new creation of the AI, followed by newly created ones destroying the creator. So what kept going, guys, is Springtrap cloned himself, and that clone killed the old Springtrap. Clone, kill, clone, kill, clone, kill, clone, kill, clone, kill, clone, kill. Constantly, rapid. Every second, a new clone kept being made. Slashings, stabbings, decapitations. So yeah, lots of just deaths over and over. So very, very weird and spooky, right? And eventually, guys, Springtrap just vanished. So it kept going on and on and on and on and on. That Springtrap just poofed from the game code, apparently. Matt looked everywhere in the game code. There was no sign of Springtrap anywhere. Matt finally found Springtrap's programming. It was fractured, splintered, and unrecognisable. Okay? Scattered into little tiny pieces, which again reminded me of Glitch Trap, because Glitch Trap was scattered into little pieces, right? Hidden in the tapes. So yeah, interesting. And it couldn't get Springtrap's programming back. It was completely broken, and he tried to start over, and again, it just wasn't working. So Springtrap literally just destroyed the whole game. Okay, just broke the whole game down. Goes back in the game again to look around for Springtrap one more time. Matt's avatar ran around the maze looking for signs of Springtrap. He turned a corner and caught sight of something green up ahead. Springtrap's lifeless body lay around the maze's next bend. It was splayed on its back, with its torso split wide open. Matt kneeled for a closer look. Springs and gears protruded from the edge of the gaping wound. How could something so mechanical manage to look so dead? Springtrap's blank, sightless stare was horrible to behold. Matt reached up to the rabbit's eyelids to close them. As soon as he made physical contact, Matt felt a sharp sting combined with a mild electrical jolt that reminded him of the pain of getting his fraternity letters tattooed on his ankle in college. He pulled the avatar's hand away. So, very interesting, right? So, yeah. Matt went back into the game, saw Springtrap dead on the floor, touched Springtrap, and he got a shock. Okay, he got an electric jolt from Springtrap in-game, which is really weird, right? Really, really weird. So yeah, guys, I'm getting very Glitch Trap vibes from this, right? I know it's not Glitch Trap, but, you know, some connection, in my opinion. VR game, virus, touches the virus, and he gets electrocuted. So, yeah, let's carry on. So, some more filler, guys. A lot of filler. So, Matt goes on dates, and he's very, very, very horrible. So, Jason and Matt go on a double date, and Matt doesn't like the girl who he's with. He liked the other girl. So, behind Jason's back, Matt offers his number to her and stuff. It's sucky. Matt's just talking about himself all the time, talking about how he's got money and stuff, and very big-headed. But yeah, just a lot of filler. Basically, just stuff that, like, later on you're like, okay, Matt kind of deserved the consequences, right? He's not a very nice person. He's not a very nice person. The next morning, Matt wakes up and feels very sick. Okay, this is the day after he touches Springtrap. He's very, very sick, doesn't want to eat anything, throws up, very sweaty, but he has to fix the game. The deadline's in 2 weeks and the game's completely broken, so you know, Matt's very, very stressed, okay? He also has stomach pain as well, which you'll understand later on. No success fixing the game, so he goes back to work. He can't fix it, guys. It's done.
Nice one.
He even says Springtrap's won. He's completely destroyed the game, and the deadline is looming, guys. Only 2 weeks to go, and Matt's basically got to do the game all over again. So he went to a game store and he got like this 80s video maze game, and he was like, "Oh, I'll just steal this game and put Springtrap in it." So yeah, but, okay, Matt. Good luck with that. Yeah, and he says he's learned his lesson not to annoy Springtrap again. I'm never going to annoy Springtrap again. He's just broke the whole game. So yeah, it's looking okay, apart from the stomach pain and stuff. Bit weird, but you know, for now, you know, he's just stressed out. Now, this is what I thought was really, really interesting, guys. It cuts off to somebody called Gene.
Really?
Turn on the magic.
Gets the steals a copy of the game. So he hacks into Matt's computer and he steals an early copy of Springtrap's Revenge, okay? And he goes into the game as well, and he sees Springtrap on the floor again, lying on the floor, okay? So yeah, nothing happens. Gene doesn't touch Springtrap. Would be interesting if he did, and see if he got the shock as well.
So many
but he doesn't. But it's very strange why Scott included that part, right? That somebody hacked into Matt's computer and got an early copy of Springtrap's Revenge. I thought that could be a link with FNaF VR, right? With Vanessa. So maybe Vanny stole a copy of FNaF VR to rescue Glitch Trap or something like that. Have a think about that, because it is interesting. That's included. It's randomly included that Gene gets the game early, hacks the game and gets it early. And that's literally it, guys. That's all we get. I think it's just to show that it's the same game. But like, Springtrap didn't do anything at that point to Gene, so maybe it can only infect just Matt, just one person. It can't just spread to everybody. I don't know. But yeah, very interesting detail. It did really make me think of FNaF VR, Vanessa or somebody else stealing the game or something like that to rescue Glitchtrap. So yeah, have a think about that. What's interesting after that, guys, is he looks into the commands of the game, okay? And it said, according to the code, Springtrap had been extracted from the very game that bore his name in the title. The program that initiated the extraction was called itsaboy.exe. Okay? That will make sense later on. But Springtrap's entity has been extracted from the game into Matt. Okay? That's what I thought when I saw that. Matt goes on another date, guys, okay? On the evening, and he's very hungry. He starts eating meat, lots of meat. Very, very hungry. Okay, you can see where this is going, right? Very, very, very hungry. A bottomless hunger, so he keeps eating. His belly is bigger now as well. He's got a bigger belly. He throws up. He just thinks it's a virus, that he's ill and he's sick. It's a different virus. But, you know, it doesn't go to the doctors, ironically, like every FNaF character does. They don't go to the doctors. Okay? So, he does release the game, guys. So, like I said, Matt stole an 80s game and put Springtrap in it. And, you know, the game did get released like that. And the reviews were very mixed, okay? Very mixed. Springtrap's AI design is very sloppy, according to the reviewers. So, he didn't have time to rebuild Springtrap again, did he? So, and his boss comes in and he's very angry, and for some reason Matt takes his anger out at his boss, man. Matt is very bad. Starts getting angry at his boss, and he storms home. So yeah, guys, that new Springtrap that was made into the game that was released is fine. Okay, there's no problem with him. It's just a bad AI, very sloppy designed, right? It hasn't got a virus or anything. But yeah, mixed reviews, guys. Not up to the usual game standards, which I thought was interesting. Just goes to show that further proof that more games have been made before Springtrap's Revenge. Okay, and it made me think of FNaF 3 as well, because I swear people were unhappy with FNaF 3 because of Springtrap's AI being too easy or something like that, or weird. I can't remember. But yeah, I thought that was a nice connection with FNaF 3. Matt goes back home and Jason moves out, okay? Jason moves out because Matt's a real, you know, pain and he's horrible. So Jason moves out and Matt blames Springtrap. Springtrap's ruined my life. Just blame Springtrap. Matt gets worse, so his belly is now even bigger. Okay? And he's got a lump on his scalp as well, which I thought was interesting. I don't understand that. He got a lump on his scalp, on his head, like pushing on his head, which is weird. I don't know whether that happens when you're pregnant or whatever. I don't know. But now, guys, Matt is in serious trouble now, so his skin starts turning yellow. His hair starts to get thinner. Like things are getting bad for him now, okay? Again, he's on another date with somebody.
Ooh, let's go. Look at this. We did it till 6 a.m. Yay.
Anyway. Very, very shallow again. Very horrible to the girl. Calling her fat and stuff. Very, very bad. Like, yeah, he goes, okay, Emma, I'm sure you have a great personality, but when you post a picture of yourself on a dating site, it needs to look like you, not you 25 pounds ago. So, yeah, Matt is horrible.
Damn, that is
very, very rude. And then he gets up and he leaves the date. He's got a really bad stomachache now, so he goes home. And his stomach's getting really big, so big that his shirt pops open, and it makes the girl laugh. Because, you know, he literally just called her fat, and his shirt buttons are popping because of his belly. Let me read this to you guys. So he goes back home to his apartment. Okay? The pressure in his stomach was getting worse, and the weird knot on his head was hurting where it was stretching the skin of his scalp. Maybe he had some medicine that might help him. He went to the kitchen, chewed up a couple of antacid tablets, and drank a glass of water. He waited for relief, but it didn't come. Instead, the pressure increased. Even the soft t-shirt he was wearing felt irritating. He took it off and looked down at his watermelon-shaped belly. The pressure from inside was pounding, pummeling. He looked at the skin of his belly. There was movement underneath. When he felt the pounding, a faint imprint of an indeterminate shape showed up on his skin. Matt stifled a scream as he realised the truth. Something was inside him, and it was trying to get out. The painful pounding began to become more insistent, a drumbeat of agony. Agony. If it was out of him, whatever it was, the pain would stop. Get it out, get it out, he thought as he squeezed his eyes shut and clenched his jaw. He grabbed his discarded t-shirt and bit down on the fabric just to have some kind of outlet for the pain. If he got it out, the pain would stop. But how? There was no place for it to go. Another surge of pain hit him, this one crushing. He doubled over and grabbed the kitchen counter for support. His gaze turned to the kitchen knives hanging on a magnetic strip on the wall. He could cut it out. Cutting would relieve the pressure, and whatever it was out. He would be free, or whatever this burden was, he wanted to be free. He grabbed the largest, sharpest kitchen knife and lay on his back on the floor. Starting the incision was the hardest part, but the pain inside him was greater than any pain he could cause himself. He sank the knife's tip into the top of his abdomen and then drew the blade downward, biting down on the t-shirt so the neighbours wouldn't hear his scream. There was pain, but there was also relief. The pressure stopped, the blood flowed, and Matt saw, emerging from the incision, one long green rabbit ear. The whole rabbit emerged, wet and slimy with mucus. A perfectly formed spring trap, the size of a healthy newborn infant. But unlike a newborn infant, the rabbit could pull itself out of the incision, land in a kneeling position of the kitchen floor, and then rise to stand. The blood loss was making Matt fade in and out of consciousness. But even in the addled state, he could see that the creature he had spawned was Springtrap, but somehow not Springtrap. This one was realer, more organic than the one in the video game. Matt's mind drifted back to a story his mom had read to him when he was little about a stuffed toy rabbit that he wished so hard to be real that it became real. The Springtrap that stood over Matt's bleeding body was not an amalgamation of the code that somebody like him had programmed into a computer. This Springtrap was real. The green rabbit sat down on the floor beside Matt and rested Matt's head in its furry lap. It felt nice. Matt was losing so much blood. Could a person lose this much blood and still stay alive? The rabbit stroked Matt's cheek. Matt didn't know if he heard the word come out of the rabbit's mouth or it was in his head. Daddy. So yeah, guys, Matt cuts open his stomach. Springtrap comes out of the stomach.
Who thought of that?
He pulls his skin open and gets out while Matt's cut it open. In and out of, consciousness, Matt has his head on Springtrap's lap. And Springtrap's stroking his cheek, saying, Daddy. Really, really weird. Really, really strange. It is very disturbing, to be fair. So, yeah. Yeah.
Right where you said it.
Jason goes into the apartment, guys, finds the body, pool of blood everywhere. Baby Springtrap is gone, okay? There's no sign of Baby Springtrap anywhere. The only evidence that he was there is that the detective sees some green fur next to the body, okay? And that ends it like that, okay? There's a bit of green fur next to Matt's body, which shows that Springtrap was there, and he did come out of the stomach, and it was real. Okay? And that's in the flesh, guys. That's it. What do you guys think? I can understand why people are disturbed by it, but it just reminded me of Alien. If any of you guys have watched the film Alien, when the baby alien, you know, comes out of the stomach, it reminded me of that. I don't think it was that bad. And I don't like Matt. Matt isn't technically pregnant, guys.
You sure?
Quality is worth it.
Sure it is.
Guys, Stalker back again. Hope you're fantastic today, and welcome back to another wonderful Fazbear Frights summary video. Today we are doing the final book, apart from Felix the Shark. Those are bonus stories, which we will do, by the way. Fazbear Frights number 11.
And you never did that.
Prankster. Now, this is the shortest story out of the whole series, man. It's only 40 pages long, but I still really enjoyed it. Obviously spoilers, but this story is about FNaF VR, the company working for the VR game. It's never directly said that they're making Help Wanted, but it's stated that Fazbear Entertainment buys the company for them to make a VR game. So if you guys love FNaF VR and you like the lore about Tape Lady and stuff, and about somebody called Jeremy who supposedly cuts off his face, this story is somewhat similar. Fazbear Frights is in a different universe, obviously, as Scott has already said, but there are some similarities with this story and the story behind Jeremy. Being confirmed in the new Freddy Files book as well, that the main antagonist of this FNaF VR story is Glitch Trap. So Glitch Trap's involved in this, Prankster's involved, so it's a really good story. I'd recommend you guys to, you know, just briefly recap yourselves with FNaF VR with the Tape Lady, and listen to all of those tapes, or read them, or do whatever you want, and then come back and then rewatch this video, or listen to the tapes after. It's totally up to you. Because there are a few connections. It is different, but there are a few connections. And the main thing to start off with is the main character. And the main character is called Jeremiah. Very similar to Jeremy. Jeremiah has been working for this video game company for 4 years, and they've made some video games in the past, some successful, some not. The problem with this company is that they have a bad sense of direction, so they don't really know what they're doing. They're about to become bankrupt and struggle, and, you know, the company's going to disappear. However, just before the failure of the company, and just letting you guys know, we never get a company name, by the way, in this book. No company name, not Blue Parasol Games, or whatever it was called in, whatever it was. I think it was Blue Parasol or something, or Silver Parasol Games. Before the failure of the company, Fazbear Entertainment buy the company. Okay, they brought the company and entrusted the company to make a VR game. Okay? It's never stated in the book if it is Help Wanted, by the way. It's never said we're making Help Wanted. It's never said we're making a Freddy Fazbear's VR game. But it's pretty obvious, right? Fazbear Entertainment buys the company and wants them to make a VR game. Very, very similar to the Tape Lady, what she said. Fazbear Entertainment entrusted them to make a VR game. It's the same in this story. So yeah, it's pretty obvious it is Help Wanted, or just a FNaF VR game in the Fazbear Fright universe. There is a love story plot in this story. Jeremiah has a big fat crush on a lady called Hope, who works for the company as well. He did think about leaving the company because, you know, it's not doing very well, and he wants to stay there for her. Now, we don't know if Hope could be the Tape Lady. Maybe not. You'll see why at the end. And there's also somebody who works there called Parker, and Parker is his co-worker. And Parker is the prankster, okay? Parker's the prankster. He keeps pulling pranks on Jeremiah. The first thing he does, he puts something bad in his coffee. You know, just a small little prank. He spits out the coffee, and Parker starts laughing, and Hope starts laughing too. Obviously, that frustrates Jeremiah, seeing Hope giggle with,
you know, Parker pranking him all the time. So yeah, Parker is the prankster, pulling loads of pranks throughout the story on Jeremiah. You know, it's nothing sinister. He just puts something in his coffee to make him spit it out. Hope does care about him though, definitely, because Parker does film it, and then Hope asks him to delete it because Jeremiah doesn't want it, you know, going viral or whatever. So she does care about him. Parker was mischievous, but not malevolent. So, you know, he's not a bad guy. He's just pulling pranks. And they're never anything like super crazy or mean. You know, he just puts stuff in his coffee, you know. Also wrote down, like, Jeremiah is always a bit too scared to confess his love to Hope. He thinks that Hope doesn't see him in that way. I mean, it's clearly obvious that he likes her, but she's not seeing it, if that makes sense. She's not realizing that he does like her. And so, you know, he doesn't have enough confidence to say, you know, confess that. After the day of work, Jeremy goes home to his apartment. He eats food and watches a movie. Bit of filler here. He has a dream. He falls asleep watching a movie. He has a dream about going out for dinner with Hope. Apparently, he always dreams about her, which obviously shows his affection towards Hope, like he really likes her. He wakes up in the morning and he says, you know what? Being nice is the key to win Hope. I'm just going to keep being nice. I'll take Parker's pranks, you know. He's not a very nice guy. And hopefully I win over Hope because I'm the nice guy, you know. I'm always nice, so. Another prank is then committed on Jeremiah again. Hope asks Jeremiah if he wants a sandwich. Parker and Hope are going to get sandwiches. Hope remembers Jeremiah's favourite sandwich, which gives him a bit of confidence. Like, oh my god, she remembers what food I like and stuff. However, Parker is going with Hope as well. Remember that. At lunch, Parker pranks Jeremiah again. Instead of normal chips, he gets Jeremiah the hottest hot chips that he can get, like a secret recipe. And it unfortunately embarrasses Jeremiah. They're really hot. He has to run to the sink and get water. You know, he starts swelling up and stuff. They were very, very hot. I've even said, like, okay, Parker might be taking it a bit too far now. This is more like bullying than pranking. Even Hope sees that as well. Hope thinks that this prank was too far as well, and it shows that Hope did really care about him. There's some good chemistry between them at that point. When Parker leaves the room, Hope's taking care of Jeremiah. This is looking good. Maybe she does know that he likes him, and maybe she likes him too. Time skip after work. There's some more filler. Jeremiah meets his friends Matt and Ty every Tuesday to play trivia at Leonardo's Pizzeria. Shows that he's got more friends and stuff. He is a social guy. His friends ask about the workplace, and Jeremiah's like, oh, I really hope that this VR game is a big seller. We really need the money. We really need the funds to keep the company afloat. He also tells them about Hope as well. Things are looking up. We had some good chemistry at work today. They say, you know, this is a good sign, Jeremiah. You know, she cares about you. This is a good sign. You should ask her out. You know, you should ask her out soon. You know, don't waste the opportunity. You know, just ask her out. There's nothing to lose. He wakes up the next morning, fully motivated. I'm going to ask Hope out. Today's going to be a good day. However, I'm pretty sure Parker's going to get in the way of that. And that's exactly what happens. He walks into the office and he sees Parker and Hope holding the VR headsets, ready to go into the testing room. So, interestingly, there is a testing room in the Tape Lady's office as well. Tape Lady talks about a testing room as well, and it's here in this story too. The testing room is where they run the game. There's a computer outside the room as well, monitoring the game and everything. And the testing room is to basically, you know, use the VR headsets and roam around and test the game. And obviously Jeremy's a bit like, I don't know, because he obviously wants to spend time with Hope and he's a little bit jealous with Parker. Parker says, you know, it's fine, I just want Hope to test the game. She's never seen it before, so it'll be nice to see a fresh mind going into the game and seeing her first reaction. So while they're in the testing room and Jeremy's outside, he hears them giggling and stuff. He hears them having a laugh together, and that makes Jeremiah upset, very jealous, starts twisting things, starts thinking that they're flirting and, you know, not just having fun at the game. He feels like they're flirting with each other. And then his mind starts to race and overthink, you know, what if they are actually
flirting with each other and in love with each other, you know, and that obviously upsets him a lot. So, unfortunately, he does go home after that. He says, I'm going home, I feel sick. He genuinely does feel sick. And then he goes home because he's heartbroken, you know, after thinking that it's upset him. Obviously shows how much he likes Hope as well, like really likes him. You know, seeing another guy with someone you like and stuff giggling around, it's obviously hurt him to the point where he just wants to go home and he doesn't want to be there. It's never actually said in the story like what was going on. It's never confirmed like, oh, were they actually flirting or were they just having fun with the game? Yeah, the last thing he saw before closing the door was Hope biting her lower lip like she did when she was excited about something. So time skip, he's back home and he's really upset, you know. He thinks, oh, I'm always going to be lonely, I'm never going to find anyone. He realizes though that tomorrow is his birthday and he has to go to work. And he says, like, I'm just going to pretend that it's not my birthday, you know, and just go on no one's going to notice that it's my birthday. I'm just going to lay low and then forget about the whole day and just go home and watch a movie afterwards. Okay? At work, the elevator opens with a happy birthday sign. They did know it was his birthday and they are celebrating it. So let's see what happens on Jeremiah's birthday. When the elevator doors slid open, Jeremiah was genuinely surprised by what he saw. The office was lit by strings of tiny fairy lights. A huge banner with balloons surrounding it said, "Happy birthday, Jeremiah." He smiled. They had remembered, or even better, she had remembered. But there was nobody around. Were they waiting to jump out and yell surprise? Had they not heard him come in? "Hey guys," Jeremiah said, loud enough for his voice to carry to wherever they were hiding. "Thanks, this is really nice." There was no answer, no movement, no sign of anyone being there but him. He walked down the hall to the break area. On the table, where the now infamous hot chip lunch had taken place, a birthday cake sat, looking just like he remembered from childhood. A white frosted grocery store bakery sheet cake, trimmed with piped royal blue icing. "Happy birthday, Jeremy," was written in blue icing on top. He smiled. It was close enough, and whoever had put the candles on, Hope probably, had put on the right number. But where was everybody? He walked the rest of the way down the hall, peeking inside empty offices and conference rooms. Maybe they were waiting to jump out when he least expected it. He had to hand it to them. They were doing an awfully good job at hiding. "Hope? Parker?" he called. "You can come out. You've already surprised me enough."
Jeremiah.
The voice was coming from the loudspeaker, which was never used since their office staff had dwindled to such a small number. The voice sounded deep and electronic, like when people are interviewed anonymously on TV and don't want anybody to hear their real voice. But there was no doubt in Jeremiah's mind who the distorted voice belonged to. He knew that Parker had decided to make him the victim of a birthday prank. He hoped it was a good-natured prank at least.
"Jeremiah,"
the distorted voice repeated.
"I have taken your co-workers Parker and Hope hostage. If you call the police, I will kill them immediately."
He said, sounding as unconvinced as he felt. The distorted voice was obviously Parker's.
"You have a choice to make, birthday boy. You can flee the building with the confidence that you will live to see another birthday, even though your friends won't. Or you can try to save your friends. If you take this option, you have 30 minutes. The longer you take, the worse shape they'll be when you find them. Now, what is your choice?"
"I choose to save my friends," Jeremiah said with a sigh. In truth, he considered Parker a bully, not a friend. But he wanted to make a good impression on Hope, and triumphing over one of Parker's pranks seemed like a good way to do it. Plus, it was just a stupid game anyway, right? It was his birthday after all. He might as well play the game.
"Very well,"
the distorted voice said.
"Use your time wisely, or your friends may be missing a few pieces. Your time starts now.
So the prank has begun. Jeremiah has to look around the office for clues and stuff, how to get started. It's kind of like an escape room kind of thing. So he looks around the office. Now, take note of this, okay? Hope's purse is on her desk. So he knows that Hope has been here today at work. Hope and Parker have been to work at that day. They have been there. So the voice comes back. Since you're at a desk, you might as well write something down. Your first clue is an anagram. Write it down. Write it down. Stinger Moot. STINGERMOOT. Jeremiah solves it. It's the testing room. So that's the first place he needs to go. Because Jeremiah thinks this is just a game, just a prank, he takes his time. He's not rushing things. He's not panicking. He's not running to the testing room. He walked instead of running. He didn't want Parker to think he was feeling pressured. It was just a game, after all. Jeremiah is taking his time because he knows it's a prank. It's his birthday. It's just a joke. The voice says at the start, you've got 30 minutes. The longer you take, the worse your friends are going to be at the end, and they can even die if you don't get them in 30 minutes. So he goes to the testing room, and in the empty room on the floor is a small gift box, okay? And he opens the box, and what's inside? He flips the lid open. His stomach lurched. Teeth. The velvet-lined box was filled with teeth. Some large, some perhaps small enough to be baby teeth. One molar was flecked with blood on the bottom of it, where it had been yanked out by the root. Jeremiah wanted to keep his cool, but couldn't help but visibly shudder. Where had Parker managed to get teeth of all things? Was he friends with a dentist who had a sick sense of humour? Jeremy took a deep breath. A clue, he told himself. The teeth are supposed to be a clue. Stop freaking out and start thinking. So he starts to investigate what the teeth mean, and then he figures out that the clue is actually underneath the box. So he set the teeth aside and examined the box. He pulled out the velvet liner. In the bottom of the box was a small piece of paper that had been folded into a tiny square. Jeremiah unfolded the paper. On it, a typed message read, "Sink your teeth into this clue, Jeremiah. Give me one, and I'll make more. Each one like the one before. What am I?" Jeremiah solves it instantly. The copying machine. The next place is to go to the copy machine. And the voice says something now.
Don't get too confident, Jeremiah.
The distorted voice boomed out of the loudspeaker, making him jump.
The time is ticking away. Only 20 minutes left. And the slower you are, the more they will suffer. I wonder, if you do manage to find your friends, will you even be able to recognize them?
Pretty weird, right? You know, this is taking the prank a bit too far, but at this point, it's still not bad. You know, just some teeth in a box. They could be fake. They could be real. It kind of reminds me of Saw. If you guys have watched Saw or anything like that, you know, an escape room like that, where the machine is, and he looks around. It's quite a small room, so there's not really much to look around at. He finds a jar, and the jar is filled with fingernails, like actual pulled out fingernails that somebody's pulled out with a plier or something, and they were real fingernails. They're fingernails, and not fingernail clippings, but the whole fingernails that had been removed somehow. Jeremiah felt a boil rising in his throat. He gagged. He took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. These couldn't be real fingernails. They were props. Extremely realistic props. The kind you'd see in a horror movie with a decent budget, but props nonetheless. Jeremiah just thinks it's still a prank, so he thinks the fingernails are just props. You know, they're movie props, right? They're not real. And then he finds the note, and it says, "You nailed this challenge. Your next clue contains even more frights. To get there, you just need to follow the lights." Jeremiah stepped out into the hall. A string of tiny lights was stretched from the doorway of the copy room down the hall. He followed them, which was certainly easier than deciphering another cryptic clue. Maybe he was getting close to the end of the game. It hadn't been fun. It was too disturbing for that. But it had been interesting. He would definitely come out of this experience with a story to tell.
Time's wasting, Jeremiah.
the voice on the loudspeaker announced.
Only 10 minutes left. Better get to your friends soon, or they'll all be in pieces.
The laughter sounded like a distorted version of Parker's laugh. You really put some work into this, Parker. I'll give you that, Jeremiah said. So again, you know, Jeremiah's, yeah, you've really put some effort into this. Like, you know, the light stopped at a doorway to a conference room that hadn't been used since the company's downsizing. He turned the knob and walked in. Sitting on the table, lined up as if staring at him, were 3 eyeballs. 2 of them, Jeremiah noticed, had brown irises. The third one was blue. Seeing intact eyeballs separated from their owners made Jeremiah think of how delicate the eye was, soft and squishy, like a peeled grape. He felt a wave of nausea, a sensation that was now becoming familiar. These eyes had to be real. Even an excellent special effects artist couldn't make something this convincing. So where was Parker getting this stuff? Where was Parker getting this stuff? And again, Jeremiah tries to think of things. Apparently in their building on the 3rd floor was a medical supply company. So he thought like, oh, Parker's probably asked them for, you know, body parts and stuff that he can use for this prank that are going to be used, you know, sending to schools and stuff for research or whatever. So that's what he tries to make up in his head, that Parker got these from a medical company on the 3rd floor. Jeremiah felt better suddenly, confident that no one had been harmed in the creation of this elaborate prank. Now, a point to make is that the eyeballs, the 2 brown eyeballs, are the same colours of hope, and the blue eyeball, Parker has blue eyes as well, apparently. So think about that. Okay, so there's two brown eyes that match Hope's. Jeremiah never says that they match Hope's though or anything, so that's a point to make as well. Surely if they were Hope's eyes, Jeremiah would have recognised them straight away, but he doesn't say anything about that, so we'll see what happens next. There's a note under one of the eyeballs. I see that you're moving closer to your goal. Follow the lights to make things right. He leaves the room. He follows the trail of fairy lights on the wall that takes him to the next room. A medium-sized gift sat on the desk. It was wrapped in white paper decorated with shiny multicoloured letters spelling happy birthday and topped with a big silver bow. Jeremiah was starting to lose the pleasure he had always felt in unwrapping gifts. Still, he tore through the paper and lifted the lid off the box. Resting inside a nest of light blue tissue paper was a pile of fingers, maybe as many as 12 or 13, but it was hard to say because many of them had been chopped into fragments. 2 of them were missing fingernails. Remember that, okay? So the fingers as well don't have their fingernails too. So they were obviously used for the jar in the other room. The same fingers. Jeremiah couldn't help it. Prank or no prank, he vomited into the wastebasket. Once he was able to normalise his breathing, he looked inside the box again. One of the fingers was small and obviously had belonged to a female.
Yeah, it's the same. I'm expecting about 1.4 million on each one. I don't, why? There's 1.4 million records for this one as well. I keep wanting to say road. It's been a while since I've...
fucking hate YouTube ads.
It was wearing a delicate silver
Pissing
ring
me
with a
off.
light blue
Just want to check
gemstone
one
in it.
thing.
Aquamarine, Hope's birthstone. He realised with horror that it was Hope's ring, the one she always wore on her right ring finger. Did this mean that the severed finger belonged to Hope? He bent over to examine it more closely. There was a small dark freckle just below the finger's first joint. Jeremiah had spent so much time looking at Hope that he had memorized her face, her hair, her hands. This was not her freckle, not her finger. He felt a brief moment of relief, but then felt bad for feeling relieved. He's realized that these fingers don't belong to Hope, but that's still Hope's ring. What does that mean, right? If Jeremiah's confirmed that these fingers don't belong to Hope, but who do they belong to, and why is Hope's ring there as well, right? And that's what he says. And even if it wasn't Hope's finger, it was still Hope's ring. What did that mean? Could Hope be in some kind of danger? Was Parker hurting her? Enough is enough, Parker, Jeremiah yelled. The game had gone on too long. This needs to stop now.
Feeling like things are getting out of hand?
The voice on the loudspeaker said, laughing.
There's only one way that this game ends. Follow the lights before it's too late for your friends.
Jeremiah's serious now, you know. He runs to the next room because he realises now, like, oh, Hope could be in danger here. You know, Parker could actually be hurting Hope because he still thinks the voice announces Parker, which I would too, to be honest. So he makes his way into the next room, and in this next room is a big cardboard box with 2 holes inside at the top. And obviously, he's got to go into the cardboard box and rummage around to try and find something. And on the box it says, for the key to where your friends hide, roll up your sleeves and reach inside. Inside of the box were intestines. So he was rummaging around for a key and he was feeling all of these intestines inside of the box. Jeremiah hoped that the innards he was feeling had come from some unfortunate livestock and had been acquired at a butcher's shop, but in his mind, he knew better. The medical supply company, he told himself. All this stuff came from the medical supply company. It was from people who had died from natural causes, who donated their bodies to scientific research. But even as he tried to convince himself, the words were sounding more and more desperate and ridiculous. If these body parts were for study or dissection, wouldn't they be preserved in some way? All the parts he had encountered during this horrible game seemed disturbingly fresh. So now he's starting to realise that, you know, this is weird. Like, all the body parts that I've seen, the eyeballs and the intestines are all fresh. Like, you know, this isn't from the medical supply company. You know, how's Parker getting all these things, right? He manages to get the key. Okay, I've got the key. Is the game over? Do I win now? Because I am done. Do you hear me, Parker? I'm done.
What quest ends with just finding a key, Jeremiah?
The voice on the loudspeaker boomed.
Don't you have to find out what it's a key to? Don't you want to save your friends? Or what's left of them?
You're not my friend, Parker, Jeremiah yelled. It felt like something he should have said a long time ago. But Hope was his friend, and she could be in danger or in pain. If she needed saving, he could do it. He makes his way to the next room to try and save Hope, and still thinking that Parker is the prankster. Even though it's not really a prank anymore. It could still be, you know, the intestines could be props still, I don't know. You might know somebody who worked for the Evil Dead, good with props. And inside this room was a medium-sized flat box. When he saw what was inside, he screamed. He tried to muffle the scream with his fist, but tasted the blood that still covered his hands. He looked at the contents of the box, driven by a need to make sense of what he had seen. Jeremiah was looking at a face that had been stripped from a human skull, along with part of the scalp and hair. It took him a moment longer to recognise who the face belonged to, but then he started to put the pieces together. The brown hair with the distinctive forelock, the full lips that had been so often stretched in a self-satisfied smile. He almost expected the lips to part in a laugh.
You still think this is Parker?
The distorted voice on the loudspeaker said. No, Jeremiah said, surprised to hear the sob in his voice. No, Parker's right here. He didn't want to, but he found himself looking again at Parker's peeled away face. Jeremiah wiped tears from his eyes. So inside the box, guys, was Parker's ripped off face, peeled off face. If you guys have recapped on the tapes, or if you go and look at them later, that's what happens to Jeremy in the Tape Lady story. It's not specifically said, but it does happen. The Tape Lady sees a Halloween mask on the side with black ink because the room's so dark she can't see what's going on in there. That's Jeremy's ripped off face. That's the black ink on Jeremy's body and stuff on his shirt is his blood. So for some reason, it's back here where Jeremy's face got peeled off in the game lore. In here, Parker's face got ripped off as well and put inside a box. So what does that really mean? If Parker wasn't running this sick show, then who was? Jeremiah realised that as long as he had thought Parker was in charge, he could entertain the notion that no matter how bad or cruel things seemed, it was just an elaborate prank. But now, it became clear that this was no prank. It was real. There was only one word that made sense to Jeremiah right now. Run. Jeremiah starts to panic. He's literally just seen Parker's ripped off face in a box. Is it real? Is it still a prank? Who knows? So he tries to call the elevator, and the elevator stopped working. It's been tampered with. Now, you know, if it was Glitchtrap could tamper with the elevator. He could tamper with the electronics and stuff. So yeah, somebody tampered with the elevator, so he can't escape. He can't get out. However, there is a stairwell. He can go down the stairs instead, the emergency exit, and escape from there. This is an interesting detail that you guys need to take note of as well. So as he's going down the stairs to escape, he notices a red smear across the white cinder block wall. Blood. Relatively fresh blood, judging from its brightness. But whose blood was it? He couldn't slow down to think about it. Or the blood that next spattered the walls could be his. So there's already blood that's going down the stairs. So, is that Hope's blood? Is that Parker's blood? Is it somebody else working there? Just know that, okay? That is not Jeremiah's blood. That is blood on the wall that's been smeared there. Was that a clue for Jeremiah to go down the stairs to find something? Or was it somebody trying to escape? He goes all the way down 15 flights, and unfortunately, the door's been locked. He tries a different door, locked. A different door, locked. So all the doors around the whole place have been locked up, okay? So he can't get out. He's trapped in this building. He realises now that he's screwed, you know. So he goes back upstairs. He makes his way up back to the 15th floor to try and beat the game, to try and finish this. When he's making his way up to the 15th floor, on the 6th floor, he notices something. The 6th floor door was outlined in a string of tiny lights. The same kind that had lit his way throughout the horrendous birthday game. He pushed on the door. It opened. I'm going to read the ending to you now, guys, because this is the ending. This is the final room. And it is... I think it's a bit confusing, but let me know what you guys think. It is a bit weird, but I think I know what's happened. You know, it's kind of similar to Jeremy in the FNaF game lore with Tape Lady. Jeremiah went inside the 6th floor, an office space that had been vacant since he had taken the job with the game company. He knew going inside was probably a bad idea. No, was definitely a bad idea. But what other choice did he have? He could go back up to his office, which was littered and ruled by a malevolent presence on the loudspeaker. Or he could take his chances here. The only illumination on the 6th floor came from the strings of tiny lights hung along the ceiling. There were no computers, no office furniture, no other signs of human activity. There were only little tiny lights leading down a dark hallway. At the end of the hallway was some kind of faint glow.
Almost as if he had been hypnotized to do so, Jeremiah followed the lights. He was going to see this thing through. The glow was coming from a room at the end of the hall. As he drew nearer, the source of the glow became obvious. An old TV, the kind he could remember from his grandmother's house, was sitting in the empty room. It was turned on, but the screen showed only the black and white pattern his grandmother had always referred to as snow. On the shelf below the TV was an equally ancient piece of audio-visual equipment, a VCR. Jeremiah hadn't seen one of those since his childhood. The green power button on the VCR glowed in a reassuringly familiar way. On a whim, Jeremiah pressed play. The snow on the screen disappeared and was replaced by the smiling faces of Parker and Hope. "Surprise!" Hope said, laughing in her soft, tinkly way. "Gotcha!" Parker said. "Got you good this time. Oh, and," he looked over at Hope, "happy birthday!" The two of them yelled together. "I hope you appreciate all our efforts, Jeremiah," Hope said. "It was a lot of work putting all this together, even though it was totally worth it." "I never thought we would get it put together in time," Parker said, "between setting up the motion sensors and the loudspeaker. But it couldn't have gone better, could it?" Hope said, flashing her familiar, sweet-looking smile. From what Parker said, there was motion sensors in the office, so when he walked into the room, the loudspeaker would play what's next for the game. Okay, so it was a prank all along? It was just a prank? Jeremiah did not recognize the room in which Hope and Parker had been filmed. It was too dark to make out much of the setting. However, he could see what was on the table at which they stood. The kind of sharp kitchen scissors used for boning meat. A variety of knives ranging in size from a small scalpel to a huge cleaver. "It was perfect," Parker said to Hope. Then he turned to face the camera. "But now that you've had your birthday surprise, there's a good chance that Hope and I need to get to a hospital." He grinned like a game show host. "I bet we do," Hope said, laughing. The smile faded from Parker's face. "Okay, Parker," he yelled into the camera. "He's ready. Give us a knock." At first, Jeremiah thought the knocking was coming from the videotape, but then he realized the source of the noise was a supply closet a few feet away from him. Something was knocking very low on the closet door from the inside. Without even thinking about it, Jeremiah started backing out of the room, though his gaze was still fixed on the TV screen. "Now, if you'll excuse us," the Parker on the video said, "Hope and I have some work to do." Parker leaned over towards the camera. He was holding a big pair of pliers, which he opened and closed menacingly, then let out his trademark, "Heh heh heh." The screen went black. Jeremiah stood, frozen in confusion and terror, as the supply closet door slowly inched open. And that is the end of Prankster, guys. Bit confusing, right, with that ending. However, there are some hints on that. You know, Parker and Hope saying that, you know, "Hope you liked your birthday prank, but I think we need to go to the hospital after this." So basically, it looks like Parker and Hope have done that stuff to themselves. So they had all the tools on the desk. They had the pliers. They had the cutting. They had the knives. They had the cleavers. It looks like Parker and Hope have done that to themselves. So they have ripped their fingernails. They have chopped their fingers off. They've took their intestines out and put them in the box to prank. Thank you guys for watching and enjoy today's video. I'm gonna go and eat this now. Bye-bye, everybody! I mean, that sausage did look alright, but I really feel like I could do better. That chef was pretty bad, to be honest. From the look of that, I'd give it about a 6 out of 10. You know, not the best.
Excuse me? 6 out of 10 for my sausage recipe? You've got some explaining to do.
How the hell did you get in here?
Yes, Dorko. It's me, Chef Dorko. Didn't expect me to show up, did you? Giving me a 6 out of 10?
Gruesome stories in the whole of Fazbear Frights. Like, seriously. It involves a springlock suit and somebody getting springlocked, and it goes into detail at how vicious and powerful these springlocks can be, man. Like, they're really bad. So yeah, we're gonna get straight into it, guys. Like I said, really good story. Together forever. Jessica and Brittany are the two main characters in this story. If any of you guys have watched Mean Girls, Jessica and Brittany are basically like the popular girls at school. Jessica's homecoming queen, Brittany's homecoming princess. Both sound very bratty and privileged. The prettiest girls in the school, that type of person, right, that you always see, the cliche homecoming popular girl who bullies everybody else at the school, right? There's a lot of high school filler in this. Jessica has a boyfriend and stuff, and Jessica and Brittany are best friends, want to be friends forever. We get introduced by another set of characters, Mindy and Cindy, and these are the younger students who are at the school. And they're the complete opposite to Jessica and Brittany, right? So they're not very good looking. They're very nerdy, very on their own, just those two as friends. And Jessica and Brittany just start to be mean to Mindy and Cindy, just looking down at them, you know. We're homecoming queen and homecoming princess, looking down at all the other students. Mindy and Cindy are like in the way of Jessica's locker. And they have a bit of like, when Jessica and Brittany bully Mindy and Cindy, they don't take it, they don't care, they don't get upset or anything, they're just not bothered, which makes Jessica and Brittany even more frustrated with them and not liking them. That's going to lead to further consequences later on in the story. So yeah, Jessica and Brittany had presence and beauty, very, very egotistical. Later on at the school, at the cafeteria, usually when Jessica and Brittany go into the cafeteria and want to find a seat, the other students get up and move out the way and let them sit where they are, because they're the popular girls. You admire them, you look up to them. So if they want to sit in your seat, you get up and go somewhere else. Again, if you've watched Mean Girls, it's very similar to that. Mindy and Cindy are in the seats that they want to get, and Jessica and Brittany are like, move, you know, these are our seats, get up and move. You don't seem to understand who we are. And Mindy and Cindy, again, don't care. They troll Jessica and Brittany like really bad. But obviously Jessica and Brittany are just like, you don't know who you're dealing with. So they start to get really mean back. Very selfish.
What the fuck?
And, you know...
Yo, that is... Holy shit. See, this is like why world record is only 153 something. Just because I got all the characters in in less than an hour. Like what? I'm very glad. It means I can quickly defeat Chipper. After farming a few more gold endos. That's crazy. That's genuinely surprising. Like, taking into consideration that the first run I did, or the second, took like 2 hours to find String Barney alone. And now I've got him after not even 1 hour of grinding, which is godly pace. Like, I got all characters before all gold endos. By 56 minutes of overworld stuff. Look at that. Amazing.
Put FNaF story down,
anyway,
so
let
you
me
can
just grind.
see that something bad's going to happen to Jessica and Brittany, right? They're very, very mean. And they try and make Mindy go and get them a spoon like a slave. You know, we're the popular girls, you do everything that we say. Go and get me a spoon. But Mindy and Cindy are very strong. Even when Jessica and Brittany are fully bullying them, like, this is really harsh bullying. Very, very mean. But Mindy fights back and trolls them back and says they're just projecting. You're just projecting your anger and frustration at us, you know? Homecoming is coming up now, guys. Homecoming at the school. And obviously, Jessica and Brittany are super excited for it because they're homecoming queen and princess for the year. But now the new one's coming up, they're going to be homecoming queen and princess again, right? Something's changed at the school where even the younger students can go to homecoming now. It's not just it's not just that age group now going to homecoming. It's the younger students now too. And of course, Mindy and Cindy have both agreed to go. And it's really annoyed Jessica and Brittany. You can see already there's a friction between Jessica, Brittany, and Mindy and Cindy. So there's a tension between the two groups. And that's obviously going to lead to something like revenge or something later on, which leads to the juicy part of the story. They go to robotics class, and annoyingly, Mindy and Cindy are both there as well. At the same class, which obviously increases the tension between them. And in robotics class, they usually get old donated animatronics to research and toy with and change the programming with old robots. It's cheaper basically. Instead of buying new robots for the class, they get donated old ones. A shipment has just came in with a bunch of animatronic endoskeletons. In this big box, in this big crate, there's a bunch of mechanical animals of a cow, a horse, orangutan, a panther, and a huge pink pig. And this pig was life-size, so a massive animatronic that they got donated. It's never confirmed if all of these animals are from Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, but the pig definitely is. So again, that's another new animatronic in the FNaF lore, in the Fazbear Frights lore anyway. Like, it's not Pig Patch either. It's not Pig Patch. The pig was the closest to being fully dressed. It wore what looked like a frilly waitress uniform in a shade of pink, just a little darker than its fuzzy piggy skin. Atop its broad head sat a pillbox-shaped pink cap with a ruffled edge. Other than the outfit and the fact that it had fuzzy pink hands instead of hooves, it looked a lot like a real pig. You'll partner up and each partnership will get one of these to work on. The project is in the class that each group gets an animatronic each, they fix it up, and then you can program it however you want to perform a specific task. You show the programming towards the class, so, you know, program the cow animatronic, fix it up, make it activate, program it on the computer to look to the ceiling and dance around a little bit, and then you show it to the class afterwards. The controls are connected to a computer or a laptop, and you do the coding like sit down 5 seconds, stand up 10 seconds, sing 50 seconds, all in like coding, and then you just press play, and then the animatronic will do those with the timings and stuff, right? So everybody in the class gets sorted their animatronics, and who do you think gets Rosie Porkchop? Jess and Brittany. So Jess and Brittany are the ones who have to deal with Rosie Porkchop, the pig animatronic, the biggest one out of the group. Now, because this animatronic is so big and heavy, Jessica and Brittany have to stay at school on the evenings to fix the animatronic and program it. They can't take it home like the other students because it's too big and heavy. It's not like the other animatronics. This is a big project. Jessica and Brittany have the amazing idea of programming Rosie to ruin Mindy and Cindy's homecoming, okay? You know, they start coming up with a fantasy. She's been programmed by us, of course, to walk right up to those two little twerps, knock them down, and sit on them. And it's just light-hearted. Make Rosie go crazy and knock them over, or spill punch on them. They want Rosie to go to the homecoming event and, you know, knock Mindy and Cindy down, throw punch at them, you know, and just embarrass them in front of everybody. That's it. Although it's still very, very mean, it's not dangerous, right? It's not like the programming Rosie to go and kill them. So that's their initial plan, guys, just to troll around with Mindy and Cindy at Homecoming using their new robot. This is what they notice when they get closer to Rosie and have a little inspection on what to do next. Expecting to see a full system of hydraulics and possibly a few baby pigs, as a joke. Jessica raised her eyebrow when she saw that Rosie's belly was, for the most part, empty. A network of metal gears, prongs, and sharp-looking rods, presumably powered by hydraulics, lined the interior wall of the pig's belly, but the vast majority of the cavernous space was totally open, and big enough to hold a person, maybe two at most. So it's very similar to the sister location animatronics as an empty stomach that people can climb into. This one's even more interesting though. They find the instruction manual for Rosie Porkchop. Rosie Porkchop is a dual-purpose animatronic. The system can be engaged in traditional animatronic mode and also in human interface or suit mode, i.e. Rosie can be worn like a suit. Warning! Rosie Porkchop contains spring locks. Spring locks engage to allow Rosie Porkchop to function autonomously in animatronic mode. When engaged, metal components fill the entire interior of the animatronic. Rosie Porkchop can also be worn as a suit. This is called human interface mode. When Rosie Porkchop is in human interface mode, the spring locks disengage and retract into Rosie's endoskeleton. Do not switch modes while Rosie Porkchop is occupied. Sharp components of the spring lock system can cause serious bodily harm. So you can already see what's going to happen, right? This is the biggest indicator of the ending. Jessica and Brittany's new plan is to program Rosie to go to Homecoming and take Mindy and Cindy and put them into the stomach. Not to kill them, not to spring lock the two girls, just to capture them inside the stomach so they can't go to Homecoming, if that makes sense. Now, I already instantly thought, you know, the story has already just warned us about the spring locks, okay? And do not change it to animatronic mode when somebody's in the suit. Something's going to happen here. Somebody's going to get spring locked, right? Two girls who don't know much about programming at all are going to program a spring lock animatronic to go and capture Mindy and Cindy at Homecoming. Two people who can't program doing something like that. They didn't even read the instructions either fully, but they're so angry about Mindy and Cindy. Those two little snots think they can come to Homecoming dance. Well, they're coming all right, but not in their ruffled little dresses. They're going in her. And then points at Rosie Porkchop. So on the evening, they go back to school to go and program Rosie. And you already know, from the atmosphere of the description of the school, you already know something's going to happen. They're on their own. There's nobody else at the school apart from them. And they go inside the robotics class and seeing all of the creepy animatronics and stuff and seeing Rosie in the dark. You know, it's a FNaF story. You know something bad's going to happen. Brittany asks Jessica, like, do you know what you're doing? And Jessica just laughs about it. Probably not. How hard could it be? They plug Rosie into the laptop. The software program opens up, and all you have to do on the software is just add the code, and then it tells Rosie what to do. Just make a list of all the commands we want to program into Rosie, and then we can assign the right numbers to them and input them. And then they start joking about when Mindy and Cindy are captured inside the suit to make Rosie do tricks like spin, bow, roll over, play dead, like fetch stuff for them. They need to get Rosie to recognize Mindy and Cindy, you know, or it's not going to work. Rosie's going to go into Homecoming dance and not know who to capture inside the suit. There is something called the vocoder system. Vocoder system. And with this system, it allows Rosie to interpret spoken commands. Could also differentiate between the voices of adults and children. She was currently programmed to approach children and avoid adults. That's something that you can link back with Sister Location, right? The Sister Location animatronics must have had a similar system. They know if somebody's a child or an adult, and obviously the Sister Location animatronics would have been programmed to go where the kids are. Jessica puts in the laptop, grab the kid command. They start putting in more and more commands after the grab the kid. So when Mindy and Cindy are captured inside Rosie, they want Rosie to do more commands for them to serve Brittany and Jessica while they're inside of the stomach. But while Rosie is, serving them drinks and getting them food and stuff, Mindy and Cindy are going to be inside that stomach, and that's what they want. They want to make a fool out of them. But that's a lot of commands inside that laptop now. Just so many commands for Rosie to do at this point. And this is a big indicator. Okay, well, I should probably start coding for Rosie to pick up the girls and put them in her belly. Then I'll do the commands for getting things and bringing them to us. And then Brittany points out at the commands. I think you got that backwards. Isn't that code for the kids, not the adults? Good eye, sorry, blonde moment. They looked at each other and laughed. Jessica is getting the commands mixed up already. So what do you think's gonna happen? She's putting all these codes in saying grab the kids. If she's got the coding wrong, Rosie could take anybody. Gotta disconnect the command wire from Rosie and then plug her in and then activate Rosie. And then she should do the commands that she's been programmed to do, commanded to do. So let's see what happens when Rosie is activated. Go ahead and activate her, Jessica said to Brittany. Brittany grinned and reached behind Rosie's neck. She flipped a switch. As soon as she did, the cover to Rosie's control panel closed. With a click and a whir, Rosie blinked her eyes. Her head swiveled this way and that. Her gaze landed on Jessica. She blinked again and turned to look at Brittany. Another click sounded from inside Rosie, and she rose up off the cart. Once she was off the cart, she stood still, looking at Brittany. What is she doing? Brittany asked. Jessica shook her head. Maybe she's just getting ready. She shoved her laptop back into her backpack and started to zip up the bag. Before Jessica could close her backpack, Rosie reached out and grabbed Brittany by the shoulders. Brittany screamed, "Ah! What is she doing?" Jessica turned towards Rosie and her friend, and she stared in disbelief. Rosie's pink hands were full-on clamped down on Brittany's right bicep. Brittany tried to wrench herself free of Rosie's grasp, but that just resulted in Rosie's metal fingers, padded only by her pink felt, digging in deeper. They cut through Brittany's bare skin, drawing blood. Jessica watched in horror as the blood trickled down to Brittany's elbow and dripped onto her shirt. Brittany cried out, "Jessica, do something!" Brittany tried to reach with her free arm to deactivate Rosie, but before she could, Rosie's hydraulic-driven strength yanked Brittany off her feet and twirled her upside down. Rosie's belly access door dropped open with a hiss, and Rosie lifted Brittany out and away from her belly, so Brittany was hovering in the air, parallel to the floor. While Jessica was trying to figure out why Rosie was performing what looked like an acrobatic move, she hadn't programmed that. Rosie began shoving Brittany through the access door into Rosie's belly. "Stop it!" Jessica screamed at Rosie. She grabbed Brittany around the waist and tried to pull her out of the animatronic pig's grasp. What had gone wrong? Why was Rosie putting Brittany inside her stomach cavity? I'll carry on reading in a minute, but we all know why. The commands were wrong. Rosie's turned on, and in her commands is grab kid. So Rosie's activated and saw Brittany and Jessica and gone, grab kid, shoving stomach. It's just programming what Jessica did. Rosie was relentlessly stuffing Brittany into her stomach. Jessica couldn't stop it. Brittany went into the belly cavity feet first, and she didn't go quietly or easily. Kicking her legs madly, Brittany shrieked at the top of her lungs as she was stuffed into Rosie's open stomach. Between shrill screams, Brittany yelled, "Turn her off! Turn her off!" Jessica let go of Brittany's waist and tried grabbing Brittany's shoulders. But obviously, Brittany wasn't thinking clearly, and she squirmed wildly. Jessica finally managed to get a grip on Brittany's upper arms, but she was no match for Rosie's strength. So Jessica tried to do what Brittany was now chanting. "Turn her off! Turn her off! Turn her off!" Jessica couldn't reach Rosie's control panel. Brittany's struggling torso and Rosie's relentless grasp blocked the way. Jessica ran around behind Rosie so she could get to the switch from the other side of the pig. Brittany kept screaming and fighting. "Just hang on, Jessica! I'll turn her off. Jessica reached for the pig's activation switch, but Rosie was significantly taller than the petite teen. Even on tiptoes, Jessica couldn't reach Rosie's neck. Brittany is still inside the stomach trying to get out, and Rosie is trying her best to shove her down into the stomach to close it. Jessica can't reach the switch, so she goes to get a chair. She saw Brittany twist to try to pull herself out through the open access door. But not only did her body impede her reach, as soon as Rosie let go of Brittany's shoulders, Rosie got a grip on Brittany's head, shoving her fingers through Brittany's tidy slicked back hair. Rosie clamped down onto Brittany's skull. Brittany's eyes goggled. They swiveled this way and that, looking for escape. Seeing Jessica, she gave her friend a beseeching look. Brittany's face was covered in sweat. Before Jessica could say anything to Brittany to try and reassure her, Rosie shoved Brittany's head inside of the stomach cavity. Brittany tried to turn and reach for the doorway, but before she could, it slammed shut with a sucking shh. It was sealed. Jessica stared, her mouth hanging open. She then clamped a hand over her mouth. Her friend was trapped inside Rosie Porkchop. Brittany's okay. Brittany's still inside the stomach screaming for help. She's not dead. She's just inside the stomach cavity. So at this point, Rosie's just stood still now. And Jessica gets the chair, goes up to Rosie's neck at the control panel, and is looking around on how to deactivate Rosie to get her friend out. Doing all the finding the controls. They're both talking to each other. Brittany's still inside the stomach saying, how long is it going to be? Get me out of here, please. So she's still alive. She's absolutely fine. Jessica fumbled around seeking the right button. Instead of a button, though, her fingers activated a toggle switch. Rosie Porkchop jolted so violently that she backed into Jessica's chair and tipped it over. Jessica tumbled to the ground, turning her ankle and whacking her head on the edge of a nearby table. Crack! She snapped, rubbing her head. Then she turned to look at Rosie. She blinked in confusion. Rosie was convulsing. And from inside Rosie, Brittany let out a sound that Jessica had never heard before and never wanted to hear again. It sounded like a cross between a howl and a screech. It was loud. It didn't sound muffled at all, and it quite clearly was the sound of excruciating pain. Before Jessica could even react to her friend's cries, they stopped. Rosie was perfectly still. "Oh my God!" Jessica shouted, struggling to her feet. "Brittany, can you hear me?" Jessica started to pant in total panic. What had happened to Brittany? Rosie went still. Jessica peered at the controls. Oh, she flipped the mode switch from suit to animatronic. "Sorry," she muttered. She quickly flipped the switch back to suit. As soon as the switch was moved, Rosie's belly access door popped open. Yes! Jessica punched the air. She rushed around to help her friend out of the animatronic pig. When she stepped to the belly side of the pig, the first thing Jessica noticed was that the interior of the access door wasn't the silver grey it had been when she last seen it. It also wasn't dry. It was... Is that blood? As Jessica watched, a thick red drop detached from the edge of the door and plopped onto the grey rubber flooring. She gaped at it. The hairs on her back neck stood up. Her brain was suddenly sluggish. She was having trouble processing what the blood meant. The blood and the fact that Brittany wasn't clambering to get out of the pig was telling her something. Something she didn't want to know. Jessica blinked and leaned towards the door, ready to help Brittany out. "Brittany?" Jessica tried to see inside Rosie, but she couldn't. She could, however, see a scrap of denim stuck on a gear near the door cover. A bloody scrap. Brittany has got spring locked. And Brittany's dead. Now you think that's the worst of it, right? That's the worst of Together Forever. That's it. The end. Her friend dies and it's a big mistake. It's an accident. It doesn't end there, guys. It gets worse. In the minutes that followed, she'd have a few seconds in which she wondered if her sudden movement was what reactivated Rosie. Would Rosie have stayed frozen if Jessica had slunk off the chair and retreated slowly, stealthily, out of the classroom? She would never know, because that's not what she did. She made a loud noise and she moved suddenly. Rosie's reaction was instantaneous. She reached out and she grabbed Jessica by the shoulders. In an identical move to the one she used on Brittany, Rosie flipped Jessica upside down and then lifted her into a position parallel to the floor. Jessica screamed and started flailing around. She pounded on the pig's hands. "Let me go!" Jessica screeched. Then she just started crying out for help. "Help me!" She screamed at the top of her lungs, even though she knew she was alone. As Jessica fought against Rosie, part of her mind, the part that was still capable of logical thought, tried to figure out what she had done to make the pig grab Brittany and now her. How had she gotten the programming so wrong? She had been typing in the name codes when she had seen the robotic rat. Right in the middle of that process, Jessica had left what she was doing. When she had gotten back to the computer, she must have flipped the codes. She had gotten the commands reversed. Whatever she had programmed Rosie to do to Cindy and Mindy, Rosie would do to Jessica and Brittany, and Jessica and Brittany would be forced to serve Cindy and Mindy. So instead of Mindy and Cindy getting shoved into Rosie, it's reversed. They got the coding wrong. So Rosie was programmed all along when activated to take Jessica and Brittany instead, and then to serve Mindy and Cindy afterwards and do everything that Mindy and Cindy asked Rosie to do. Jessica tried really hard to escape Rosie's grasp, but it's not working. She's getting shoved into the stomach. As Jessica was crammed into Rosie's belly, she tried to grab onto Rosie's interior, hoping it would stop her forward progress. When she did though, her hands slipped off slimy wetness. Jessica gagged and scrabbled for something to grasp, something that would help her disengage from Rosie's determined clench, but her hands couldn't find anything to help her. They just found more squishy warmth, all that now remained of her friend. So even worse, she's trying to escape Rosie's belly, clinging onto things, and it's the flesh of her best friend making her slip off the grip and stuff. So, not good. Rosie gave Jessica one final shove, and Jessica felt the top of her head rubbing on the access door opening. She turned her head to try and see out the opening, and that's when she saw. Jessica shrieked again and retched. She closed her eyes tight, trying not to let her brain replay what she had seen. Brittany wasn't even remotely Brittany anymore. She was just a churned up mass of skin, locks of blonde hair, bits of bone, nauseatingly gleaming white tissue, and chunks of minced organs. It looked like Brittany had been pulverized and smeared all over the inside of Rosie's belly. What was left of Brittany was entangled in Rosie's mechanisms, the gears and prongs and rods that were now drawn back against the walls of Rosie's stomach. So Jessica, going inside Rosie's belly, is now surrounded by Brittany's remains, and that was a very gruesome detail on how destroyed Brittany is. It's not Brittany anymore. The book says it's not Brittany anymore. There's no corpse. A mashed up Brittany because of the spring locks. Jessica forced herself to open her eyes, and as soon as she did, she thought she could see jagged shards that her
Final.
Okay, we're almost done. With that run, at least. One more gold endo.
You
kill Chipper. Wait, no. I mean, actually, I need to get all bites and chips first. Boom. Don't need to do any of that. Wait, I do. I need the key. Yeah, this happens with being tired, I guess. Stop. I need to fight this cunt again. Bro, boy. I need to fight Baba again. Hello again. Let's go through this one. This is not the right way. The good thing is with Rainbow, I don't need to. So I originally was going to fight Security Owl and Scott again, but you don't actually have to, since you can access the DLC early, or update 2. I mean, it's really just a DLC, isn't it? That's what most people call it. Come on then. Roll. Fuck off. Did I unequip run luck? And you know where the last one is? By now, you should at least. Fuck off. Oh, run, please. Oh, might as well. Why not? Need to readjust my team too for that boss. Or Auto Chipper, who has a W soundtrack, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we need as many slashes as possible. We don't need shield, we need gift boxes though. More gift boxes maybe. Yeah, sure. 4th wall isn't gonna do much. Oh, I don't have run luck equipped. Okay. Let me just quickly check. All characters I just checked. All chips, yeah. And I'm pretty sure we got all bites too. Yep, there we go, okay. Let's fight. Auto Chipper. Fuck off. I think we only need one slasher for this boss, so let's quickly get that, please. There's a 1 in 10 chance of hitting, so please. Fuck? Terrible odds. Oh! Okay, we need to hit it another time. One more time. Oh, shit. resupply the hitboxes quickly. We need to hit more slashes? Ah, there we go. 1 and 1. This isn't fair. It was never fair. Shut up! 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 And there we go. Okay. And now starts the last run. 117. Dang. Hey, auto shipper. Let's do the last one. Oh. 700%. Can you believe it? We've come so far. And we need to struggle for like 3 more hours. Yeah. It's gonna be worth it, trust me. Boom. Foxy EXE. For a final time, because I'm not gonna play this for a long while, because fuck you. I never want to do another 100% run again in my life. Or getting all characters run, because that shit sucks.
And you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. Listen to my voice,
and
you will find the key. Listen to my voice, and you will find the key. When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, how fast can you flee? When you can see, be sure your step through the heart of madness.
I sure will be sure my step.
Your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your step through the heart of madness.
What is Bonnie in this?
Through the heart of madness. Be sure your step.
1 jump scare in 3, 2, 1. And the last jump scare in 3, 2, 1. And that is Foxy EXE done! Yes!
Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Be sure your
The final Foxy EXE done. Now for final time. will activate my different key inputs for Freddy in Space. No upgrades, and all upgrades, and 10%, and whatever. Oh. Let's do this first try, please. I can barely spam anymore. Ooh, it's in space. I didn't split. I felt like I pressed the key on accident. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was close. 90 HP, that's the most I've had in a while. Almost on 2 jumps to finish that. But sadly we didn't get those. Still unsure how this video will be written, because this will not be a Astro-esque video. Well, I'll just cut those apart because there's no content in that. We'll see. So I did split. I knew it. Okay, nice. It's one of the hardest things done. Next up is the Foxy A rank. I'm always dreading that. Clean jumps. No. Where's jump in this game? Change my mind. Wait, you can't. Camp that fucking loaded spot, you cunt. No, I feel less tired than I felt like 2 hours ago. That's probably because it's pretty bright outside. Let's start at the very beginning. Less and no 100%. Freddy in space for the final time. Can you believe it? I won't miss you. Fuck's sake. Lost just following me. Fucking ass. What? How does that even work? I love it. The more upgrades you have, the more hits you can take. Because like, if I had 50 HP on the first one, I didn't. High ass jump. Bro, I'm genuinely getting pissed off because of those jumps. Sorry that I'm not holding the fucking jump button for 2 milliseconds long. Purple boy. Okay, Foxy Fighters can finally close this keyboard key swapper, input swapper, thingamabob.
What's this, a space shooter? Holy crap, is that my voice?
Voice acting? No, he's gone too far this time.
You need to shut this game down.
Alright, I'm ready for action!
Sorry I'm late to the party.
Kinda getting tired of my voice.
Let's kick this party into high gear.
Fools! How dare you challenge me?
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
Well, we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Can I like get some guns, please?
Do a barrel roll. Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Turn back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
Yes, we got one perfect run, and it was the last one. That is amazing. That's nice. Sadly, no S rank because that should be. But it's a perfect rank.
Great job, guys. Gals. I see the processing core.
Remember when we
Let's
failed
blow it up
this?
and get out of here.
Almost a day ago. Yes, that is S in my books. Okay, the rest of the mini games are pretty easy. This one is just sitting there doing absolutely
What's
nothing.
this, a space shooter? Holy crap, is that my voice?
I'm getting tired again.
Voice acting? No! He's gone too far this time! You need to shut this game down.
Alright, I'm ready for action!
Sorry I'm late to the party. Fashionably late, of course. Let's kick this party into high gear!
I could be tempted.
How dare you challenge
But I want the magnet.
Souldozer! I should have known it was you. You're not even in the right game.
I wasn't fully appreciated in my last outing, but now I'm back to show you my full power.
Well, we're here to take back what's ours. This will be your last cameo.
Do a barrel roll. Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Bingo! Got him! Bingo! Got him! You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
Fools. Turn back now and I'll spare your lives. Or more likely I'll just chase you around and kill you anyway.
I'm just taking medicine.
At least I went down in a blaze of glory.
Oh, jeez. Shit has annoying box.
Impossible! You haven't seen the last of me! Well, actually, yes. This is the last you'll see of me.
This is
Great
the
job,
last
guys.
This
Gals.
really is the last
I see the processing core. Let's blow it up and get out of here.
And for 2 final times, let's do the rainbow.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple. Oops. Simple for most people, I have faith in you! You can do it! Come on, you
Why did I go for that?
Aw, don't give up! I'm gonna kill you!
You still suck.
Welcome to my Happy Fun Rainbow Land. Let's start with something simple.
I actually did the pro strat for a sec. That was really cool.
I have faith in you!
Come on. Why is the second run always so much better? Oh my god, I sit here for 2 minutes. Yeah, I just chilled on my phone for the last whatever time. I'm not gonna sit here and wait, idiot.
You can do it! Damn it.
Dumbass. And that is update 2 minigames done for the final time. No gift box? Damn. God, run luck is so important. What's my... Okay, no. We're good, I think. My life split looks kind of weird, I don't know. It's been so long I can't even remember what. So, whatever. I should have rather just done a normal FNaF marathon instead of this. Even though this has never been done before. I think the normal FNaF marathon would have been better for my mental. Swing at the king, you best not miss. And these motherfuckers, they miss. I'm not religious, but if there is a hell, King Carter will burn for eternity. That's just the type of person I think he is. An vindictive evil person. Nice. First try pearl, please. Not with this shit ass spawn though. No. Well, I could have perhaps. The blue fish is kind of pissing me off. Move, man! There we go. That is the last pearl. So my OBS it's going 1 hour longer than the actual timer. Isn't that crazy? I need to instantly equip this chip. Endo 02, dang. That's quite the rare chance. Hello, Marina. Double speed. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Fuck. Idiot. Was awfully long without a character encounter. Character. You know what I mean. I can't wait to be done with this. Oh, yeah, nice. I'm officially awake for 24 hours. Woo! Give it up for 24 hours. Recording is getting close to 23 hours, and the run is getting close to 22 hours. Isn't that funny? What a strange coinky doink. I will never do this again. The only thing coming close to this is if I ever do a FNaF marathon. But this is probably the worst one. Because it's just RNG. But it feels kind of good. I don't know, I kind of feel... I'm not done yet, but I feel... It feels weird. I've 100% played through this game 6 times already. With each time getting a different ending. All in one sitting, no breaks. Except going to the toilet and getting something to drink or whatever. But that is not a break. A break is like going to sleep and finishing the run in the morning, which that's against the rules. I'm not doing that. That shit sucks. That defeats the whole purpose. Which is why I ended up doing what I'm doing now. Ruining my sleep schedule for YouTube. That's pretty cool. And I've never been good at staying awake for long periods of time. Then I control it. Oh, fuck knows. Before I forget. Speaking of forgetting, guess who forgot the split? Am I tweaking? Nice. Let me look at my party. God damn! There's a whole lot of characters. It's a shit ton of characters. Oh, the relief I'm going to feel when I'm unlocking the last character. Can't wait to be done with this. Hey, hello. It was one of those characters. Hey! That is not good, no. Lost sound. Kill him with fire. Let us hopefully, for last time, kill the Bravo. Okay, cool. I've played this game on Steam for 14 hours and on Game Jolt for 7. That's crazy. That is not allowed. Shut the fuck up. Any genius want to tell me if I shouldn't switch game files for some reason? Game files. You know what I mean. Oh, cool. Sure love me some invisible characters. Focus, focus. Thought I'd restart. What a great start. Nice rainbow. Hello. Nice, cool. Would you also like some bubble bread? Oh, did someone else? 3 splits. Can you imagine that? I sure can't, because it's been that long. Literally watched a whole ass movie while doing this one. A final time? Wait, no. RXQ FSA. RXQ FS FA SXQ. Third time's the charm. That should be the last chip. Nice. Now it's on to grindy grind. Like we've been doing for this whole game, basically. Hello, Goldendo.
Smaller spiff, I put about 300 hours into Don't Starve. Basically all single player. This is a permadeath survival game where a lot of things try to constantly kill you. I know my first run ended on like day 6 because of hounds. You've obviously got to not starve or you'll die. Darkness kills you, the locals kill you, going insane will spawn nightmare creatures which kill you, and every 15 to 20 days the seasons change. Winter freezes you, spring is too wet, everything implodes in summer, and fall is actually quite alright. Then beyond surviving you can build up and take on bosses and do whatever you want with the game. That's Don't Starve. I did just about everything you could possibly do in single player with the base game and its DLCs. Don't Starve Together has added about 1 million bosses since, but they've never appealed to me very much and everything has a bajillion health in DST. There is, however, one thing in base Don't Starve that I never managed to accomplish, and that I always said I wanted to go back to do. This is another Zelda squeaky hammer, some random thing in a game I loved that I felt I left unfinished. Not only is this one of the hardest things you could do in base Don't Starve, but it is also completely pointless.
Anyways, I'm gonna go
Since I
talk
first
more.
learned that you could, I've wanted to raise a tall bird. If you've ever played Don't Starve, you've probably died to one of these things. Long legs, blob bodies. Playing normally, there's almost no reason to even interact with these unless you're comfortable with kiting, in which case they drop a couple meats on death. If you wait about a week, they'll lay an egg in their nests. Oh boy, one mid piece of food. All you have to do is risk your life and endure being chased for like 4 screens in order to secure the equivalent of 3 berries. But wait, what if instead of eating the egg, you hatch it by the fire and breed your own bird warrior, friend for life? ultimate OP companion. Sure, let's see what that would look like. If you place a tall bird egg by the fire, it will crack and begin hatching. This takes 2,400 seconds before it hatches. No problem, just leave it there and go do your own thing. The egg will get too hot or too cold constantly. If that happens, it'll explode in 60 seconds if you ignore it. Which means your options are 1, only hatch it when you're at the fire at night, making the process take like a quarter of a year, or 2, babysit the thing, which is fine and dandy until you run out of food because you can't move 10 feet from this thing without it. You also need to protect your egg from anything that eats food, because it's on the ground, and it is food. Oh, and you better be collecting lots of seeds during the hatching process, because when that baby finally hatches, suddenly you have a cute little 50 HP small bird that demands 5 seeds per day, or it will die. It will follow you around everywhere and attack anything that attacks you. This means that if you don't want it to die, you can pretty much rule out fighting beefalo, pigs, spiders, frogs, bees, worms, tall birds, or any sort of boss for the entirety of its 10-day childhood. Why would you want to do that? It's not like these simple combats are part of daily life, such as harvesting honey or collecting resources. You don't have a choice when hands attack, which means you'll probably want to just face tank them instead of risking them switching targets to your child. After 10 careful, slow days, your small bird...
Yeah, I've watched the video already. I'm not tickling my fancy. I don't want to farm anymore.
Hands up for being rather spooky, and within just over an hour, I was taking on its maximum custom night with my own unique strat. But first I had to make VR streaming work, which is my specialty, of course. A return was the most functional gaming system known to humanity, the VR. Oh, you can't see anything. This is not the game? Oh, that's good. What am I looking at then? What the fuck is this? Where am I? What did I open? It's the afterlife. Where? This doesn't make any sense. I didn't just download a fucking room. There's a game in here somewhere. We're in VR hell. It's the menu. You need to recenter. No. Recenter. I'm recentered. Are you seeing this? Okay, chat, isn't this the game? It says oh, I can't see chat anymore. It says Grizzlies VR. What could I possibly be doing wrong? Okay, what do you think it wants from me, hey? The fact that it says now exiting and it's stuck on now exiting is very concerning. Restart Steam VR, you're perpetually loading. Oh, that's really cool. Play in VR, I mean, could it be any more obvious what I have to do? Okay, something, there's something going on. Launch through Steam on PC. That's literally what I'm doing. Why is the VR just off? What the fuck? Oh shit! I think everything is working. Can you see the game? It's supposed to sit? Oh, that's super lame. Okay, hold on. Chair. Am I supposed to be able to reach? Barely. Oh, the phones are. Shit. I think I hung up. We're not gonna know what to do. I'll figure it out. Alright, that's the zoom. There's... Oh!
Still come back again. Hope you're all fantastic today, and welcome back to another Fazbear Fright summary video. Today we are doing a video on the second story of the Puppet Carver, Jump for Tickets. Another short story, just like the first one, the Puppet Carver. There's a new character, a new animatronic in this one, which is really, really cool. And his name is Coils the Clown. Had a lot of people theorize whether this is the clown animatronic mask thing that you see in the FNaF 6 poster, which is a nice idea, or it's the fruit punch clown or stuff like that. But yeah, Coils the Clown, guys, a brand new animatronic for this story, and I enjoyed this story. I would say this has got one of the spoilers. I would say this has got one of the most gruesome endings. I would say. I know we've had some really disturbing stories in Fazbear Fright, but this one made me cringe, like in that way, not like, you know, not that kind of cringe. So yeah, guys, let's get straight into it. I did enjoy it. I thought it was a nice goosebumpy vibe story, nice and short. I always like nice and short ones where it doesn't like drag on. This one didn't at all, so yeah, I really enjoyed it. So the main protagonist in this story is Colton. He is playing an online video game. It starts off like that. His voice has got deep now, so he's getting older, and he's looking down on all the squeaky kids, right, who are playing the online game with him. And he basically hates kids. He hates little kids. He's like a bully. Like, he looks down on them now that he's growing up. He's in that phase where, you know, he thinks games are cringy and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And he's extremely hateful. He's turned very nasty and mean. And that's because there was a car accident last year and his dad unfortunately passed away. And because that happened, everything's unfair to him. Life is unfair. Why did this happen to me? Why did this happen to my dad? Why did he go out and have an accident? Like, this is not fair. This has happened to me. I hate everybody now. So the sadness and grief for his dad has now turned to anger in the wrong way of grieving. Okay, and he took all of his anger out on other people. Now, the main plot to this, guys, is that Colton is saving up his arcade tickets at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, okay? So on the arcade machines at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, he's saving up 10,000 tickets to get a new game console, okay? That's the top prize that you can get at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, for 10,000 tickets. And he's been saving up his tickets for months and months and months to get this game console, because his mom can't afford any of the new games anymore, or any of the new game consoles and stuff. So he's saving up his pocket money. He's using his pocket money to spend at the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza to get tickets to get the game console. Now, I thought already, like, why doesn't he just save his pocket money from his mom to just save up for the game console? Wouldn't that be a bit easier? Colton must be getting more tickets rather than pocket money, where getting the tickets is faster and less money than actually buying the console itself. And he even says, Colton even says that you need skill to get tickets, and he has the skill. He's found a way to get loads of tickets. He arrives at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, guys. Nice little references. Dee Dee's fishing hole. So Dee Dee's referenced in here. And BB's ball drop as well. So people thought it was like BB's Air Adventure, like in the FNaF 3 minigame. And while he's there, we get greeted by Aiden. And Aiden is Colton's little cousin. And Colton says that they're always forced to spend time together. And Colton doesn't like him at all. Colton's very nasty to him. But Aiden just, it goes over his head. And Aiden really, really likes Colton. Like, really respects him and idolizes him as, you know, his big cousin. But realistically, Colton does not like him, and he doesn't like to spend time with him. And while they're saying hi to each other, Aiden gives Colton a hug. Now, you need to remember this, okay? Aiden gives Colton a hug, but Colton does not respond to it and basically rejects his hug, okay? So Aiden tries to hug Colton, and Colton rejects it. Remember that, okay? Because that's something key later on, that Colton does not hug Aiden back. And while that happens, guys, Freddy Fazbear has an announcement. Now, who's ready to jump for tickets? Get ready for the ticket pulverizer countdown. And this is jump for tickets, okay? So the ticket pulverizer was a sealed transparent booth. So when you're in the booth, guys, just keep jumping. You jump on the platform. This is really weird. You jump on the platform, okay? And when you jump on the platform, the platform goes down, okay? And when that happens, the tickets fall down from the ceiling, okay? Does that make sense? When a bunch of kids go into the ticket pulverizer and they're all jumping, you can fit loads of kids in the booth. They keep jumping up and down, and the tickets fall down. So it's basically like one of those ticket things where it's like air blows around all the tickets and you have to catch them. But yeah, think of it like that, but instead of air and you grabbing the tickets, fans, it's a platform and it's weighted. Every time you compress, like jump onto the platform, and your weight is then put onto it, up and down, tickets come from the ceiling and then you can start grabbing them, okay? And this is where we get introduced to Coils the clown. Coils the birthday clown. He's basically like the mascot of the ticket pulverizer. Coils the birthday clown animatronic had wonky eyes, one that seemed to look straight ahead while the other veered down and to the right, and a weird open-jawed grin that reminded Colton of those carnival games where you shoot water in the clown's mouth. Its lanky body was dressed in a lemon and lime coloured striped costume that was decorated with little jingly bells, which, Colton guessed, was so you could hear the clown before you saw it. It reminded him of the old story about the mice who want to hang a bell on a cat to use as an early warning system. The clown's name came from its arms, which were yellow stretchy coils that reminded Colton of the old-fashioned landline phone at his grandmother's house. In one of the clown's three-fingered white-gloved hands, it held several fanned-out tickets. Now who's ready to jump for tickets? The clown's high-pitched voice said again, turning up the drama. That's Coils, guys. Like, he's called Coils because he's got coiled arms, like metal coils, and his hands are like that, like slinky arms. I actually thought of the clown from FNaF 6, actually, rather than the Fruit Punch one. Or it could just be a brand new clown animatronic. We'll get to see, though, guys, because I'm pretty sure all of these stories are going to be illustrated in the future. So we'll get to see, like, the canon drawing of Coils the Clown. And Colton is basically watching all these kids in the ticket pulverizer getting all of these tickets so easily. They're jumping on the platform. All of these tickets are coming out. And basically, Colton is jealous, and he knows that it's a gold mine for tickets. Now apparently, though, the machine is rigged to give kids more tickets, okay? So Colton's age, if Colton goes into the ticket pulverizer and jumps on the platform, he doesn't get a lot of tickets. But if kids go in, they get loads. And this gives Colton the idea to hijack the machine, tamper with the machine to make him win more tickets. Basically, he wants to tweak the machine to make the platform more tight. So when Colton jumps on it, the machine will think he's a little kid and he'll get loads of tickets, if that makes sense. And while he's thinking about this idea, Aiden comes out of the machine and goes to Colton, "Do you want half of my tickets?" Very, very nice thing to do. Colton was mean and told him to go away and leave him alone. So, not good, is it really? Aiden, that was really nice of Aiden to offer that half of his tickets, and Colton was like, "No, just go away, leave me alone." So Colton's plan to tamper with the machine is to break in. because can't do it while it's open because people are all around. The employees will just kick him out. So he has to try and make a plan to break into Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. A little bit of filler now, guys. Colton's working for his Uncle Mike, fixing cars. This just shows how Colton's really smart, fixing cars. He knows everything about... He's a good mechanic, basically. He knows how to fix things. He knows how to tamper with things. Colton asks Mike if he can borrow his tools. He's going to use those tools to tamper with the ticket pulverizer. Mike says yes, blah, blah, blah. It's very small filler, but it's there. His plan is to sneak in on Saturday. But how is Colton going to do it? Breaking into a pizzeria is going to be difficult with the alarms and stuff. So, Colton thinks, hold on, why don't I just hide inside Freddy Fazbear's Pizza when it's closing up? Okay, that's his plan. So on Saturday, he's going to go in, he's going to hide somewhere, employees are going to leave, and then he has his chance to do what he wants. So guys, it's time, it's Saturday, and weirdly Colton feels pleasure, like he's excited to see Aiden, his cousin, cry when he gets no tickets in the machine. Which is a bit harsh really, because mate, your little cousin just offered you his tickets and now you're imagining him crying that he's not going to get any. So you can see how much his grief of his dad and how he thinks life is unfair has took control of Colton fully. Colton decides to hide in the small storage room at the pizzeria, guys, and he hides behind a cabinet in the storage room. It's basically like the FNaF 1 storage room. It's very small, cleaning supplies, stuff like that. And while he's hiding back there, he starts to feel claustrophobic. So that's Colton's first realization that he's claustrophobic with things. So he's just hiding there behind the cabinet. It's very, very tight, guys. It's just a little gap and he's just hiding behind it. He starts hearing the employees vacuuming and cleaning. There's a tense moment where the employees come into the storage room inside the actual cabinet and open the cabinet and get some bleach and stuff for the toilets. So Colton just got away with it there. The employees leave and Colton is free to do what he wants to do. He forgot to bring his flashlight, okay? So he uses the light on his phone, but when he walks out into the arcade area, the security lights are still on and the arcade machines are all still lit. So he's got perfect visibility anyway. So Colton goes to the ticket pulverizer, gets his screwdriver, and tightens the platform, okay? And he does that because, like I said, the kids won't get a lot of tickets. So there'll hopefully be more tickets for Colton when he goes on it. That's his theory. So he tightens the platform and he's done, okay? Very easy. Doesn't need to go inside the machine. Just outside the platform, tightens up the screws and stuff. So he's got more strength, basically. More resistance. Mission successful, guys. Colton does it. But he realises now he's got in, but how's he going to get out? All of the doors are alarmed. So what's he going to do? If he escapes and goes through the security door, the alarms are going to go off and he's going to be screwed. So he's basically doesn't know what to do at this point. In one of the bathrooms, there is a window that isn't alarmed, okay? So what he does, he gets a dining room chair, climbs up to the window in the bathroom, and gets out using the window. Nice and easy. He leaves, he escapes. Nothing happens. Now, I've actually wrote this down. No sign of possessed animatronics or anything. Okay? So when he's roaming around this pizzeria at night, Freddy and the gang are there, by the way, because Freddy announces the ticket pulverizer and stuff. Freddy isn't possessed. Freddy doesn't attack Colton. Freddy doesn't move around at night. There's no movement in the pizzeria. Nothing. Coil's the birthday clown as well. No sign of possession or anything. No visit from him or anything. Okay? Very, very easy. Gets in, tampers the machine, leaves. No night guard either. No night guard. The next day, he goes back into the pizzeria to see his plan. It's mission success. He wants to watch this happen, watch the kids fail. But in fact, Colton fails. When the kids are in the booth, in the ticket pulverizer, they're still getting a bunch of tickets. While they're jumping on the platform. So, Colton's tampering failed. And when Colton goes onto the machine and checks for himself to see if he's going to get any more, he doesn't. He doesn't get any tickets either. He doesn't get any tickets while he's on the machine. Now, at this point, guys, Colton is extremely angry. His plan didn't work. Why was his life so unfair, he says. He's failed. He's not getting his tickets. This is the worst moment of his life. Like, it's over for him. When Colton's at home, he tells his mom about what's happened. He doesn't say he's tampered with the machine and stuff. He's just saying, I'm saving tickets to get this console. Like, I'm not getting a lot of tickets. Like, life's so unfair. And his mom just says an easy solution. Why don't you try and get a part-time job? You're old enough now to get a part-time job. Or why don't you work more hours with your uncle to get some more money to save up for the console? But Colton completely ignores this advice. He's angry with his mom, saying this is child labour. But his mom's like, Colton, you're old enough now. You're old enough now to get a part-time job, mate. So although you can see Colton thinks he's the grown-up man on his video game console looking down at all the kids, when in fact he's very immature himself. Now this is the point where Colton becomes obsessed with the ticket pulverizer. He's so angry that he failed. He's so angry that the kids are still getting tickets that he becomes obsessed with tampering with this machine. So he does a bunch of research. He does sketches of the machine. He does better plans to tamper with the machine, not just tweak the platform, actually go inside the machine and tamper with it fully. Does so much research. His grades start to slump. His mom's worried about him, but Colton is just ignoring her completely, blocking her out. So obsessed with this machine now that he just ignores everything that his mom's saying. He actually goes to Freddy's again to do some more research. He goes back to the machine and he sees Coils the Clown. He actually describes it as like a Greek mythology where the machine is this massive monster boss fight and Colton's the hero and Coils is the dragon, the god that, you know, defends the monster. And he actually gets called a weirdo. A kid goes up to him and goes, why are you watching the machine so much? Why are you watching us in the machine, you little weirdo? And Colton's like, okay, I'm attracting too much attention here. I need to make my plans come to life. It's time. And by Friday night, his plan was complete, okay? His plan was actually to sneak into the location in the morning this time. So we had better lighting of the machine and stuff. Before all the employees and stuff are in. He's going to use the bathroom window to sneak into the location in the morning, okay? Not night time. And this time, like I said, he's not just using a screwdriver at the sides of the platform. He's actually going to be going inside of the machine. So he gets his flashlight ready as well. He's going to go inside the machine. So Saturday morning, his plan is going to come to life. He has a quick sleep and he dreams about winning all of these tickets. You know, he's so happy that this is going to happen. And it's time for Colton to meet the ticket pulverizer once again. He uses the dumpster outside of the pizzeria, moves it to the window, climbs on top of the door, climbs on top of the dumpster, goes inside the pizzeria. And when he's inside, guys, something is different this time. In the hallway, between the bathroom and the arcade area, Coils is there. Coils, the birthday clown, is there, standing in the hallway. Colton's just thinking it's just a stupid animatronic, right? So Colton just, you know, walks past Coils like he's just a dumb animatronic. He's just been left there. He's walked into that hallway and then become deactivated. But while he's walking on his way to the ticket pulverizer, he hears the jingling. He hears the jingling of Coils the Clown, guys. So Coils is active in the morning. And of course, Colton feels like he's being followed by Coils, okay? Colton decides to quickly run and hide behind an arcade machine, and Coils, jingling away, walks past Colton. You can imagine this thing like following you around in the morning while the whole location is empty. It's pretty creepy. But at this point, guys, Coils isn't showing any sign of like aggression or anything. It's just animatronics walking around. And then Colton makes his way to the ticket pulverizer. But in front of the machine, guys, is Coils the clown. So it actually looks like Coils is guarding the machine. Just like Colton said before, like the dragon guarding the big boss fight. Yeah, Coils is guarding the machine. He made his way to the ticket pulverizer. When he got there, the clown was standing in front of the machine as if it were guarding it. But when Colton waved his hand in front of the clown's eyes, it didn't react at all. One eye looked ahead and one looked down and off to the right, like always. And of course, they weren't really looking anyway, Colton told himself. The clown's eyes were as unseeing as the button eyes on Colton's childhood teddy bear. He couldn't let the creepy clown distract him from his mission, so Colton makes his way to the ticket pulverizer. Colton dug through his pockets to find the tools he needed. He set out his phone, a screwdriver, and a flashlight. Colton felt a hand on his shoulder, but it wasn't a normal human hand. He looked down to see a large three-fingered white glove connected to telltale yellow coils. "Get off me!" he yelled. He slapped the hand away, then whirled around and shoved the clown as hard as he could in its midsection. It hurtled backwards, crashed into an arcade cabinet, and fell onto its side. So how creepy is that? Coils put his hand on Colton, but Colton fought back, man. Like literally slapped him back and pushed him away. And Coils is so light that he just stumbled back and fell to his side. So at this point, guys, Colton pulls open the cover of the machine, sees an opening, and it was very small, but he manages to get inside and crawls inside. Now, when he's inside the machine, he'll be lying down like this, okay, looking up at the machine at the top of the platform and stuff. It's very cramped, okay? Very cramped inside. He can hardly move around. But when he's looking up with his flashlight, he sees the parts he needs to change. After all of his research, you can see what needs to be changed to rig the machine for him to win. Colton squinted at the inner workings of the ticket pulverizer. As he started to loosen a screw, he felt something tightly grip his ankles. He shined his flashlight to see a pair of white-gloved hands, one grasping each ankle. The yellow coil arms were stretched out long, but they contracted as they pulled his body towards the opening where he had entered the compartment. How could the clown weigh so little and yet be so strong? It had pulled his legs straight and was dragging him out of the machine. Once Colton's legs were outside, he wrenched his right leg free and threw a bunch of wild, hard kicks that he felt connect with the clown's body. After one particularly forceful kick, the clown loosened its grip on his other leg, and Colton scrambled to get his full body back into the base of the pulverizer. Once he was inside, he closed the hatch he had entered through behind him. The clown's hands were large, awkward things, and he hoped it would lack the motor skills needed to pull the hatch back open. Besides, from the strength of his kicks, maybe he had put the clown out of commission anyway. So at this point, guys, Coils grabbed Colton's legs to try and get him out of the machine, okay? Good intentions or bad intentions? But this time, guys, Colton actually shuts the hatch fully. And he believes, like, oh, I'm going to shut it shut. I'm going to be able to get out myself anyway. But Coils, with his stupid animatronic hands, won't be able to open the hatch from the outside, so I should be okay now. Colton tampers with the machine successfully, so he's basically loosened the platform now, okay? A lot. So everybody would get more tickets. That's his plan. So even the kids will get more tickets, that's fine, but Colton will get more because he's loosened the platform. So when people are on the platform, it's going to really fall down when kids are jumping on it. So Colton, he's done. He's finished his job. So he tries to get out of the machine. What do you think's happened, guys? He's trapped, okay? The opening will not open from the inside. He tries to knock it fully, push it, and kick it. Can't get out. He's trapped. He's trapped inside the machine. Now, if only Coils could actually help him. Can't. Carlton looks outside of the machine and he actually sees Coils stood up. You can see his green shoes or something like that. It doesn't actually imply that Coils tries to open the hatch for him, but Coils is just stood up at the machine. So who knows, man? Maybe Coils was trying to attempt to open the hatch to get him out, but he can't because of his hands. We don't know. It's a hard one. It's a hard one with Coils because we don't know Coils' intentions or not. But the way Coils was trying to pull him out of the machine makes it seem to me that Coils was trying to help Colton rather than trying to kill him. And now Colton's screwed. He feels sick. His legs have gone numb. Can you imagine being in that machine, being trapped in there with no air or anything? And his legs went numb. His mouth went dry. He's starting to really panic now. And with his claustrophobic, because he's claustrophobic as well, it's not good at all. Colton realises, oh, he's still got his phone, hasn't he? He can call his mum for help. But when Colton was going into the machine, he set his phone outside of the machine very stupidly. So his phone is on the floor outside of the machine that he can visibly see through the gaps of the machine. His phone starts ringing, which is probably his mom wondering where he is. And Coils, while the phone's ringing, grabs the phone from the floor. So, yeah. Whether that's Coils being evil or not, or just picking up the phone because he hears a noise, we don't know. It does look like Coils is more of like a security animatronic as well at the same time. Like he's guarding the machine, he's patrolling the location. So, who knows? It's never implied that, it's never stated in the book that Coils is a security animatronic or a patrolling animatronic, and it's weird how he wasn't active on the night, but he's active in the morning. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza opens, and no one can hear him, okay? The employees can't hear him screaming because the atmosphere is that loud now. Nobody can hear him banging on the ticket pulverizer for help, because his voice is so dry. And when he's shouting for help, it's extremely quiet because his voice is broke because it's so dry. He's been in that machine for a long time now, all morning basically. So his throat's dead, and nobody can hear him inside the machine. Now, who's ready to jump for a ticket? Coils said, its voice actor feigning excitement. Colton knew what would happen next. Some Freddy's employee would open the door of the ticket pulverizer and let in all the overexcited birthday party kids. This was great. If people were in the pulverizer, even if they were stupid little kids, Colton could get them to notice him. They could tell an adult that they heard something screaming under the platform and he would be saved. Colton breathed a sigh of relief. This ordeal would be over soon. He could feel them above him, jostling around and bumping into one another. The platform pressed down on him a little more from their weight. They were giggling and talking to one another in little kid gibberish. Colton suddenly became aware of how urgent his situation was. If the platform was already pressing down on him more from the little kids just standing there, he had to get their attention before they started jumping. His repair to the machine would make the platform dip even lower into his crawl space. Colton banged on the bottom of the platform. "Hey!" he yelled as loudly as he could with his dry, scratchy throat. "Hey, I'm down here! Help me! Help!" He was going to have to try harder if he was going to make himself heard over all the noises of the place, plus the noisiness of the kids themselves. He pounded on the bottom of the platform with his hammer. "Help!" he screamed. "I'm trapped in here! Help! Help! Prepare for the ticket pulverizer countdown. Now, when I finish counting, everybody jump up and down as hard as you can. All together," the clown's pre-recorded voice said. The children's screams of excitement drowned out Colton's screams for help. "Here we go," the clown announced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, jump for tickets! So, unfortunately, guys, Colton's screams were not heard by anybody. and the ticket pulverizer has now begun to jump for tickets. Basically, we get a view of the birthday girl called Bella, and she's in the machine. Okay, we get her view of what's happening. Overhead, Bella the birthday girl and her 6 friends jumped in unison. The sound like a stampede of wild buffalo. The platform dropped. They laughed and cheered, and the tickets fell like rain. But then something wasn't right. Bella had jumped in the ticket pulverizer lots of times. This time felt different. The platform wasn't dropping as low as usual. The flow of tickets had slowed to a trickle. It's slowing down, she yelled to her friend, Aiden. Jump harder, Aiden yelled back. Bella jumped higher and landed with more force. The platform dropped. Some tickets sprinkled down, but it was a light shower, not the flood of tickets Bella wanted for her birthday. Let's all hold hands and jump together, Bella yelled. I don't want to hold hands, Aiden yelled back. Come on, it's my birthday, Bella said. Aiden shrugged and relented, and the 7 kids joined in a circle. 1, 2, 3, jump! Bella yelled. The kids leaped, then landed at the same time, forcing the platform down, and then up, and then down further. Jump! The platform dropped an inch. Jump! Then another inch. Jump! And another. Bella and her friends laughed and let go of each other so they could grab the falling tickets. After the next jump, though, the platform didn't go any lower. The kids jumped again, but it stayed put. Bella looked out at her dad, who was outside the ticket pulverizer, cheering them on. It's not working, she yelled. Jump harder, sweetie, her dad called back. Jump, jump, jump. The kids all jumped with as much force as they possibly could. The platform lowered a tiny bit more, less than an inch, then wobbled a little, then stopped. One lonely ticket fell from the machine's ceiling. As it seems from Bella, it's just that the machine's broke. And, you know, they're just encouraged to keep jumping harder and harder to get all these tickets. And what they don't know is that Colton's under the platform. And the reason why the platform's not budging is because Colton's under there and he's getting crushed. And every time that platform gets a little bit lower, it's not because the machine's, you know, trying to work and get fixed. It's because the platform's got nowhere to go because Colton's under there. So when they're jumping and the platform's going lower, it's because Colton's body is getting crushed more and more into jam. So very, 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 very gruesome when you think more about it, right? That Colton's getting crushed by the machine. And the detail that the platform's just, you know, an inch, getting lower inch by inch. It's because Colton's body's getting crushed inch by inch. So Bella's dad returns with a Freddy employee called Ted, and it's busted, okay? They all think that the machine's broken, and unfortunately, they have to turn it off, okay? Turn off the machine, it's done, it's broken, it needs to be repaired. And Ted goes to the kids, don't worry, go to the cashier, and they'll give you some free tickets for what's happened, don't worry about it. The kids all scoot off. Now, this is something that's interesting, okay? I'm gonna read this to you now and see what you think. The clown animatronic was acting weird too. It was pointing at the base of the machine and grabbing at Ted's arms as if it didn't want him to go inside the ticket pulverizer. But of course, it didn't want anything. It was just a stupid robot. A stupid robot that seemed to be malfunctioning. Ted shook his head. So this stupid robot, Coils, was telling Ted not to go back into the machine to go onto the platform. Was every cheap piece of equipment in this rundown place breaking all at the same time? Ted climbed into the pulverizer and jumped on the platform a few times. It hardly moved. even with the force of all his ample weight, though he did think he heard a liquidy squishing sound that, of course, made no sense. He was going to have to call the repair guy. So he doesn't listen to Coils, and he starts jumping on the platform. And when he's jumping on it, he hears squishy noises, which is obviously Colton's body. When Ted exited the machine, the clown robot was standing in front of the door. Its face, which was usually wearing a comically huge grin, was now a mask of tragedy, with a downturned mouth and sad-looking eyes. Was a tear sliding down its cheek, or was Ted imagining things? Sometimes he thought he should find a more normal place to work. So, guys, he comes out of the machine and sees Coils, and Coils' face has now changed. It's not happy anymore. It's flipped and now sad, and it actually looks like Coils is crying. One of the little kids from the ticket pulverizer must have noticed the clown's sad face too, because he ran up to it and said, "Hey Coils, remember me? I'm your buddy Aiden. Don't be sad, okay? It's bad to be sad. My cousin Colton's sad all the time. That's why I'm saving up my tickets to buy him a present." The little boy threw his arms around the clown animatronic, and it hugged him back, holding him in its springy, coiled yellow arms. Weird, Ted thought, walking past the scene on his way to his office. The ticket pulverizer stood empty, or at least empty as far as anyone could see. Ted returned from his office with a sign that he hung on the machine's door. Out of order. The end. So, guys, a very gruesome ending for Colton. He gets crushed by the platform in the ticket pulverizer. His plan was to get loads of tickets from the machine and tamper with it, but unfortunately, his fate turned horribly wrong, and he actually got crushed by the machine that he was trying to tamper with. The ending with Coils the clown. Aiden says, "Don't be sad, Coils," and hugs him. Okay? But Coils hugs him back. Okay? Think about that, guys, okay? Remember that scene at the start where Aiden hugs Colton and Colton doesn't hug him back? This time, Aiden hugs Coils the clown, who is now sad and crying, and Coils hugs Aiden back. Has Colton's spirit now possessed Coils the clown? It looks like it, because Coils' animatronic has now completely changed from announcing the ticket pulverizer. Now Coils is telling Ted not to go onto the machine. Okay, not to go on that platform. And I think he does that. Colton is now possessing the animatronic. Okay? And Colton is saying, "Don't go on that platform again. You're going to squish my body even more. I'm under there. You need to stop, squishing me." Okay? Something's under there. My body is under there. Look. It's out of order. It's broken because my body's under there. Stop going on the platform and crushing my body. That's how I see it. And then when Aiden goes up to Coils and hugs him, and Coils hugs him back, to me that implies that's actually Aiden hugging him back, realising what's happened and realised what Aiden was doing. Aiden was saving up tickets for Colton to get his console. Now Colton's dead, now possessing the clown animatronic, hugs him back, and he's actually crying, okay? Normal animatronic does not just cry like that, okay? To me, Colton has now possessed the birthday animatronic. I hope that makes sense. I think that's how the story's trying to say it. Because originally, Coils the animatronic doesn't really know